The dawn has just arrived, and the Blue Wind Imperial City was already rowdy everywhere. Streets of various sizes were all filled with the masses, lifting their chin and looking into the distance. Because today was the day for the Imperial family's only princess to be wed, and at this moment, the bridal escort party of Burning Heaven clan had already entered the city gate, and was parading forth toward the direction of Blue Wind Imperial Palace in a mighty formation. That's right, the bridal parade of Burning Heaven clan was indeed worthy of the word mighty. Carrying a smile on his face, Fen Jiucheng rode on top of an enormous fire-like maned horse and looked forward placidly. Behind him was a huge 8-poled palanquin carved with dancing phoenixes of fire. Around them, more than 2,000 Burning Heaven clan disciples wearing flame-red clothing formed a very long rank. Looking from a high place, they were like a fire dragon that moved slowly toward the Imperial Palace. All of these Burning Heaven clan disciples had been meticulously selected, and every single one of them was extremely extraordinary. Even the ones weakest in profound strength were at the spirit profound realm. Ones with high profound strength were already at the mid-earth profound realm. This kind of lineup was extremely rare even in the entire Blue Wind Empire and could even be deemed as frightening. Clearly, Burning Heaven clan, who had lost a great deal of face because of their failure in the ranking tournament, seemed to have wanted to take advantage of this chance of being the princess's bridal escort, and once again display the prowess of the Burning Heaven clan to the world. In accordance to the custom, Fen Jiucheng's father, Fen Duanhun, naturally would not come along, but the elder-level experts that came along, not one didn't inspire all throughout the land. Just for experts of the Sky Profound Realm, there were already 8. Moreover, the 2 leading were more so already at the later ranks of Sky Profound Realm, and were 2 of Burning Heaven clan's 10 strongest experts. These 8 people wore flame-red clothing that were even more eye-catching, and floated evenly dispersed in the air space above the bridal escort ranks. The entire echelon emitted a kind of imposing air that made one's heart palpitate. Even from far away, it made one feel an almost suffocating pressure. Even if one were to say this was an echelon that could flatten the entire Blue Wind Imperial City, it wouldn't be much of an exaggeration. Look, the bridal escort party of Burning Heaven clan is here. Following someone's large shout, the crowd started to stir. Everyone went onto their tiptoes and looked toward the Burning Heaven clan's bridal escort party that gradually neared from the distance. Normally, when onlooking a bridal procession, the crowd would be incredibly clamorous. But at this moment, under that incomparably shocking pressure of the Burning Heaven clan, no one had actually dared to shout loudly. When the parade walked past their front, that kind of unparalleled feeling of pressure almost made their heart jump out. Even ones who were proud of their strength and had enough guts also only dared to secretly whisper. The legendary profound floating technique, and it's even 8 of them. Don't tell me that these 8 are all of the Sky Profound realm. Of course that's the case. Of the 2 leading, the one on the left is Feng Duankang, the younger brother of the same womb with Burning Heaven clan's clan master Feng Duanhun. It is rumored that his profound strength has already reached the 8th level of the Sky Profound realm. The one on the right is the Burning Heaven clan's 13th elder. His profound strength is at the 7th level of the Sky Profound realm. Even in the Burning Heaven clan, they are beings of extremely high administrative level. I'd have never thought the Burning Heaven young clan master's procession would have them as company. Fen Jiucheng is the future Burning Heaven clan master, you know. Having this kind of lineup isn't exaggerated at all. Sky Profound Realm of the Legends, I have only seen one in my entire life, which is the Blue Wind Profound Palace's Palace Chief Chin. 8 of them have actually popped out at once today. My heavens, as expected of the Burning Heaven clan. Fen Jiucheng courting the Blue Moon Princess, I had already heard about it many years ago. But wasn't Blue Moon Princess won over by Xianxia later? Too bad Xianxia has fallen otherwise, Xianxia still wouldn't be able to outcompete Fen Jiucheng. No matter how amazing Xianxia is, he is only a single person without any supporting forces behind his back. Behind Fen Jiucheng is the enormous Burning Heaven clan, you know. You can't be so sure. Even though Fen Jiucheng is a dragon amongst men, but what kind of being is Xianxia? He's a dragon amongst dragons, the legend of our Blue Wind. Fen Jiucheng's daddy Fen Duanhun had also sought after Chu Yuechen before, yet he couldn't even see her face. But didn't Xianxia win her over anyway? If Xianxia had not died and Feng Jiucheng wanted to outcompete him, the only method would be to assassinate him using the Burning Heaven clan's powers. but Xianxia has frozen cloud Asgard behind him. Both of his women are of the frozen cloud Asgard. One of them is the head of the frozen cloud 7 fairies, and the other is the future Asgard mistress. If Burning Heaven clan wanted to act, even if they had 100,000% confidence to succeed, they would still need to weigh the consequences. Even if Fen Jiucheng dared to, Fen Duanhun may not even have that kind of courage. Amidst the crowd's onlooking and whispering, the Burning Heaven clan's bridal escort party came closer and closer. The moment it was 7 o'clock in the morning, they accurately stepped before Blue Wind Imperial Palace's palace gates. After going through simple conversations, the bridal escort party continued forward as gongs and drums sounded, and 8 lions danced, straight toward the moon-embracing palace that Princess Kang Yue resided in the Emperor's chambers. Reporting to Your Majesty, Burning Heaven clan's bridal escort party has already entered the palace gates and will arrive at the moon-embracing palace in half a quarter of an hour. Kang Wan's personal eunuch reported to him in a respectful manner. The complexion of the current Kang Wan was bad to the point that almost a trace of human color couldn't be seen. His eyes were embedded deep into their sockets. His hair was half white, and wrinkles filled his face. If Xianxia saw him right now, he definitely wouldn't have recognized him as the Kang Wang he had met 2 years ago. In 2 years of time, it was as if he had grown a few tens of years older. Even his every breath were difficult, like a soon-to-be-dead elderly man that could stop breathing entirely at any given moment. The flames of his life had already reached the brink of immediate extinguishment. Kang Wan stayed up all night. Hearing the eunuch's voice, he opened his eyes with difficulty and said with a hoarse voice, "Support us up, prepare the Imperial chariot. We will personally visit the moon-embracing palace. Cough, 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 cough." Just after speaking a few sentences, Kang Wan was already coughing horrendously, and his complexion became even more frightening as well. The eunuch hastily started patting Kang Wan's back, a pained expression on his face. "Your Majesty, the day is still early right now, and the wind is still chilly. Your honored body really cannot handle the toss and turns." Her Highness had also especially instructed that after the Burning Heaven's bridal escort party arrives, she will directly go with the palanquin and would not go through some complicated ceremonies. Your Majesty also does not need to be there at all. "No, we must go." Kang Wan shook his head, slightly struggled, and assumed a posture of getting off the bed. To escape from Fen Jiucheng back then, Yue had even gone far away from the Imperial City at all costs, so how could she willingly be wed to him? Yue had always been obedient, and only for this matter had she always refused to tell us the reason. "We have a feeling. If we do not go this morning, maybe, we won't ever see her again. Quickly carry us over." Sigh. A long sigh came from above. Right after, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with refined features who emitted the air of a scholar from his entire being descended. "Since Your Majesty has already decided, then let this old subject accompany Your Majesty forward." Palace Chief Dongfang. Seeing this refined young man who had suddenly appeared, the eunuch hastily took 2 steps back, but did not reveal any surprise and said with respect, "With Palace Chief Dongfang accompanying personally, His Majesty will definitely be fine. This old servant will go prepare the Imperial chariot right now." The moon-embracing palace was fully lit with lamps. Flower lamps and red carpet filled one's eyes. Even within the pond, there lied red-colored ribbons everywhere. These were all prepared by the third Prince Kang Xiu's personally appointed people. He awaited Fen Jiucheng's marriage with Kang Yue and looked forward to this day for many years. He naturally dedicated his all regarding this matter. For Burning Heaven clan's bridal procession this time, Kang Xiu had more so started waiting a long time ago in front of moon-embracing palace. The moment he saw Burning Heaven clan's group arrive, he immediately scuttled over to greet them. After greeting Fen Jiucheng, he personally started leading at front of the party. Fen Jiucheng was completely attired in red. A red flower was on his chest, with flames embedded in the robe's shoulder and a scarlet red flame feather crown on his head. He could be said to be extremely handsome with an extraordinary atmosphere, and even triumphed far over the Kang Xiu who was the prince, making the hearts of those palace maids speed up just from looking. Burning Heaven clan's bridal procession parted in front of the moon-embracing palace, and all of the guests that the moon-embracing palace invited were also present. However, the guests were very few in terms of numbers. With a glance, other than a few dozen palace maids and over a dozen of eunuchs, there were only a few people of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Qin Wusheng and Qin Huayu were both in there. and another had come from the Black Moon Merchant Guild, a elderly person surnamed Mu who was in charge of medicinal material trade. Under Kang Yue's instructions, Moon-Embracing Palace did not prepare any complex greeting ceremony. The Burning Heaven Clan's group had already arrived, so then the preparation was over. Next was to wait for Princess Kang Yue's appearance. "His Majesty arrives!" Accompanying a sharp and long shout, a golden dragon imperial chariot slow came under the surrounding protection of a few dozens golden-attired bodyguards and descended in the front of the Burning Heaven Clan's group. Fen Jiucheng immediately dismounted with a jump, came before the imperial chariot with a brisk pace and said while bowing, "Jiucheng greets father." "HMPH?" Kang Wan did not open the curtain and made a faint sneer. "Today is only the bridal procession. You and Yuer have not gone through the wedding ceremony." This word father was called rather early. Fen Jiucheng wasn't angry in the slightest and smiled without any impatience. "Father's scolding is correct. It is Jiucheng who have acted rashly." Right at this time, the Moon-Embracing Palace's main entrance slowly opened. Princess Kang Yue wore a phoenix coronet and shawl with the aurora's color. Under the supporting hand of two palace maids, she slowly walked out. She, who was in a completely red attire, was as if the newly risen tender moon, and in a moment, stole all of the colors in this world while also attracting every stunned gaze. Ha 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 ha! Seeing Kang Yue appear, Kang Shu started to laugh first and laid his hands at Fen Jiucheng. "Young clan master Fen, please." Fen Jiucheng nodded. With a smile on his face, he walked toward Kang Yue with a handsome posture, stopped before her, and extended a hand in her direction. Since it was a bridal escortment, then Fen Jiucheng definitely needed to support Kang Yue by the arms into the carriage. Yet Kang Yue had no response, as if she didn't see his extended hand at all, and asked coldly, "Where's the burning soul flower I wanted?" Fen Jiucheng made a slight smile, clapped his hands, and said, "Present the betrothal gift." Over 30 Burning Heaven Clan disciples came forward simultaneously. Every single one of them carried a huge chest in their hands. The chests were gracefully lined up and then opened simultaneously. Instantly, the marvelous luster of jewelry and the medicinal scent of high-grade medicinal materials filled the entire Moon-Embracing Palace's airspace above. A large wave of exclamation resounded, and even personages at the level of Qin, Wushang revealed odd colors in their eyes. This betrothal gift could be said to be worth as much as a few cities. Even if it was to marry the princess of the imperial family, it appeared somewhat exaggerated. Fen Jiucheng still had a faint smile on his face as he said, "I presented all these precious treasures and elixirs to display the sincerity of my Burning Heaven clan. Of course, to someone who has such a dignified status as you, and even more so a frigid soul and an icy heart, it would be naturally impossible to be interested in these elixirs. But I wonder whether this thing here is enough to win your highness' favor." While speaking, Fen Jiucheng reached out with his hand and stroked on the spatial ring. All of a sudden, a transparent jade case emerged in his hand with a strange 9-petaled flower blossoming within it. Every petal of the flower was of a different shape from another, but all of them, without exception, appeared similar to a burning flame. Even though it was sealed within the jade case, the flower still seemed to be blazing with life. "So this is the burning soul flower." Looking at the blazing flower that was inside the jade case, Kang Yue's eyes grew hazy for an instant. "That's right. It is one of the most precious treasures of my Burning Heaven clan. However, if it's something that the princess wishes for, let alone a burning soul flower, I would not be reluctant to even part with half of my life. Give that flower to me, and I shall go with you." After taking a light breath, Kang Yue reached out with her hand and immediately took the case containing the sealed-up burning soul flower. All this while, Fen Jiucheng showed no signs of stopping her or withdrawing his hand and let her take the jade case in her hand. Kang Yue quickly turned around and arrived before the old man surnamed Mu, who was a part of the Black Moon Merchant Guild. Before she even opened her mouth, the old man nodded his head in understanding and said in an extremely low voice, "You don't need to show it to me. I've once had the chance to see the burning soul flower before and can say it without any doubt that the one in your hand is a burning soul flower. It's just that I am not very confident in applying the burning soul flower's soul detachability. I can only try my best, but if that ends in a failure, sigh. Senior Mu, I leave everything to you. I still request Senior Mu to eliminate the soul-devouring life-binding parasite from my royal father's body using the burning soul flower today. Regardless of whether it ends in a success or not, Kang Yue will be always grateful to you for the rest of my life." Kang Yue replied in an appreciative and imploring voice. Then she turned around and came before Kang Wan's imperial chariot. She lifted open the curtain and placed the jade case onto his knee. "Royal Father, you need to properly take care of this jade box. And aside from Senior Mew of Black Moon Merchant Guild, you must not hand it over to anyone else. Yue may not be able to accompany you any longer by your side, so do make sure to take care of yourself, Uncle Dongfeng. Please protect my father at all costs." After she finished speaking, Kang Yue lowered the curtain without waiting for Kang Wan's response, and directly went towards the magnificent palanquin for escorting the bride. She could hear a hurried voice calling Yue, along with painful coughing sound coming from behind her. Kang Yue slowly closed her eyes, and by the time she opened them again, they showed nothing but serenity. She stepped into the magnificent palanquin all by herself, without being supported by anyone else, and lowered the red curtain as she indifferently said, "Move." "Ha ha ha ha." Kang Xiu let out a laugh of satisfaction. Although we didn't hold any gorgeous ceremony, but one can see how eager she is to become a member of the Burning Heaven clan. "Young Clan Master Fen, from now on I can only entrust my royal sister's happiness with you. See that no one bullies her. He, I ask father and the third prince to be at ease. Being able to marry the princess as my wife is already a blessing of 3 lifetimes for me, Fen Jucheng. So I'll naturally treat her well," Fen Jucheng said with a laugh. When addressing Kang Wan, he still openly used father, as if he had not heard Kang Wan's previous warning, or simply never cared about it in the first place. Fen Jucheng jumped up suddenly and fell onto the horse back. Then, following the signal of his hand, the Burning Heaven clan's procession to escort the bride was set into motion again, grandiosely leaving the moon-embracing palace. The marriage of the princess was originally a big enough event to be celebrated for days, and yet it was all done with such simplicity that it was really strange to think about. Neither a myriad of guests were invited, nor was a feast with singing and dancing by performers organized. The same went for the well-wishes and blessings that should have been sent from each and every part of the empire on such a great and auspicious event. Even the performers for the lion dance were brought by the Burning Heaven clan itself. As for the moon-embracing palace, it was only decorated with lifeless lanterns and colored banners, and crowding with palace maids and eunuchs who had a worried expression on their faces. During the whole course of event, the exchange of words between the two sides happened so seldom that the situation could be reasonably called extremely pathetic. When the Burning Heaven clan's procession, which brought about a huge oppressive power, had finally left the moon-embracing palace, Kang Wan's imperial chariot was still motionless at its original place, without any sound of activity. Qin Huaiyu let out a breath and said with a sigh, "Who could have thought that things would turn out like this? The princess was absolutely not willing to marry Fen Jucheng, and your majesty could not have been able to force her to do so either. So just how did it come to this, Sai?" "In this case, it's indeed true that no one directly forced the princess, but that only means there was no direct pressure. It doesn't imply that there wasn't any indirect pressure on her. There is certainly nothing for Princess Kang Yue to gain from doing all this, and I can only hope that at least Fen Jucheng doesn't mistreat her or anything." "Sai?" Qin Wusheng closed his eyes with concern. Back then, in the Heavenly Sword Villa, he had looked on helplessly as the feelings between Yun Qi and Kang Yue grew stronger day by day. On the ranking tournament field, Kang Yue's heartstrings had been further tied to Yun Qi's body with every passing moment. Even if Yun Qi came from a humble background, he was worthy enough of Kang Yue considering his innate talent and accomplishments. However, there was nothing that could be done about it now, as he had ended up becoming yet another instance of the saying, "Those whom the gods love die young." It was already 10 in the morning by the time Burning Heaven clan's procession left the moon-embracing palace. Every main street in front of the Imperial Gate was jam-packed with crowds of people, which were bustling with noise and excitement, creating an atmosphere several times livelier than that of the ceremony before. The majority of them were only present there to enjoy watching all the hustle and bustle. But there were still a considerable number of them who came from every part of the empire to greet and congratulate the newly married couple, hoping to leave some impression behind on the Burning Heaven clan. "Congratulations, young Clan Master Fen. Young Clan Master Fen and Princess Kang Yue are definitely a golden couple who had their match made in heaven. Oh, it is indisputably the kind of beautiful fate that can make all the people of the world fill to the brim with envy." I had already heard about the distinguished name of the young clan master Fen, but today, after seeing you with my own eyes, I realized that you're even better than your fame. It's truly a great luck for this lowly Golden Blade clan's Fengji to be able to personally witness young clan master Fen marrying Princess Kang Yue. Ah, the Burning Heaven clan is fortunate to have the princess marry into their clan, and it's even more so for the Imperial family to marry the princess off into the Burning Heaven clan. There were many prestigious individuals among the crowds moving toward the center of the empire, who were leaving no stone unturned with their flattery to please the Burning Heaven clan. There were leaders of small sects, very powerful officers, governors, and even impressively famous lone practitioners. However, all these people didn't have the qualification to be invited to take part in the wedding reception that was to be held 3 days later. Therefore, this was the only way left with them to try their chances at getting in touch with the Burning Heaven clan. If they could even leave a little bit favorable impression on the Burning Heaven clan, it would be sufficient to brag about for the next 10-odd years. Is that the legendary, profound floating technique? My God, there are total 8 of them. Is this really happening? Of course it's real. This is the Burning Heaven clan after all. Out of the many excited people who had come to see the procession, nearly all of them were alarmed and flabbergasted by the experts floating in the sky. In every big city of the Blue Wind Empire, a person at the Earth Profound Realm was treated as a master or a supervisor-level individual. But Sky Profound Realm was practically a legendary level to them, and the majority of the people could never get to see someone at the Sky Profound Realm in their lifetime. But today, seeing 8 such people right before their eyes brought an incomparably huge shock to a great majority of people present here, and made them even more clear about the concept of the 4 major sects. Look over there, that person is the first genius doctor of our Blue Wind Empire, Medical Saint Gu Qiuhong. As soon as several people cried out in fear, a lot of gazes filled with reverence were directed at a kind-looking old man in a white garment, who was standing in front of more than 10 people that were escorting him. Even Fen Jucheng showed a look of respect on his face as soon as he became aware of the old man's existence. He at once called out, "Great Master Gu," and was about to dismount from the horse to make his salutations. "No need for that." Gu Qiuhong stepped forward as he promptly stopped him, and said while laughing, "Today is indeed a golden day when you'll be escorting your bride to your clan, so you shouldn't be dismounting from your horse with such nonchalance. Ha ha, this old me and your grandfather have a friendship of many decades, and at last the day of your marriage that we have always hoped for has arrived. Ah, I'm honestly very glad about this." Fen Jucheng cupped his hands and said, "Great Master Gu, this Jucheng can't thank you enough to come in person to Jucheng's bride escorting. I ask Great Master Gu to honor us with his presence in the great feast we are holding 3 days later." "Ho ho, that's only natural. I'll be setting out for your clan this afternoon," Gu Qiuhong said, laughing. For Fen Jucheng to be so courteous and deferential with him in the presence of everyone had further brightened his face. All the people who were racking their brains for good compliments and wanted to approach the Burning Heaven clan to curry favor with it, exposed a look of envy when they heard Burning Heaven clan inviting Gu Qiuhong. However, everyone knew how high level of an individual Gu Qiuhong was. As the first genius doctor of the Blue Wind Empire, inviting him as a distinguished guest was quite a normal thing to do. The Burning Heaven clan's procession advanced in the Imperial City with an unhurried pace, and only reached 1.5 kilometers away from the Imperial Palace after moving for 15 minutes. The crowd of people was also moving along with it, and more people joined it on the way. After all, each one of them reckoned that this would be the only time in their life when they could get to see such a grand occasion. At this time, suddenly an indistinct, long crying sound of a bird came from the southwestern sky. What is that thing? Look up at the sky." In the distant blue sky, a black dot was rushing towards them at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the black dot became as big as a fist, and in the next moment it became clearer as the silhouette of a large bird appeared. "It's flying so fast. Could it be a giant snow goose?" Wrong. It is a fierce storm hawk. No, a fierce zephyr bird. That high-level earth profound beast, the fierce zephyr bird. Among various kinds of tameable profound beasts that traveled by air, although it was extravagant to have a giant snow goose, it was still regarded as something frequently seen. Having a fierce storm hawk was considered even rarer. As for the fierce zephyr bird, one of the aerial profound beasts, there were very few people in the entire Blue Wind Empire who had one. Not only was fierce zephyr bird as fast as a fierce storm hawk, It had many times more endurance than a fierce storm hawk. However, as it was a high-level earth-profound beast, let alone taming and making a contract, it was very difficult just to capture it alive. Probably only those few powerful large sects could possibly have a fierce zephyr bird as a contracted profound beast. Generally, profound beasts would not trespass a human race's territory. But today, a fierce zephyr bird was actually flying over the skies of Blue Wind Empire and was evidently being controlled by some person. Everyone raised their head one by one and watched the extremely rare and precious aerial profound beast in amazement, including the people from the Burning Heaven clan. The fierce zephyr bird came flying increasingly near to them, and within a moment arrived right above the huge crowd. The people shouted out in surprise as a pitch-black human figure fell down from above the fierce zephyr bird. Afterwards, the fierce zephyr bird let out a long cry and turned back, moving in a circular motion in the sky, then flew back towards the direction of the heavenly sword villa. Someone fell down. It's not fell down. Someone jumped down from that beast. With this much height, does he not fear falling to his death? Nonsense. How can someone who can control a fierce zephyr bird possibly be a normal person? Jumping down from such a height may not be anything to him. Come on, quickly, get out of the way. The black figure was falling down at an extremely fast rate, and halfway through the fall, rays of light flashed within his hand. Instantly, an astonishingly huge sword appeared in his hands, followed by an oppressive might, as heavy as a mountain, pouring down from the sky and shrouding the whole area. The falling rate of the black figure also suddenly accelerated as soon as the huge sword appeared, and then he firmly landed ahead of the Burning Heaven clan's procession. Boom! Without any doubt, it was just a person that had fallen down from the sky, yet this produced an ear-splitting boom sound. Amidst the loud sound, a wide expanse of land immediately broke open with an explosion, and crushed stones and dust filled the sky. Subsequently, the earth trembled all of a sudden, and countless cracks frantically ran on the ground, spreading toward the surroundings, with the longest crack extending as far as dozens of meters away. In contrast to this entire occurrence, the person who had fallen down clearly resembled an enormous boulder that the sky pounded on the earth. Who goes there? The disciples of the Burning Heaven clan in front gave a loud shout and quickly rushed forward, moving into formation and blocking the route ahead. An impenetrable cylindrical formation swiftly formed around Fen Jiucheng. Although it looked as if they were about to face a formidable enemy, there wasn't a single hint of panic on any of their faces, because they were the Burning Heaven clan. Within the Blue Wind Empire, they had absolutely no need to fear anyone. If this person in front of them was truly here to make a ruckus, then he would definitely just be courting death. The sound wave made when the person in the air had landed caused everyone in his surroundings to be dumbstruck. Among them, let alone landing with this sort of momentum, just by that frightful vibration, it would have been enough to kill a large portion of them. As the dust that had been swept up settled slowly, Xianxia's face, which was cold as a frozen lake, appeared. A terrifyingly cold light was hidden in his eyes, and that enormous dragon fault was all the more unmistakable. Regarding the fact that a person had suddenly landed from above in front of them, and seemingly with such prestige and power, all of these showed that he was definitely a high-leveled opponent. Yet Fen Jiucheng was not the least bit frightened. Rather, he continued staring forward contemplatively. However, when Xianxia's visage, as well as the dragon fault in his hands, entered his line of sight, his face stiffened in a flash as he cried out involuntarily, Xianxia! Xianxia's name had already spread like fire in the Blue Wind Empire, and he was practically known to everybody. His portrait had long been circulated widely. Upon seeing his face, the people were already struck with a sense of familiarity, and all the more, Fen Jiucheng's words caused the entire street to explode directly in a burst of raucous frenzy. Xianxia, that Xianxia, could it be? Could it be any other Xianxia? This person's appearance, the large, oddly shaped sword in his hands, everything is the same as it is in the rumors. But hadn't he already died a year ago? This is a fact that those 10 large sects had all seen with their own eyes, so this should probably be a person who looks similar, no? I guess so. The roar of noise from the crowd drowned out all legible hearing. Regarding this person who had clearly already passed away, while others might treat him as someone who was possibly an imaginary person, Fen Jiucheng would never recognize wrongly. Facial features might be similar, but that sky-profound heavy sword with that frightening aura, in this world, there was only one. Also, he had been enclosed under the same sword management terrace as Xianxia then. His gaze, his demeanor, and that completely inexplicable manner, all of these matched the Xianxia he knew exactly. Looking at this Xianxia in front of his eyes, who seemed exactly like he had resurrected from the dead, Fen Zhucheng had reached a point of being incapable of being even more shocked than he already was. You're not dead? Heh. Xianxia raised his eyes slightly and laughed coldly at Fen Zhucheng. I, Xianxia, have quite a long life. Even you are living so well, so how can it be proper for me to just die like that? Does my still being alive disappoint you? This voice was also definitely Xianxia's. Fen Zhucheng's pupils shrunk for a split second, following which he was calm again. After that, he suddenly laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha, it's really interesting, Xianxia. Your life really is doggedly good. Mu Tianbei couldn't kill you and was killed by you instead. Everyone had thought that you had been killed by the demon, yet after such a long time, you still climb back alive unexpectedly. My respect for you is already at an extreme. As for disappointments, you sure don't give much. On the contrary, seeing you still alive, I'm actually rather glad, since you died too easy a death that day. That large debt you owe us for killing my second brother, we the Burning Heaven clan, still have yet make you properly pay it off. These few lines that Xianxia and Fen Zhucheng exchanged set off an even bigger explosion through the surrounding crowd again. He's really that Xianxia who had clearly died. Age, appearance, weapon, everything fits. Other than the Xianxia who had ranked first, who can have such monstrous strength at such a young age to cause the earth to crack like this just by landing. Other than Xianxia, who would have the guts to block the path of the Burning Heaven clan's procession. I'd heard that Xianxia had been severely injured by an extremely wicked person then, and then he had been pressed at the bottom of the sword management with that person. But nobody had seen his corpse. Maybe he hadn't actually died then and has now come back anew. We might be wrong, but how can the young clan master Fen be wrong? Big news. This really is big news that will shock the entire country. As Blue Wind Empire's peerless legend, Xianxia once caused almost unprecedented controversy about him. And right now, news that this legend who was originally dead was now back alive. It was clear as day how big a commotion it would stir up. Almost everyone who had a sound transmission jade began making transmissions at the first possible moment. Only a dozen or so breaths had passed since Xianxia's appearance, and news of him being still alive had quickly dispersed like an invasive ripple. Your Majesty, something big has happened. A voice transmission was just received. Xianxia is back. He hasn't died, he has returned alive. Within the Imperial chariot, Kang Wan had just left the moon-embracing palace. Originally dispirited and lifeless upon hearing this news, he trembled. What did you say? Xianxia? Impossible, it's practically a load of nonsense. Xianxia died at Heavenly Sword Villa. This is something that everybody knows. How can he possibly be back all of a sudden? It's absolutely true. He has appeared outside the Imperial Palace, and is now obstructing the path of the Burning Heaven clan's procession. All who are at the scene have seen him clearly. The little eunuch had just finished speaking when an Imperial bodyguard clad from head to toe in golden armor rushed forward hurriedly and spoke urgently. Your Majesty, something big has happened outside the Imperial Palace. The Xianxia who should have been dead has actually appeared alive and is now blocking the front of Burning Heaven clan's procession. At this, Kang Wan, who practically had no strength left in his body originally, seemed to have been electrocuted. Sitting up straight, he said with a trembling voice, Quick! Bring us to the front, quick!" Not far ahead, Qin Wusheng and Qin Huaiyu exchanged glances with eyes filled with shock and incredulity, after which both became gusts of violent winds and rushed towards the outside of the Imperial Palace. The entire street was currently in a mess. The main character of today was originally supposed to be Fen Zhucheng, but with Xianxia's appearance, all the attention and spotlight had been stolen by him. How large of an impact he had made in the period after his death could clearly be seen. From beside Fen Zhucheng, a silhouette flashed and Fen Morin dashed out. Staring at Xianxia, he spoke heavily. So he's Xianxia. HMPH, it's better that he's not dead. Causing second young master's death, if he died just like that, it would be too easy on him. I'll take him down here and bring him back to our clan. Wait! Fen Zhucheng put out a hand to stop him and said with narrowed eyes, There is no need for 13th Elder to take matters into his hands today. Today is a joyous day for me and Princess Kang Yue. If we were to accidentally see blood, it would be unlucky. Xianxia, I really don't know if I should admire you for your laudable courage, or if I should deride you for egotistical foolishness. It wasn't easy for you to recover your life, yet you won't hide away obediently, choosing rather to deliver yourself to death. However, your luck's not bad. I'm in high spirits today, so I'll reward you with a few more days to live. Regarding the matter of my second brother, after Princess Kang Yue and I are done with our wedding, I'll settle it with you properly. Before I change my mind, you should best scram now." Fen Jiucheng's expression and intonation was like that of an aloof judge. After all, beside him were 2,000 elite Burning Heaven clan disciples, as well as 8 Sky Profound Realm experts. This surmounted to a strength that was enough to make the entire Blue Wind Empire walk sideways. If it was him alone, he would definitely be restraining fear while talking to Yun Qi. But with such a troop by his side, how would he even seen Yun Qi as anything of a threat? However, wanting to let Yun Qi off today, of course, wasn't because he was feeling happy. Rather, it was because the influence Yun Qi had amassed and left behind this past year was simply too large. Even if he was from the Burning Heaven clan, it still wasn't good for him to lay hands on Yun Qi in front of such an audience. If he did, it would be extremely easy for him to be publicly denounced. Fen Jiucheng's voice had just fell, and then a young girl's quivering voice came from behind him. "Junior brother Yun, is it really you? Is it really you?" While she was speaking in a voice that was moved emotionally to the extreme, Kang Yue had already jumped down from the palanquin, rushing forward without a care towards Yun Qi. In her rush fueled by desperation, Fen Jiucheng was left only being able to reach an arm out subconsciously, unable to hold her back. He could only watch as she rushed in front of Yun Qi and locked both her arms around him tightly. "Junior brother Yun, it really is you? You're still alive. Junior brother Yun, junior brother Yun." He was but mere inches away from her, yet Kang Yue just couldn't believe her eyes. Her tears sprung forth like a lake, and in her agitation, her speech was incoherent. His features, eyes, sword, aura, everything about him spoke volumes to her, telling her that truly, he was the Yun Qi she had once thought she had lost forever, and he was wholly in the flesh back here by her side. This immense fantasy-like surprise caused her to almost faint. Yet unlike Kang Yue, Yun Qi's expression was especially flat, as if he wasn't moved at all. He hadn't even moved forward to hug her. Looking at her completely tear-stained face, he spoke gently. "It's me. I'm back here alive, just in time to catch senior sister's marriage." Kang Yue's slender frame shook and she shook her head hurriedly. "No, it's not like this, junior brother Yun. It's not like what you're seeing. There's no need to say any more, I understand." Yun Qi cut her off, allowing her no chance to continue. His expression remained calm, so calm that it made Kang Yue flustered and terrified at the same time. He had returned so miraculously, yet his first look at her was the sight of her being escorted to the wedding ceremony. Even she herself knew how unforgivable she was being right there and then. However, it really had not been her intention to marry Fen Jiucheng, yet in her fright, she was unable to explain her situation, however. The fact that she was marrying out today was an indisputable fact, firmly cast in stone. At this, Yun Qi reached a hand out lightning fast, grabbing at Kang Yue's chest. His hand reached straight away into her wide red clothing, and subsequently swiftly pulled out. Held in his palm was a slender dagger with a 3-inch blade. Upon the tip of the blade was a faint flicker from a smear of mild green. It was the luster of an extremely toxic poison. Yun Qi's nose was extremely sensitive to poisons, so when Kang Yue approached, he could immediately smell the highly toxic scent, and this dagger, which had been covered with extremely toxic poison, had been hidden by Kang Yue right under the lapels of her clothes in front of her chest. Pinching the dagger, which had been dipped in poison, Yun Qi did something that astonished everyone. Under a blanket of alarmed cries, he flipped his palm and ruthlessly drove the dagger into his own chest in that moment. Drops of blood splashed out of his chest, and the 3-inch blade was driven entirely into his body. "Ah, junior brother Yun, what are you doing? Why are you injuring yourself?" Yun Qi's actions caused the color to drain instantly from Kang Yue's face. Watching beads of blood trickle rapidly from beneath the blade, she panicked, and her heart ached even more that she was at a loss for what to do. Throughout the process, Yun Qi's complexion had not changed. Looking at Kang Yue, he said softly, "Watching me suddenly get stabbed, your heart must ache so, doesn't it? It hurts just like how I do when I see you getting married." Kang Yue shook her head vigorously, crying out in pain, "No, it's really not like what you're seeing. I had absolutely no intention to marry him. I just... Yun Qi shook his head, saying, "I understand. The reason why my heart is hurting isn't just because of these. It's because I know, even if I were really dead, the only one in senior sister's heart is me. My heart hurts because you would go so far as to cheapen yourself, harm yourself this way. It hurts just like how I've just stabbed myself. This cut, I want to let you know of the pain in my heart. At the same time, it is the punishment I deserve. I had clearly made you a promise, but when you were most helpless, when you needed me most, I couldn't be by your side, and I caused you to have to hurt yourself in this way to attempt at rescuing your father just a little more, and I would have lost you forever. Just before Kang Yue was escorted into the burning Heaven clan, she would have used the poisoned dagger to end her own life. If Yun Qi had returned by even a day late, he would have never had the chance to see her again. Yun Qi pulled out the poisoned dagger that had been thrust into his chest, throwing it onto the ground far away. The flow of blood from the wound had also stopped completely in a split second. He lifted his hand and gently wiped the tears away from Kang Yue's face. Finally, unable to keep his calm, his voice turned incomparably tender. His longing and worry for her during his absence poured forth from his gaze, his voice as he lamented, "Senior sister, let me hug you properly, is that okay?" "Ooh," Kang Yue teared up and sobbed, throwing herself with full force into Yun Qi's embrace. Winding her arms tightly around him, she hugged him tight, crying aloud. All the misery, longing, despair, hesitation, and fear that the past year had brought her. She unburdened herself of all these in Yun Qi's arms, and her heart-wrenching sobs made the insides of the onlookers twist as well. Yun Qi also hugged her tight, yet he didn't cry. Rather, he smiled in immense satisfaction and elation. He was glad he could return in time and had not allowed what could never been undone to happen. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would have faced that sort of terrifying consequence. He patted Kang Yue's back lightly, saying gently, "Senior sister, in future, no matter what happens, never again do anything that would hurt yourself, okay?" Ooh, never. I'll never do it again," Kang Yue sobbed while saying. "And don't marry Fen Yucheng, all right?" Yun Qi smiled lightly as he spoke. I won't marry. I'll never marry him, ever. The only one I want to marry is you. Other than you, I don't want to marry anyone else. I'll never marry even if it kills me." Yun Qi's lips curved up a little. "I'm back. So leave everything to me. Are you willing to trust in me, this man you've chosen with your entire life? As long as you're here, no matter what, no matter where, it doesn't matter if the consequences are bad or good. I do not fear anything. As long as you're with me, truly, there's nothing I need to fear." At this moment, those from the palace had reached in a rush. Kang Wan tore open the curtains of the Imperial chariot. In a look, he saw Kang Yue and Yun Qi embracing. Qin Wusheng and Qin Huaiyu were long, since already staring with their eyes open wide as their hearts rejoiced in surprise and glee. On the other side, Fen Yucheng was already about to explode. His face had already thoroughly turned into the color of a pig's intestine. It was the day their ceremony was supposed to take place, and Princess Kang Yue, who was supposed to be returning to his clan with him, had actually, right in front of him as well as under the watchful eyes of countless other people, jumped out of the palanquin and entered into a heated embrace with another man, while crying and pledging her undying love to him. This embarrassment was practically even more embarrassing than getting cuckolded 10 times in a row. Even a normal man would not have been able to accept it, let alone him, the stately young master of the burning Heaven clan. If news were to spread, no, of course news would spread. Under the eyes of so many people present, within 2 days, news would have spread to every inch of land under the heavens. He, Fen Yucheng, the future clan master of the burning Heaven clan, would be reduced to a laughingstock. The nails on both of Fen Yucheng's hands turned white as his hands clenched. His face was distorted from extreme fury, and finally, he lost control of his emotions. Pointing at Yun Qi, he let out an enraged howl. "Kay, kill him! Kill him now!" The procession of troops brought by the burning Heaven clan to escort the bride had looked at each other in dismay and a loss of what to do, but upon hearing Fen Yucheng's howl, it was like they had been awakened from sleep as they moved into action instantly. The dozens of people foremost of the troop rushed forward at the same instant towards Yun Qi. And at this point, from above their heads, a storm swept past. A figure like a large bird flew past, high up in the sky, reaching Yun Qi first. It was 13th Elder Fen Morin. "Ah!" The crowd backed away in a hurry, and many shrieked involuntarily. Seeing that the one who was rushing towards Yun Qi was actually Fen Morin, the people looked as if they had already seen a scene of Yun Qi, who had come back from death miraculously, get killed ruthlessly. No one dared to doubt Yun Qi's might. The one who had grabbed first place in the ranking tournament was him, and he was the number one of the younger generation. However, Fen Morin's strength was top-notch within the Blue Wind Empire. With frightening strength at the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm, Yun Qi simply had no ability to retaliate. "Stop!" A low shout suddenly rang out. This voice wasn't loud, but it was like extremely heavy thunder ringing out in everyone's ears. In this low shout, a gray figure flashed across like a shooting star, blocking in front of Fen Morin. An astonishingly overwhelming aura caused Fen Morin to quickly stop. When he saw the person who was obstructing in front, shock flashed past his feature in an instant. "You're Dongfeng Ziu, Palace Chief Dongfeng." Qin Wusheng and Qin Huayu's startled voices rang out from not far away. Obstructing Fen Morin was indeed Blue Wind Palace's first palace chief, Dongfeng Ziu. He was also affiliated with the Blue Wind Imperial family and was the #1 practitioner in the entire Blue Wind Imperial family. His profound strength was half a step into the Emperor Profound realm. Although Dongfeng Ziu was Blue Wind Palace's palace chief, he rarely appeared in the palace. All along, he was hardly seen. But since Kang Wan had fallen terribly ill in the past few years, the number of occasions he had appeared in the palace had dwindled significantly, perhaps not even making a single visit in half a year. Qin Wusheng had noticed Dongfeng Ziu's position right before he had appeared and spoke quietly. Could it be that Palace Chief Dongfeng had not appeared these few years because he had been secretly protecting the Emperor? It should probably be the case. The Emperor's previous secret bodyguard might have been strong, but how could he be compared to Palace Chief Dongfeng? That year, the Emperor had suddenly fallen grievously ill. Certainly he must have noticed something odd. It must have been why he had summoned Palace Chief Dongfeng to guard by his side. Qin Huayu said quietly. In the eyes of the Burning Heaven clan, the Imperial family's strength was comparatively weak. Their enormous army might have been able to assert their might on the battlefield. But in the eyes of the Burning Heaven clan, it was akin to an easily squashed ant, and the champion pugilist of the Imperial family was all the more pathetic. However, there was just one person whom they could not help but fear, and that was Dongfeng Ziu. Dongfeng Ziu looked to be about 50 or so. His features were scholarly and amiable without any semblance of arrogance. Rather, he looked like an intellectual, yet the words he spoke were not at all mild. "Fen Morin, in these 10 or so years we've not met, you really seem like you've unlearned many things. To go so far as to strike out against a junior of not even 20 years. Palace Chief Dongfeng." Fen Morin snorted coldly. "This is between our Burning Heaven clan and this punk, so you'd best steer clear, lest it gets personal." Dongfeng Ziu smiled blandly. "Yun Qi is a disciple of my Blue Wind Profound Palace as Palace Chief. Of course I should. There's no need." The one who had suddenly spoken and interrupted Dongfeng Ziu was actually Yun Qi. One hand holding Kang Yue, his eyes were calm as still water. "Palace Chief Dongfeng, this junior thanks you for your good intentions, but the old fart was right. This is between the Burning Heaven clan and I. It has nothing at all to go with the Imperial family or the Blue Wind Profound Palace. There's no need for you to poke into my business. What you ought to do most is to protect the person you should be protecting. Senior sister, protect yourself well." As Yun Qi's voice fell, his hand, which had been holding Kang Yue, pushed away gently, pushing her towards Dongfeng Ziu. Dongfeng Ziu's profound strength was half a step into the Emperor Profound realm, and he was peerless in the entire area. With his protection, there was nobody who could harm Kang Yue. Yun Qi's words stunned Dongfeng Ziu, but he understood immediately. Yun Qi was clearly doing this because he did not want to cause things to get ugly between the Burning Heaven clan and the Imperial family or the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Rather, he was thinking of taking on such a big fleet of troops alone. He had wanted to say something, but the moment his gaze came into contact with Yun Qi's eyes that were calm to a terrifying extent, he swallowed back the words that were about to come forth from his lips. Taking Kang Yue, he flew slowly back towards Kang Wan's imperial chariot. "Since it's this way, then I won't interfere any longer. Ho ho. Let me see how large a wave the one who has been called the most distinguished disciple in the history of Blue Wind Profound Palace can bring about." Palace Chief Dongfeng's appearance caused many of those who idolized Yun Qi to heave a large sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, Yun Qi yet again did something brashly arrogant, by forcefully chasing Palace Chief Dongfeng away. A youth of just 19 years old, wanting to go up by himself against the Burning Heaven clan. What did he have to go up against 2,000 genius disciples from the Burning Heaven clan? There were also 8 Sky Profound practitioners, of which 2 were at the pinnacle of the later stages of the Sky Profound realm. Did he think he was God? I'd long heard that you were a crazy and reckless fool and you live up to your reputation." Fen Morin laughed loudly, about to attack, yet Yun Qi did not even spare him a glance. Holding up Dragon Fault, he looked at Fen Jiucheng, saying coldly, "Fen Jiucheng, you know clearly who had caused Fen Jiubai's death. I'd originally had no enmity with you, but now that you're plotting to kill me this debt, I won't make you pay it off today, however. Princess Kang Yue is my senior sister, my benefactor, and most of all, my woman. You're not even worth a single hair on her head, so if you want to marry my senior sister Zuruo, you'll have to get past me, or else. You'd best scram back to your burning heaven clan with your tail between your legs." As the voice fell, Yun Qi suddenly struck forth first. Swinging the Dragon Fault up, he rushed forward straight away, dashing towards Fen Morin, who was at the very front. "Die!" A junior had actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, an absolute expert who lounged at the pinnacle of Blue Wind Imperial country. Fen Morin laughed disdainfully. Lifting a hand, purple flames burst forth from all 5 of his fingers. Just as he was about to claw at Yun Qi, who was approaching, suddenly, the scene before his eyes blurred. The Yun Qi who was before him had actually become 4 in the blink of an eye, without any hint, without any fluctuation in profound energy. These 4 silhouettes were exactly the same. Whether in appearance or aura, there was practically no difference. Living for so many years, Fen Morin had never seen such a strange movement skill. In such a short time, Yun Qi's real body had already rushed past Fen Morin's side, rushing straight towards Fen Jiucheng. He was a stately elder figure in the Burning Heaven clan, yet a junior had slipped by him. Let alone take down, he couldn't even block his path for half a second. Almost exploding, he turned over and shouted with all the rage that filled him, "Sly Junior, protect the young master!" As Yun Qi approached rapidly, Burning Heaven clan's disciples rushed up. Flames from their flaming swords danced up into the sky, forming a flame dragon that shrouded Yun Qi. Within these 2,000 Burning Heaven clan disciples, there were 1,300 in the Spirit Profound realm, and 700 in the Earth Profound realm. Such a uselessly large and luxurious troop combined to form a continuous and incredibly concentrated attack. Their combined might surpassed even that of the combined might of 8 Sky Profound realm practitioners. But today, the one they had crossed paths with was Yun Qi. The specialty of Yun Qi's heavy sword was its power against many opponents. The more enemies there were, the better the heavy sword could be wielded to its full potential. No one had expected that the first one to act was actually Yun Qi. He actually really took action, and when he acted, it meant that he would be going against this terrifying Burning Heaven clan party, and he would no longer have a place to turn back to. In this group, which comprised of more than 2,000 people, all of them were elites of the Burning Heaven clan. Forget about a single youth, even if it was a sect within the Blue Wind Empire other than 4 major sects. There was not a single possibility of being able to resist them. Yun Qi's action could no longer be termed as arrogant and mad. It was simply lunatic. "Junior brother Yun, be careful." Although Kang Yue had long gotten used to seeing Yun Qi's various shocking actions, this time, she was still frightened by Yun Qi to the point that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. This time, what he was facing was not just Fen Jiucheng alone, rather, it's the entire massive Burning Heaven clan group. Among them, there were even 8 ultimate experts at the Sky Profound realm. Kang Wan had also turned pale from shock. Seeing Yun Qi coming back alive, he was extremely surprised, and he was absolutely not willing to have him fall in a place like this. With a hurried voice, he said, "Dongfang Ziu, hurry and stop him. We wish to protect him with all our might. We will definitely not allow him to die here." Yet Dongfang Ziu did not make any movements. He looked at Yun Qi and calmly said, "The situation now is not something I am able to stop. There is also no need for your majesty to be too worried. Let us calmly watch as the situation unfolds. I definitely do not believe that a 17-year-old monstrous genius who, at the age of 17, without the support of a sect, yet, was able to obtain the top position at the ranking tournament, would do a foolish action of exposing himself to death. He might have some plans of his own." "Scram!" A loud roar shook everyone's ears. Facing the combined assault of over a dozen fire dragons, Yun Qi, as though he did not see them, did not dodge or avoid them, and allowed the large scarlet flames burn his own body. Raising his Dragon Fault, an overlord's fury was smashed to the front. Boom! With a loud boom, a large piece of the ground was violently torn apart. As though they were geysers, sand and rocks were thrown up to more than 30 meters in height, and the dozens of Burning Heaven clan experts who surrounded and attacked Yun Qi all screamed as they were sent flying far away to the back. The dancing flames that were surrounding Yun Qi were all ripped apart as well, and then they quickly dissipated. What? How is this possible? This scene caused everyone's faces to pale from shock. The rumors regarding Xianxia were known nationwide, and his strength had naturally long been known by everyone. 16 months ago, when he obtained the #1 rank in the ranking tournament, his profound strength was at the 10th level of the true profound realm. Yet, he was barely able to defeat Xianxia, who was at the earth profound realm. He had clearly demonstrated that, when he was at his maximum limits, his battle strength was comparable to an early-stage earth profound realm. And the 13 people who had surrounded and attacked him earlier were all experts at the earth profound realm. Yet all of them were blasted away by a single strike from Xianxia. No, that's incorrect. They were definitely not merely blasted away. The Burning Heaven clan disciples who had been sent flying. None of them were actually able to stand after they landed. On each of their chests, a gigantic splatter of blood had clearly been bursted open. With a single strike, he heavily injured dozens of Earth Profound Realm experts. With just a single strike, a single exchange? Everyone stood there dumbfoundedly, and even the Emperor Kang Wan's pupils had shrunk by a large degree. Qin Wushang, who was familiar with Xianxia's former strength, was even more shocked, to the point that he did not dare to believe his own eyes. Xianxia's strength had been exaggerated to a large degree in various versions of the rumors. However, currently, the Xianxia whom everyone saw now, his strength was many times stronger than the one in the rumors. To heavily injure dozens of Earth Profound Realm experts with a single strike, at the very least, he had the strength of a middle-stage Sky Profound Realm. The members of the Burning Heaven clan were even more severely shocked. Fen Jiucheng's eyeballs had even almost popped out of their sockets. His former calm expression was instantly filled with panic. His figure began to slowly retreat, and he unconsciously muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible. It seems like the strength of this Xianxia is even more exaggerated than the rumors." Fen Duankang appeared by Fen Jiucheng's side and said with a slight frown, "At such a young age, he actually possesses such strength. This is basically unthinkable. No one from our Burning Heaven clan can compare to him. He does indeed have the capital to be arrogant. If he had hidden himself and waited for his wings to be fully spread, he could have become a frightening foe in the future. However, to jump out and act wildly in front of us with only strength at this caliber, he is simply too ignorant and foolish." "Third uncle, are you going to take action?" Seeing Fen Duankang beside him, Fen Jiucheng's panic instantly disappeared completely. "I still won't bother acting against a junior. He shouldn't not understand what's he doing. Looking at him, he should have came here with you as his target. My current mission is to protect you. If he's really capable of charging over, he shouldn't think of touching even a single strand of your hair." Fen Duankang calmly said. What Fen Duankang said was right. Naturally, Xianxia would not be so naive to think that he was really able to go against the terrifying Burning Heaven clan. He was simply unable to gain victory against just a single late-stage Sky Profound Realm expert, whether it be Fen Morin or Fen Duankang. His target was Fen Jiucheng. Fen Jiucheng, as the future clan master of Burning Heaven clan, as long as he was able to capture him, then it was absolutely enough. However, Fen Jiucheng was under heavy protection here, so in the eyes of everyone present, it was basically something impossible to achieve. As Xianxia walked forward, he went straight in the direction where Fen Jiucheng was. None of the people blocking his path were not experts. However, they were definitely unable to imagine just what kind of level Xianxia's strength had reached. And they were even more so unable to understand how terrifying and tyrannical the might of the heavy sword was in his hands. "Ha!" Xianxia swept his heavy sword horizontally. And with a bang, the 20-odd Burning Heaven disciples that came rushing from the front were all swept away instantly. Their screams resounded in the sky. The suppressive ability of regular weapons would usually only target a single person or a few number of people. While, once a heavy sword suppression was formed, even the user was to face a huge army of soldiers and horses. He would still be unstoppable. Under Xianxia's heavy sword in the lighter cases, these Burning Heaven clan experts suffered heavy injuries, while in heavier cases, were killed. The Burning Heaven clan had wanted him to die in the first place, so naturally, he did not mind forging an even bigger enmity with the Burning Heaven clan. There was not a least bit of mercy in his attacks, and before the Burning Heaven clan could completely react to this situation, several dozens of Burning Heaven clan disciples had already been killed under the wild might of his sword. Boom, and another explosion sounded. Before the dozens of Burning Heaven clans that were approaching from the side could even close into 10 meters away from him, They had all been sent flying with a bang. The bodies of the three people at the very front were instantly smashed into two pieces, and blood rained down from the sky. This terrifying might caused all of the spectators' expressions to pale from horror. Hua! Within the burning Heaven clan party, a large amount of furious roars sounded, and a total of 50 or more burning Heaven clan disciples leapt up high from the back, as dozens of scarlet-red burning Heaven blades came descending upon Xianxia. From all around, the concentrated number of burning Heaven disciples swarmed in even more. Under the formation of concentrated attacks that were like a metallic drum, a gigantic feeling of oppression tightly enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia's expression darkened. Under the activation of the star god's broken shadow, he suddenly disappeared, and while everyone was caught unprepared, his body had already appeared 70 or so meters up in the sky. All of you, scram! Xianxia's figure descended like a shooting star. Dragon Fault ruthlessly swung downwards, and a falling moon-sinking star was sent crashing down. A destructive power wildly surged towards the bottom, and instantly, a total of nearly 100 burning Heaven disciples, under the extremely violent power that was as though they were being pressed down by MT. A large half of them were instantly pressed onto the ground, and that power that was causing them to despair descended mercilessly upon them at this time as well. Boom! The earth shook heavily for a moment, and a number of buildings at the sides of streets collapsed in an instant. A few dozen meters deep of earth and soil were completely lifted, and then it descended, burying the corpses that were completely shattered by the violent power. The burning Heaven disciples who were in the vicinity of the eruption of power were also sent flying far away, as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer. At the back, all of those burning Heaven clan disciples who originally wanted to charge over stared at the scene with their tongues tied. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not dare to take a single step forward. Although the spectators in the surroundings were far enough, there were still a couple of people who were dazed on the ground due to the frightening shockwave. Completely dumbfounded, they sat on the ground and had completely forgotten to stand up. This was the Xianxia from the rumors. Were the rumors all a lie? Clearly, he was 10 times, 100 times stronger than the rumors. The terror of that power seemed to have surpassed everything they had seen in their usual lives in front of him. These innumerable burning Heaven clan elite experts were actually just as vulnerable as a bunch of ants. Surrounding Xianxia's body, a large crater of a few dozen meters appeared. His landing point was right at the center of the large crater, and Dragon Fault was stabbed deeply into the ground. However, his pause had only lasted for that short instance, and Dragon Fault was already instantly pulled out. His body transformed into a streak of light as he went towards the burning Heaven clan crowd, and instantly charged towards the position where Fen Jucheng was. After stepping over a large field of corpses, what approached in front of him was another packed crowd of burning Heaven clan disciples. However, currently, the running steps of these burning Heaven clan disciples who charged over were actually slow and timid, and fear evidently hanged on their faces. They were unable to imagine how this youth, who clearly did not look past 20 years old, was able to possess such terrifying strength. And this was not the main point. The most terrifying thing was that the attacks of this person whose strength was so terrifying actually left no room for mercy, and every move held the intent to kill. Also, none of the clan members who died under his sword had their entire bodies held intact. In this world, how many people would dare to kill the disciples of the burning Heaven clan? Even if it was a conflict between two large sects, at the most, there would only be heavy injuries. Neither side would dare to lay a killing blow and completely break out into actual conflict. However, this Xianxia was simply like a madman. He was actually really recklessly, violently, and killing the members of their burning Heaven clan in cold blood. And he was even killing a bunch of them one after another. A scene like this was completely unexpected to everyone. After looking at those piles of corpses, even the complexion on Fen Duankang, who basically had yet to take this seriously, had agitatedly changed. At such a young age, he's actually this ruthless and merciless. Is he hell-bent on becoming mortal enemies with our burning Heaven clan? Fen Duankang growled with an expression filled with rage. Elders, do not mind your status. Take action immediately. Otherwise, even more of our disciples will die under his hands. As the dozens of burning Heaven clan disciples at the very front faced the quickly approaching Xianxia, they bit the bullet and charged forward. At this moment, an explosive roar sounded from the sky above. Maggot die! A white-haired old man descended from the sky above Xianxia. His two hands were equipped with claws, and his entire body was surging with flames. "Junior brother Yun, be careful," Kang Yue cried out. Because the person currently charging towards Yun Qi was one of the 8 great Sky Profound experts within the Burning Heaven clan party. Under the terrifying strength of the Sky Profound realm, the air around Yun Qi crazily stirred. And then, suddenly, a vortex of incomparable heat was swept up as an enormous ripping strength came assaulting from the sky, as though it desired to tear him apart. Under this sort of oppressive aura, Yun Qi's expression sank. His eyes were breathtakingly cold, like the furthest cold star. Facing the gigantic vortex of purple flames, Dragon Fault smashed towards it. Bang! With an explosive bang, the vortex of purple flames, which were several meters in height, was actually directly sliced into 2 by Dragon Fault. Then, it disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. What? That elder of the Sky Profound realm had thought that if he took action, any casual blow would have been enough to crush him. He did not expect that the strike, which he had put a total of 80% of his strength in, would actually be easily extinguished by Yun Qi. His eyes were extremely wide, and for a moment his entire mind was entirely blank, as he was simply unable to accept everything he had just saw. "Playing with fire in front of me?" Yun Qi's brows sank as he gave a cold laugh. "You're courting death?" Behind him, a dangerous presence was approaching at extreme speed. Fen Morin was already rushing over frantically. Yun Qi did not turn around, rather, he looked at the surrounding Burning Heaven clan disciples who were planning to attack. Smiling coldly, he swung Dragon Fault, and a gigantic fire lotus was blooming crazily with his body as the center. Star-scorching demon lotus. The flame lotus blossomed mercilessly, entrapping a large number of disciples within it. Although cultivating the Burning Heaven arts improved their resistance towards flame abilities, in the face of the Phoenix Flame, it would never be sufficient. Below the enormous flame lotus, hundreds of disciples struggled mercilessly for a few breaths of time before being burnt to ashes. The Sky Profound elder who attacked Yun Qi was also engulfed within the flame lotus. When the scarlet flame petal approached, he laughed coolly. This was because a scarlet flame was basically considered the lowest grade of profound flame. Compared to the purple flame that the elder could ignite, he did not think much about it. However, he immediately let out a shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Following his shriek, his hair, beard, and all the clothes that he was wearing had been burnt instantly. He also felt a scalding pain, and his whole body felt as though it has been imprinted by a branding iron. In his shriek, he activated all the profound strength within his entire body and frantically escaped. When he had finally escaped from the flame lotus, all the clothes on his body had already been burnt. He looked very disheveled and pathetic as half his beard and hair had been burnt. There were even numerous injuries all over his body. Fen Morin, who was chasing from behind, was instantly startled as he approached the flame lotus and retreated hurriedly. Even after being forced several tens of yards away, his face was still full of shock. The elegant yet dangerous fire lotus stunned everyone's heart and soul. The scene in front of their eyes seemed like an unrealistic dream. The flame that came from Yun Qi was frightening. It could actually overpower the Burning Heaven clan's disciples, who used their soul force as a boost for their profound energy. He burnt the practitioners of Blue Wind Empire's strongest fire attribute profound art to such a pathetic state. Fen Jucheng stared widely and his expression seemed to stiffen. The Fen Duankang by his side said with surprise, "This is the Phoenix Flame. The rumor that he could use the Phoenix Flame is actually real." Yun Qi's Phoenix Flame had already been revealed in the previous ranking tournament. Fen Duankang, being a pavilion master in the Burning Heaven clan, and having cultivated in fire attribute profound arts for all his life, would definitely recognize the power of the strongest flame in profound sky continent. Phoenix Flame and its signature, World Ode of the Phoenix. The blossoming of the star-scorching demon lotus further depressed the disciples of Burning Heaven clan. When the flame lotus had finally disappeared, all the surrounding disciples looked in fear, and not one of them dared to step forward. At that point, an angry outburst roared at Yun Qi from behind him. "Junior, hand over your life!" Yun Qi's flames had completely ignited the flames of anger within Fen Morin. He chased with full strength and clawed at Yun Qi's back. His purple flames ignited crazily, and in his swiftness, he rushed in the shadows of the long purple flame which seemed like a purple python preying on Yun Qi from afar. Facing Fen Morin, Yun Qi did not dare to be careless. However, he was neither afraid nor had any intentions to avoid the attack. He merely swung his dragon fault and an overlord's fury swept forward, facing someone head-on. He had never been afraid before. Ah, be careful. Yun Qi's action caused Kang Yue to instantly become worried. Quickly avoid it! Dongfeng Xiu was shocked as well as he involuntarily shouted. Although Fen Morin was also in the Sky Profound realm, his profound strength was far superior compared to the previous elder. He was in the 7th level of the Sky Profound realm. In the entire Burning Heaven clan, his strength was easily among the top 10. This strike of his was also executed under rage, and he nearly used up all his strength. No matter how strong Yun Qi was, he wouldn't be able to block the full strength attack from someone in the 7th level of the Sky Profound realm. Taking the attack head-on was as if he was looking for a death wish. Yun Qi, however, turned a deaf ear to the advice. The strength of the heavy sword seemed like a volcano erupting as it clashed heavily onto Fen Morin's flaming python. Boom, the loud boom was as depressing as two clouds colliding in the sky. The scorching purple python, which collided with the swing of the heavy sword, instantly deformed before shattering into smithereens. The power of the heavy sword had also completely vanished after the collision, and both parties did not receive any form of damage. Those people who thought that Yun Qi would definitely lose the exchange and get severely injured were stunned at this result. This was a strike that was from a pinnacle profound practitioner in the 7th level of the Sky Profound realm. However, Yun Qi managed to completely receive the attack head-on. This was something that was completely illogical from everyone's knowledge. Even an ultimate expert like Dongfeng Xiu had a face of disbelief, a true profound beating spirit profound beating earth profound. Although beating an opponent an entire realm above was exceptionally difficult, it has been written in history books before. Therefore, even if it happened, it would not be too illogical. However, Yun Qi was only in the earth profound realm, and he managed to withstand attacks from a strong opponent in the 7th level of the Sky Profound realm. This was completely unheard of in the history of Blue Wind Empire. A strong hound could sometimes rival a ferocious wolf, but for a kitten to break even in a fight with a tiger, that was completely unheard of. The person who was the most shocked was undoubtedly Fen Morin. How much strength he had used in his previous blow he knew clearly. At such a young age possessing such power, this was the first time in his life there was fear in him when facing a youth, possessing such strength at such a young age while swearing to eliminate Burning Heaven clan no matter what. This kid definitely could not be left alive. Burning Heaven Blood Claw. Fen Morin started to become wary of Yun Qi's strength, and in his heart, he knew he had to kill him. His strike now was undoubtedly one of the finishing moves within the clan. It was an absolute skill that only a Sky Profound realm practitioner could comprehend. Instantly, blood waves roiled in front of him. Within the waves was a huge blood-red claw that violently thrusted forward, grabbing towards Yun Qi. The immense pressure that the blood claw produced was several times stronger than the one that purple python carried. It was obvious he wanted to end Yun Qi in one move. Yun Qi frowned. His face grew serious in preparation to receive the blow, but suddenly, he felt that behind him, several strong auras were rapidly approaching. The others in the Sky Profound realm also recognized Yun Qi's strength and did not dare not look down on him anymore. They all rushed to attack Yun Qi. Yun Qi rapidly lowered the dragon fault he was about to raise and directly used his body to collide against Fen Morin's blood claw. Fen Morin stared blankly before starting to laugh hysterically. Are you seeking death now that you know you have no chances of living? To be able to die under my burning heaven blood claw, you certainly did not live in vain. Yun Qi's actions had caused the surrounding people's hearts to stop yet again. Just as his body was less than an inch away from the blood claw, a translucent barrier instantly appeared surrounding his body. Sealing cloud-locking sun. Bang. The huge blood claw crashed violently onto the barrier created by the powers of the evil god, and a large amount of blood waves were splattered in midair. The huge power caused people several yards away to fall to the ground, making them incapable to stand up for quite some time. However, under the protection of sealing cloud-locking sun, Yun Qi was not harmed one bit. Instead, he relied on the impact of the huge collision to sprint past several nearby Sky Profound realm practitioners, over the Burning Heaven clan disciples behind them, and straight at Fen Jucheng. He moved like a shooting star that shot across the sky. With the eyesight from a Sky Profound realm practitioner, it could be easily seen that Yun Qi did not suffer any injury and instead relied on Fen Morin's strength to instantly overcome the obstacles to approach Fen Jucheng. Fen Morin stared blankly for a long time, unable to recover from the shock of what had happened. "Good brat," Dongfeng Ziu had praised out loud. "Good brat!" Fen Duankang, who was beside Fen Jucheng, also could not help but praise him. Then he rushed in front of Fen Jucheng, keeping a calm expression. At this time, Yun Qi had also just reached the same point. From Fen Duankang, he could feel a stronger pressure than Fen Morin, but he was not afraid in the slightest. Dragonfault swung down with a sky-shattering pressure, just like an eagle pouncing down from the sky for its prey. The pressure coming from the heavy sword caused Fen Duankang to waver slightly. He raised the profound strength in his palm and nearly used 90% of it to receive the blow. Boom! Fen Duankang's palm, which had ignited a purple flame, collided violently with the heavy sword. With a loud bang, Yun Qi was knocked backwards strongly and somersaulted backwards due to the recoil. Fen Duankang was also forced 3 steps backwards, and his whole right arm became numb. He was extremely shocked, as he had already used a whole 90% of his strength to receive that blow, yet it was nearly perfectly blocked by Yun Qi. To be so amazing at such a young age, his future must be limitless. Fen Duankang was completely amazed by this. When Yun Qi matures, he would undoubtedly be recorded in history and become someone who could shake the entire profound sky continent. If he died young, it would be a waste. However, he chose to become an enemy of the Burning Heaven clan and had killed so many of their members today. As a member of Burning Heaven clan, he absolutely could not let him live till that day. The same bloodlust that Fen Morin had instantly appeared in Fen Duankang's mind. His left hand thrusted out suddenly, and the same Burning Heaven blood claw was released aggressively as he violently struck Yun Qi, who was still trying to regain his balance. Bang! The huge blood wave splattered from overhead, and Yun Qi was sent flying down like a bullet that had been fired off from mid-air. Crashing to the ground, he created a huge pit. Just as the dust was starting to clear, a figure could suddenly be seen flying. With the surging force of the heavy sword, it was aimed directly at Fen Duankang. "Wah! What?" Fen Duankang was instantly shocked. His previous Burning Heaven blood claw had hit Yun Qi strongly, and the impact of it hitting his body could already cause such a huge pit in the ground. Such strength could easily cause a high-leveled earth profound realm to be smashed into pieces. Even if it was someone on the same level, receiving such a blow head-on, he would take at least half a day to recover. But to Yun Qi, however, it seemed as if nothing had happened, as he could still carry out a counterattack. Thinking about the fact that Yun Qi did not suffer damage from Fen Morin's Burning Heaven blood claw and instead relied on its impact, Fen Duankang instantly wondered, does he have some sort of special protective treasure or protective profound technique? Fen Duankang's face turned grim. His outstretched palm grabbed, and a 7-foot-long flame blade appeared in his hands. If word were to spread that a pavilion master of Burning Heaven clan had to use a weapon against a junior, they would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. However, facing Yun Qi, his heart had already started becoming more and more unsettled. The only thought in his mind was that he needed to kill in him the shortest amount of time possible. If he could block Burning Heaven blood claw, would he still be able to block the Burning Heaven blade? Facing Fen Duankang's Burning Heaven blade, Yun Qi did not avoid it at all. He clutched Dragonfault tightly and held an attacking stance. It seemed like he had not seen Fen Duankang's Burning Heaven blade at all. Even when the Burning Heaven blade was slashing down at him, he did not show any signs of dodging. Die! The Burning Heaven blade slashed down with an immensely hot heat wave, colliding strongly onto Yun Qi's left shoulder. A large splatter of blood instantly exploded, but the sword did not even manage to cut through his flesh. It was instead stopped by the bone in his shoulder. Ugh! Fen Duankang's eyes became as large as a bell due to his extreme shock. His swing was usually so effective that even if a Sky Profound practitioner blocked with all his strength, he would still be cut into 2 halves. However, Yun Qi had actually blocked it using his shoulder, and at this time the Dragonfault that was in Yun Qi's hand struck sturdily onto Fen Duankang's chest. Scram! Bang! With a loud bang, Fen Duankang's protective profound strength could only withstand it for 1 breath of time before shattering. His upper body lost all senses, and the sounds of the buzzing of countless bees echoed in his mind. Like a bundle of straw, his entire body flew far away into the distance. Yun Qi could easily use Sealing Cloud Locking Sun to block Fen Duankang's attack. However, when using Sealing Cloud Locking Sun, All his profound strength would be concentrated on defense, and he would not be able to attack. Therefore, he chose to withstand it with his shoulder in order to gain the chance to attack Fen Duankang again. He believed that with the dragon blood strengthening his body and the protection of the third stage of the Great Way of the Buddha, even if it were Fen Duankang, he would not manage to cut him. In a normal exchange, he would likely beat Fen Moran but would not be a threat to Fen Duankang. However, he possessed several strange methods. Deflecting his attack was not only easy, even if Yun Qi wanted to kill him, he was at least 50% confident of that certainty. Fen Duankang was smashed a total of 100 meters away by this single strike. Landing on the ground staggeringly, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Holding his chest with his hand, his face turned entirely pale. The profound energy in his body was even more so in a complete mess, and would not be able to calm down in a short period of time. He finally managed to catch his face, yet, instantly, his canthus tore to the utmost limit because Fen Jucheng, who was under his protection earlier, had his neck currently gripped by one of Yun Qi's hands. He was held up in the air with neither of his feet touching the ground. If it was 16 months ago, Fen Jucheng could still barely compete against Yun Qi. Even if he was unable to beat him, at the very least, he would not be taken down so easily. But in this period of time, Yun Qi had taken in an unimaginably huge amount of an Emperor Profound Dragon's blood and an Emperor Profound Dragon's meat, and he had even undergone hell-like training under Yun Kanghai's guidance. Currently, in Yun Qi's eyes, Fen Jucheng was basically as weak and small as an ant that crawled by the streets. Forget about matching up to him, Fen Jucheng did not even have the right to struggle. It was like catching a little chicken. In 2 to 3 moves, with his neck gripped by Yun Qi, he was raised in the air. You! Fen Jucheng's pair of eyes were opened wide, his expression was in a pained state, and his eyes were filled with fear. His hands gripped tightly onto the arm Yun Qi was using to lock onto his neck, yet he was unable to use even a single bit of his strength. Fen Jucheng, what happened to your earlier bravado? Yun Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a cold smile. Didn't you even want to mercifully let me go and be free for a few more days? Ha, why don't you make a guess? Do you think I will mercifully allow you to live for a few more days, or instantly have you die right here? When Yun Qi finished speaking, he suddenly applied force into his grip. An incomparably pained voice spilled out of Fen Jucheng's throat at that moment. His 2 eyeballs suddenly convexed as well, and his body was powerlessly spasming under the extreme pain. Kang Yue covered her lips with both of her hands. Her breathing was erratic, and her beautiful eyes were fiercely quivering. Earlier, when Dongfang Ziu said that Yun Qi's goal might indeed be taking Fen Jucheng hostage, what she had felt was worry and shock, and had only prayed that he would be fine. The best outcome she could think of was to have him leave safely, and she simply did not have the extravagant hope that he could succeed. Basically, neither did all the people present thought that he could succeed. However, under everyone's eyes, under the protection of 2,000 burning Heaven Clan disciples and 8 Great Sky Profound experts, with just the power of a single man, Yun Qi was actually able to tear apart all of the defensive lines, and even miraculous push back Fen Duankang in the end. Now he was holding Fen Jucheng's life in his very hands. The excitement, joy, fear, and pride in Kang Yue's heart was like a tumbling wave which could not be stopped. This Yun Qi, who she had coincidentally encountered at New Moon Profound Palace, this man whom she had chosen with the latter half of her life, had once again, in front of her eyes, created a miracle that was originally unattainable for her. Back then, when he heard that Yun Qi had obtained the top position at the ranking tournament, Kang Wanha was shocked to the point where he was seemingly unable to accept it. Today, he had personally witnessed everything that happened in front of him, and the shock in his heart had long surpassed how he felt back then by several dozens of times. Never would he have thought that this youth who had treated his illness back then was actually strong to this extent. Seeing him defeat those whom he saw as ultimate experts one after another, and then snatch Fen Jucheng out of burning Heaven Clan's unmistakably terrifying formation, his heart trembled with an overwhelming shock. When he looked in the direction of his own daughter, Kang Yue, the shaking could not help but transform into happiness and gratitude. He had also heard what Yun Qi had said to Kang Yue when they had embraced each other. The reason why Yun Qi had dropped from the sky this time was also because of her. It was enough to see that he possessed an extremely deep affection for Kang Yue. If he was willing to protect her, then as a father, what else was there to worry about? Perhaps, by relying on his strength, he might be able to ease the crisis that was currently endangering the imperial family. Or there might even be a possibility of a reversal. He's more than just the most outstanding disciple in the history of Blue Wind Profound Palace. I'm afraid he would even completely break the history of the entire Blue Wind Empire. Dongfang Xiu sighed. The color of the faces of all the people from the Burning Heaven clan had already changed. A big reason why they mobilized such an exaggerated lineup for this marriage escort was so as to awe the common people and gain back the prestige they lost during the ranking tournament. However, such an exaggerated lineup was actually completely pushed back by a single youth, and even had their young master of the Burning Heaven clan in his control. This was undoubtedly an incomparably sound slap to the faces of all the Burning Heaven clan members, giving them an incomparably enormous humiliation. Young clan master, you actually dare to kidnap our young clan master. Hurry and release him. The Burning Heaven clan disciples swarmed forward and had Xianxia tightly surrounded in the center. They roared and shouted loudly, yet none of them dared to take a step forward, because what Xianxia was currently gripping onto was Fen Jucheng's neck. As long as he applied a little force, he would be able to take Fen Jucheng's life. Xianxia, what are you planning on doing? Do you want our Burning Heaven clan to fight to the death with you? Fen Duankang suppressed his internal injuries and flew back, roaring with a trembling voice. The young master who was under his protection was actually kidnapped away by a youth. This was a form of humiliation which he rather die than have. Heh heh. Xianxia laughed coldly out of disdain. You sound as though I'm not fighting to the death with your Burning Heaven clan yet. You people have already determined that I was the one who killed Fen Jubai. Your young clan master has long planned on ways to kill me a year ago. And today, I killed more than 200 disciples from your clan. Your Burning Heaven clan and I had been enemies since a long time ago, and no matter if I kill your young clan master or not, you people will still want to kill me. In that case, why wouldn't I kill one and earn one? You! Fen Duankang opened his eyes wide. His anger had shot through the roof, and he had almost puked out a mouthful of old blood. He turned his head forcefully and looked towards Dongfang Xiu. Dongfang Xiu, Xianxia is the disciple of your Blue Wind Profound Palace. Just as he spoke up, Dongfang Xiu instantly interrupted him. Back then when I took action to stop this, you people justly told me that this was a matter between the Burning Heaven clan and Xianxia, and did not have the slightest of relationship with me, nor the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Even if you're old and senile, you shouldn't have forgotten it so quickly, right? And when Dongfang Xiu said to this point, anger suddenly surfaced on his face, and he said with a low voice, Your Burning Heaven clan, at the very least, is one of the four most powerful sects of this empire. Today is the day of marriage of our imperial family's princess. We handed the princess to you people, yet you people allowed calamity to befall upon her and do not feel shameful about it at all. Conversely, you people are actually questioning us. Could this be how your Burning Heaven clan do things? Xianxia could not help but praise him silently in his heart. Tusk, as expected of the legendary Blue Wind Profound Palace chief, he looked very decent and harmless to both man and animals. But when he spoke, his words was basically as sharp as knives. You! Fen Duankang's entire body shook from anger, yet he was unable to refute a single word. Little maggot! Fen Morin roared out explosively, and killing intent emitted out from his entire body. Hurry and release our young clan master. If you dare to touch a single strand of his hair, our Burning Heaven clan will definitely have you die a brutal death. Oh, really? Xianxia squinted and looked at Fen Morin, as his face suddenly revealed a gruesome smile. There's seriously a problem with all of your attitudes. Your young clan master is in my hands, yet you people are actually not begging me with good words and proposals. Instead, you people are here threatening me. It seems like your Burning Heaven clan has bossed around for a long time and has forgotten the fundamental rules of being human. Since that's the case today, I, Xianxia, shall properly teach you people a lesson. What did you say earlier? If I dare to touch a single strand of his hair, you will have me die a brutal death. When Xianxia's words fell, he suddenly swung his hand and had Fen Jucheng ruthlessly fall onto the ground. Then he stepped on his back, clawed at his hair with one of his hands, and strongly tugged. Ah! Immediately after, Fen Jucheng screamed like a dying pig, and a huge lump of his hair and even a layer of skin were pulled out. Jucheng, young clan master! Fen Jucheng's scream was incomparably sharp, and the people of the Burning Heaven clan let out even bigger heaven-shaking roars. Yet Xianxia's face was calm. He casually threw the big lump of hair in his hands and said with a grin, "Now, not only did I touch a single strand of his hand, I had even touched many of his hair strands. Come, why don't you give me a brutal death then?" "Why, you maggot." "Welp, I'll kill you." Fenmoran's face turned blood red. He was so furious that it seemed as though his chest had exploded. "Oh, you actually still dare to scold me and even shout out that you will kill me?" Xianxia smiled indifferently. "It seems like you have yet to learn to straighten your attitude and be a proper human." Xianxia suddenly raised his leg and then mercilessly stepped down. "Stop!" Fen Duankang's roar did not cause Xianxia to stop in the least, and he ruthlessly landed on Fen Jucheng's left wrist. A clear and crisp shattering sound resounded in everyone's ears, and an even sharper roar than earlier came from Fen Jucheng's mouth, instantly causing everyone's hair to stand. Xianxia stepped on Fen Jucheng's broken wrist and even frequently grinded it a few times as he leisurely said, "Come on, continue with your scoldings." You. Fen Moran's entire body was trembling as he pointed at Xianxia. His face was grim and his voice was as malicious as a devil. "Our Burning Heaven clan will definitely have you die an atrocious death." "Very good, you're really obedient." Xianxia's face revealed a slight smile. Then he dragged Fen Jucheng's arm and twisted it abruptly to the back. Crack! A sharp scream, as though it had came from hell, once again sunk into everyone's ears. Fen Jucheng's right arm, which was live and well, was instantly snapped, presenting an arm that was in an extremely twisted state as it drooped backwards. Xianxia clapped his hands and said with a grin, "Continue with your scoldings, continue with your threats. Allow me to see just how long your young clan master's life can be sustained for." "You! Shut your mouth!" Fen Duankang rose in the air, and with a slap he pushed Fen Moran to the back and even forced his words back into his throat. To the current Fen Duankang, no matter was it his lungs or brain, either of them was about to explode from anger. However, this wrath, he was unable to release them in the slightest. Xianxia, who was in front of him, was clearly someone who was not open to coercion. What kind of status did Fen Jucheng have? In this entire empire, how many people would dare to offend him? Yet he casually pulled off his hair and destroyed his wrist and arm. Not only did he not hesitate, his actions were incomparably ruthless and merciless. If they had dared to continue with their coercions on Xianxia, it would only cause Fen Jucheng to suffer even more maltreatment. And Fen Duankang was unable to not believe that, even if Xianxia were to kill Fen Jucheng on sight, he would have the ability to escape from their encirclement, because that was much easier than kidnapping a person who was under heavy protection. The Burning Heaven clan had never suffered such intimidation and humiliation. However, what Xianxia had in his hands was the young clan master of their Burning Heaven clan. If Fen Jucheng were to die in Xianxia's hands here, all of the people here who had came along with Fen Jucheng should not even think of getting off it easy. To the Burning Heaven clan, it would be, even more so, a huge eternal humiliation that could never be washed off. Fen Duankang took a deep breath and said with the calmest voice he could muster, "Xianxia, don't be anxious. We can always talk things out. I believe between you and our young clan master, there isn't really an actual life and death grudge. I believe you definitely aren't willing to really kill him. I shall use my dignity as Fen Duankang as a guarantee. As long as you're willing to release our young clan master, I will guarantee that you will leave safely. If you have any other conditions, we will try to satisfy them to the best of our abilities as well." When he said these words, Fen Duankang's intestines were twisting. He, as Burning Heaven clan's fire-parting pavilion's pavilion master, would be looked up upon by thousands wherever he went. Yet, currently, he had no choice but to put down all of his dignity and reputation to plead softly towards a junior. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, nodded with a smile, and said with a satisfied tone, "Not bad, not bad. This is the attitude you people should be having. Oh, you're called Fen Duankang? Amen, you're not bad indeed. You're much stronger than that idiot who simply wished for their young clan master to die earlier." The idiot, in Xianxia's words, was naturally referring to Fen Moran. Fen Moran had almost puked out blood at that moment. His entire body trembled, his mind was giddy. His lungs were hurting, his livers were hurting, his intestines were hurting, his bladder was hurting. His rage and humiliation had filled up every cell of his body, and his face was as red as blood, yet he did not dare to say another word. Because the moment he were to say something, the retribution would ruthlessly land on Fen Jucheng's body. He had lived for dozens of years, yet He had never suffered such grievance and humiliation like today. He did not dare to take action upon Xianxia, and did not even have the guts to scold him. He could only stare straightly at Xianxia with eyes that were noxious to the extreme, and he wished he could swallow Xianxia live and whole. Fen Duankang was not worse off than him. He was a supreme expert of the sky-profound realm who was famous for many dozens of years. Yet, he was praised by a junior who was just 19 years old. He was praised by a junior. Compared to this humiliating praise, he would rather be badly beaten with a single slap from a peerless expert. After Xianxia said those words, he even mercifully slightly raised his foot, allowing Fen Ducheng to breathe more comfortably. However, due to Xianxia brutally tossing him around, Fen Ducheng was already losing consciousness, and even his screams had turned into painful groaning sounds. He was basically miserable to the point where people could not bear to look at him. But there's one thing you're wrong about. I basically do not need you to make any so-called guarantee to release me. If I wish to leave, none of you people here have yet the right to stop me, Xianxia arrogantly said. These words caused Fen Duankang's heart to turn cold. He did not dare to say anything excessive and hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Since you were able to take away our young clan master while you were heavily surrounded, naturally, you have the ability to leave safely. He clenched his teeth and said, as long as you release our young clan master today, the grudges between you and our Burning Heaven clan will be written off here and now. Our Burning Heaven clan will definitely not chase after this matter. These words of Fen Duankang were easily said. However, even an idiot would not believe that Burning Heaven clan would be able to do it. Throwing away past grudges. Just by how he oppressed the Burning Heaven clan to such a miserable state today, the Burning Heaven clan would definitely not stop until Xianxia was dead. Is that so? Xianxia coldly snorted. Seems like I have valued your intelligence too highly. Do I, Xianxia, need your Burning Heaven clan to clear off my grudges with your sect? Could it be that you're blind and incapable of seeing why I'm here today? Xianxia brought his eyes up and coldly said, today, naturally, I'm here to steal the bride. Princess Kang Yue is my Xianxia's woman. What kind of thing is this Fen Ducheng? He's just trash that can't even be compared to a toad, and he actually has the wishful thinking of tainting my woman. I don't mind not killing him today, and I don't care about killing him either. You want me to release him? Easy. You people will just have to take this trash, immediately scram from Blue Wind Imperial City and return to the Burning Heaven clan. Regarding the Princess Kang Yue you people came here to take for marriage, just obediently hand her over to me. Although Xianxia had already abused Fen Ducheng to a half-dead state, he indeed would not kill him. It was not that he did not wish to, rather, he could not do it. In this battle, he was a lone wolf. There was neither the participation from Blue Wind Profound Palace nor the Imperial family. Hence, even if he had heavily injured Fen Ducheng, killed 200 of Burning Heaven clan's disciples, and even more so, caused them to entirely lose their faces, he would not implicate the Blue Wind Profound Palace and the Imperial family. However, if he were to kill Fen Ducheng, then it would be completely different. If their young clan master was killed, the Burning Heaven clan would definitely be crazed with explosive rage, lose their reason, and it would be common for them to vent their anger at Blue Wind Profound Palace and the Imperial family. In another aspect, even if he was left alone, to escape under such a heavy encirclement after killing Fen Ducheng was definitely not as simple and easy as he stated it to be. Fen Duankang had almost wanted to puke several times out of extreme anger. Xianxia had seized their young clan master, stepped on the honor of their Burning Heaven clan, yet he still had to beg him and flatter him with words. He felt that there could not be anything else in this world that could be more humiliating than this. But in just a span of a few breaths, he realized there actually was one, because this Xianxia even wanted to steal their young clan master's bride. They were here to take the bride's hand, appearing all high and mighty. It was long made known to the world a week ago, and invitations had long been sent to the various large sects and powerful individuals in the Blue Wind Empire. If Princess Kang Yue were to be taken away like this, the honor and reputation of their Burning Heaven clan would be ruthlessly stepped into dogshit. It would be enough to be mocked by everyone in the world for a few dozens of years. However, if they did not follow his intentions, what they would lose would not be merely their reputation, but the life of their young clan master. Fen Duankang's 4 limbs were shivering, and his eyes had darkened. The blood that he had barely managed to suppress, under the attack from his anger and impatience, rushed up his throat. He took a deep, deep breath, used all his might to swallow it back down, and with an incomparably trembling voice, he said, "Fine, fine. If you release our young clan master, we will leave Princess Kangyu behind and immediately leave Blue Wind Imperial City." He had experienced the sight of Xianxia's brutality earlier. Even though he furious to the extreme, he absolutely did not dare to be rash. Forget about rejecting and scolding him out of anger. He did not even dare to argue and bargain. Fen Morin suddenly took a step forward and wanted to tell Fen Duankang something. However, when he opened his mouth, he was unable to say a single word. If Hu Yunqi had in his hands was an elder-level figure, they would not have given in to him. Rather, they would have chosen to forcefully head up and kill him. However, Hu Yunqi had in his hands was actually their young clan master. Other than giving in, what options did they have? Usually, forget about elder or pavilion master-level figures from the Burning Heaven clan, even if it was a regular Burning Heaven clan disciple. As long as he revealed the name of their Burning Heaven clan, he would be able to suppress his opponent to the extent where his entire body would be trembling. However, when facing their Burning Heaven clan, not only was Yunqi not afraid in the slightest, he was even using incomparably brutal tactics to suppress them, and they did not even dare to say anything excessive that could incite his dissatisfaction. If lungs could really explode from anger, 100 of his lungs would have long exploded to smithereens. "Ha ha ha ha, very good. I can see that you have the biggest authority to speak out of everyone here. Since you're so straightforward, then, naturally, there's no need for me to say anything more than this. I will return your young clan master then. I believe that with the injuries on his body, they basically aren't much for your Burning Heaven clan." When those words fell, Yunqi's leg flew, kicking Fen Jucheng towards Fen Duankang. The latter was first startled, then he hurriedly catch Fen Jucheng with his hands. Right in front of him, Yunqi's voice coldly sounded. "But I pray that you have not forgotten the words I said earlier. Immediately leave Blue Wind Imperial City with your young clan master." Yunqi returned Fen Jucheng just like that, and even Fen Duankang did not dare to believe it. The moment he said those words, behind him, killing intent suddenly rose in all directions. All of Fen Morin's profound energy surged out wildly, like an eagle, and he suddenly swooped towards Yunqi. "Stop!" Fen Duankang's heart turned cold and hurriedly reached out his hand, forcefully pulling Fen Morin back from midair. "13th Elder, what are you doing?" "Kill him, obviously. Could it be that we're really going to follow his intentions and allow him to leave? Then, if so, will our Burning Heaven clan even have a trace of prestige left?" Fen Morin said, with his fury spewing out. Yunqi had finally done an absolutely idiotic action in his eyes. He actually returned them Fen Jucheng just like that. Without Fen Jucheng as his guarantee, where else would he have any hesitation left? "Calm down." Fen Duankang held onto him tightly. Clenching his teeth, he spoke with the softest voice possible. "My desire to kill him is even bigger than yours, and I wish to tear him apart into countless pieces. However, you have already experienced how sly, crafty, and brutal this kid is. Do you think that he would so stupid to return young clan master to us so openly without any assurance or any hidden tricks? Seeing how relaxed he looks, he definitely has many trump cards that he has yet to reveal. If he's able to take our young clan master once, he's able to do it a second time. If you were to take action upon him now, we might even bring about an even more brutal retaliation. Our young clan master might even die in his hands. And our Burning Heaven clan had already lost all our prestige. Or you make us take on the shit name as a sect which goes against their words." Fen Duankang's words was like a pot of cold water that poured on Fen Morin's head. He stared straight at Yunqi. His entire body was brimming with killing intent, and in his heart, he incomparably wished to take this opportunity to kill Yunqi in a single definite hit. However, his awoken reasoning caused his entire body to tremble, and he basically did not dare to take action. Fen Duankang hurriedly looked at Fen Jucheng's injuries and continued to speak to Fen Morin with a voice that only he could hear. "Today, with young clan master as our Achilles heel, we basically do not have any way of killing him. But people who had offended our Burning Heaven clan had never have a good ending, even more so after we suffered such disgrace and humiliation. Let us first send young clan master back to Burning Heaven clan. It's not too late to kill him after coming back. When that time comes, even if he were to flee to the end of the world, he shouldn't think of escaping the hands of our Burning Heaven clan." Clap, 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 clap. A stream of resounding clapping sounds could be heard, and Yunqi said with a grin, "That's really not a bad plan. I pray that you people will succeed with that soon. But you people don't have to worry. When that time comes, there's no need for you people to chase me to the edge of the world. I might even personally go up to your front door." As Fen Duankang and Fen Morin raised their heads, shock surfaced on their faces at the same time. With their suppressed voice, at the very least, only the hearing ability of someone at the late-stage sky-profound realm would be able to hear them. Yun Qi was 30 meters away from them, yet he was actually able to hear them clearly. How was it possible for him to possess hearing ability of such strength? Even more unease instantly sprouted within Fen Duankang, and his heart actually began to urgently wish to leave this place. The further away from this frightening youth, the better. Clenching his fists, he did not say another word to Yun Qi and bitterly said, "Everyone, leave." When he said that final word, Fen Duankang actually felt as though a heavy burden had been released from his shoulders. He carried Fen Jucheng and took the lead. Flying up in the air, he left for the distance. Fen Morin followed after him as well, and he did not say a single word or make eye contact with anyone. The respect and honor he garnered his entire life could be considered to have been completely thrown away on this very day. Seeing the two central figures leave, the rest naturally did not stay for long either. Everyone left with dirt and mud on their faces, and they could not even bother about those corpses on the ground that were from their clan, and most of these corpses were all incomplete. Even if they wished to bring them back, it would be beyond difficult. "Have a safe trip." Yun Qi slightly narrowed his eyes and said with a cheerful smile. Following after Fen Duankang's and Fen Morin's disappearance from his line of sight, Yun Qi's heart, which had been beating hard the entire time, finally calmed down, and his entire back had long been completely stretched with cold sweat. He looked towards the sky and coldly said with low voice, "Fen Jucheng, this is what you owed me. Originally, neither of us had grudges for each other, yet you actually wished to plot against me in the Heaven Basin's secret realm. Since our grudge can no longer be untied, then let's do it more thoroughly. Burning Heaven Clan shall become the touchstone and stepping stone for my growth." All members of the Burning Heaven Clan had withdrawn. More than 2,000 disciples, 8 strong profound practitioners in the sky profound realm. Under the huge threat that Yun Qi brought, their faces turned grim and they left without any dignity. Even though Yun Qi's battle capabilities were shocking, he would not be a threat for the entire Burning Heaven Clan. However, with all his weird techniques that could not be guarded against, in addition to the cruel and heartless methods, he successfully penetrated Burning Heaven Clan's psychological barrier. Yun Qi's last move of throwing Fen Jucheng back to them magnanimously made them wary and not dare to act recklessly. Not only was Burning Heaven Clan's bride escort unable to bring back Princess Kang Yue, they had still lost 200 disciples, and Fen Jucheng was severely injured. This was further witnessed by everyone present. Their reputation and prestige had all been tarnished. On the other hand, Yun Qi, who managed to force the Burning Heaven Clan to such dire straits, fiercely shook everyone's heart and soul. Yun Qi, who had almost been made into a legendary character by the people, had not only revived, he was also several times stronger than what the rumors had mentioned. The previous rumors, which were treated as exaggerations and laughable, godly versions, now seemed as though they had been weakened severely. At such a young age, he was able to force the Burning Heaven Clan, whom the people treated like a large and sacred clan, to retreat, and even defeated pinnacle profound practitioners like Fen Morin and Fen Duankang. The limits of his future were completely unimaginable. It was no wonder Princess Kang Yue was attracted to him, and that the Fairy of Frozen Moon was his wife. Even the incident involving Chu Yuechen seemed to appear more acceptable now. "Junior brother Yun?" Kang Yue rushed up and tightly hugged Yun Qi, buried her forehead into his chest, at times laughing and at times crying. How could she still care about the appearance of a royal princess and the surrounding gazes? In this period of time that Yun Qi had died, her entire world was dark. To still be able to hug him so warmly and realistically, she felt like she no longer desired anything else. "Hey!" Kang Wan started to laugh as well. His laugh was even more soothing than when he realized they had obtained first in the ranking tournament. "As expected of our daughter, Yuer has a good eye for people." "Yes. At this point, Her Highness is probably better than your Majesty at it," Dongfeng Xiu said happily. "Ha ha ha ha!" Hearing that, not only did Kang Wan not get angry, he laughed heartily instead. However, after just laughing twice, a long string of coughs followed. "What happened today was completely out of my expectations." Dongfeng Xiu looked at Yun Qi and let out a sigh of relief. "This kid's future, not even I have the right to judge or predict it." After what happened today, he had undoubtedly turned into the person the Burning Heaven clan wanted to kill the most. However, I do not know why I am not worried for him. Instead, I worry for the Burning Heaven clan. We think the same as well. Kang Wan's pale face revealed a smile before he closed his eyes again and sighed. It's a pity we would not get the chance to see you prosper in the world. If only he could take good care of you this way, even if there were an internal struggle for power, we would be less worried and guilty. Dongfang Ziu, help us personally invite Yun-Chi to the palace. All right, everyone leave. The Imperial Palace guards were mobilized to scatter the large groups of people watching. After Kang Wan had fallen sick, he had rarely appeared. Even people living within the Imperial City would not be able to see him. Now that he had finally appeared in public, all eyes, shockingly, did not fall on him. Instead, they were all gathered on Yun-Chi. There were gazes of shock, amazement, admiration, and even excitement. They were originally here to see the princess get married, but now they actually witnessed such a ground-breaking scene. The princess's marriage changing at the last minute was supposed to be an unfortunate affair. However, the palace was celebrating now. Kang Wan was in an exceptionally good mood today. His face did not have its usual gloominess, and he rewarded the whole palace largely upon returning. Yun-Chi and Kang Yue were side by side behind the emperor's imperial chariot. Along the way back to the palace, they were greeted with the excited stares of the crowd. Upon entering the palace, they met the hastily leaving third prince, Kang Xiu. Seeing Yun-Chi and Kang Yue return side by side, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed. However, since they had already seen each other, there was no way to avoid it. Kang Xiu could only grit his teeth and force the most kind smile he could muster. "Royal sister, you're back. This must be Brother Yun. Your performance today was a great eye-opener. I could not help but be amazed. This is my third royal brother," Kang Yue explained simply. Her voice carried no emotion. "Whoa!" Yun-Chi had a face of revelation, and he started to grin. "Oh, it's the reputable third royal prince. I pay my respects. I remember that the third prince had just returned to the palace, and now you're rushing out. Did something happen? Is there anything that I can help with?" Seeing the smile on Yun-Chi's face, Kang Xiu immediately became cautious, and even his scalp turned numb. Previously, when Yun-Chi was battling against Burning Heaven clan, he had seen it clearly. Yun-Chi, who looked completely harmless, was able to torture the young clan master of the Burning Heaven clan so easily. Yun-Chi probably could not care less about his identity as a prince. If he angered him, killing him was probably no different from killing a chicken. Kang Xiu immediately calmed down and spoke in a friendly manner. "I only have some unimportant private matters to settle. No need for Brother Yun to worry." "Whoa, working on unimportant minor matters on your own, third prince sure is hard-working. You must be the role model of the imperial family," Yun-Chi replied laughingly. Not only was Kang Xiu one of the main culprits of the internal struggle for power, he was also the main culprit behind Fen Jucheng's marriage with Kang Yue. Of course, Yun-Chi did not like him. Kang Xiu could obviously feel the sarcasm in his words. He forced himself to laugh, saying, "I thank Brother Yun for the compliment. I have to go. Goodbye. Next time we'll definitely." "Oh, I have a question I need to ask the third prince." Yun-Chi did not give him the chance to leave immediately as he asked laughingly, "I have long admired your little sister Kang Yue and hope to tie the knot with her. I'm not sure how third prince feels about it." Kang Xiu's face stiffened slightly before revealing an elated expression. "Brother Yun is undoubtedly a most outstanding person. There probably isn't anyone in this world that can compare to you. As her royal brother, I have long seen that my royal sister's heart is already yours. If Brother Yun can tie the knot with my royal sister, it would unquestionably be a match made in heaven. Even 1,000 years down the road, there would only be praises for this marriage. For the imperial family to obtain a talent like Brother Yun, it must be our good fortune. As a royal prince and Kang Yue's royal brother, I would naturally fully support it. Then, does third prince think that I'm more suited for Princess Kang Yue than Fen Jucheng? That's obvious." Kang Xiu replied with the same expression. "What is Fen Jucheng? He is only trash that relies on the power of his clan. Compared to Brother Yun, it's like comparing the clouds to mud. If not for fear of Burning Heaven clan's power and producing a strong enemy for the imperial family, even if I died, I would definitely stop Fen Jucheng's savage thoughts. Luckily, Brother Yun appeared at the right time and stopped my royal sister from marrying that trash. It was only after that had I let out a huge sigh of relief. It was no wonder he was the only one among all the royal princes that was able to be vying with Crown Prince, Kang Lin, for power. Such thick skin and quick thinking. His ability to say what one wants to hear was nearly at a divine level. This made Xianxia unwillingly gain a sense of respect towards him. As Xianxia grabbed Kang Yue's hand, he said in a half-jokingly manner, "Since Third Prince has already said so, I shall be rest assured. On the day when I marry Kang Yue, Third Prince must come and attend the wedding." When he finished, he did not wait for Kang Xiu's reply and instead turned, entering the palace with Kang Yue. Kang Xiu turned around, looked at his back view, and he laughed coldly while muttering to himself, "Insolent fool, making enemies with Burning Heaven clan. Do you really think you can still live for long?" After returning to the palace, Kang Wang descended his carriage and told Xianxia with gratitude, "Xianxia, it's such a relief you're still alive. Previously, when you won the ranking tournament for our imperial family, we were absolutely elated. However, what came afterwards was the bad news that you had fallen. All this time, we were worried. Although Yue acted as though nothing had happened in front of me, we could tell that she was suffering deep inside. Luckily, you have come back alive and we can finally heave a sigh of relief." "Father!" Kang Yue shouted. "Now that we have the burning soul flower and junior brother Yun is back, your illness can definitely be cured. Your Majesty is too kind. I only hope my actions today would not cause trouble from the imperial family." Xianxia replied humbly. "Ha!" Kang Wang laughed loudly, replying, "This you can rest assured. Even though the imperial family does not have as much power as those powerful clans, they're still unable to do whatever they like. Furthermore, they wouldn't blame us about today's matter. Instead, I could blame them for failing to protect the princess, causing such a tragedy during her wedding and tarnishing the imperial family's image. Xianxia, what plans do you have now? If you don't have any, why not stay in the imperial palace temporarily? Or do you want to go back to the Blue Wind Profound Palace?" "Let's not return to Blue Wind Profound Palace." Dongfeng Xiu laughed bitterly. Although Xianxia is only in the Earth Profound realm in terms of battling capabilities, he has even exceeded Qin Wushang. With his talent, returning to the Profound Palace as Palace Chief would still be a waste. Xianxia shook his head, saying, "Within 3 days, Burning Heaven clan would undoubtedly send people to assassinate me. Staying here would only bring danger to the imperial family. As for where I want to go, I have already decided. I thank your Majesty for your kindness." Kang Wang was not persistent and nodded. "All right, since you are to use such cruel methods against the Burning Heaven clan, we shall assume that you must have some plans. Initially, when you obtained the prestige of victory in the ranking tournament, we had planned to hold 3 days of grand meals to celebrate, but were unable to do it. Now, let today be a replacement for then. Men, pass down our order." "Wait." Xianxia raised his hand and spoke. "Xianxia understands your Majesty's kindness. However, the matter concerning Burning Heaven clan requires me to leave as soon as possible. Therefore, I do not have much time left and need to settle some important stuff first. Let me cure your Majesty of your illness first." Kang Wang's body trembled and Dongfeng Xiu's face let out an excited expression. Kang Wang asked agitatedly, You are now able to remove the parasite from within our body." The power struggle within the imperial family was originally partly due to his severe illness. If he could recover and remain in control, with the power that he had established among the years, he would be able to sway the neutral parties back to his side. At that time, Kang Lin and Kang Xiu would also be afraid, and the Burning Heaven clan and Xiao Sect's plans would be foiled. Last time, junior brother Yun said that as long as we found the burning soul flower, he would be able to cure father. Now that we found it, I believe junior brother Yun would definitely be able to do it. Kang Yue said in elation. Xianxia nodded and said while smiling, "Indeed, I am certain, however, I no longer require the burning soul flower. The burning soul flower was one of the betrothal gifts from the Burning Heaven clan. It's better to return it to them and avoid any gossip." Blue Wind Imperial Palace, Emperor's Bedchamber. Kang Wan was reclining on his bed, and his pale face was tinged with a rosy color. Dongfeng Xiu, who was guarding him by his side, had a face full of expectation. "Is the burning soul flower really not required?" Kang Yue asked in a somewhat anxious tone. Xianxia nodded in agreement. "The soul-devouring life-binding parasite is linked with the lifeline of the host. If it is to be eliminated directly, the host is also likely to die along with its removal. In order to eliminate the soul-devouring life-binding parasite without any effect on the host's life, it is necessary to sever the lifeline link present between it and the host. And the only thing that can make this possible is the burning soul flower that possesses the soul detach. ability. However, the special ability I recently obtained can also make this possible. I'll be starting now. Your Majesty, please relax your body and take slow breaths, bringing your heartbeat to a steady rate. Kang Wan complied with his words as he breathed a few times, and soon after breathing for a while, he felt calmed down. Yun Qi, standing in front of his bed, extended his left hand toward Kang Wan. Along with a brilliant red flash, his red, profound handle appeared in the form of a spherical radiance and floated over to Kang Wan's chest. "What is this?" Dongfeng Xiu looked at the profound handle in astonishment. In the profound sky continent, only those who lived in the sacred grounds knew about the existence of profound handle. Although Ling Kun casually mentioned some words about the profound handle to the 10 large sects at the Heavenly Sword Villa that day, what he actually said was nothing more than its name, and no one really knew about how the profound handle looked like. Yun Qi didn't reply to him. He closed his eyes and quickly concentrated his mind. Dongfeng Xiu also shut down his mouth and didn't ask anything again. He observed the bizarre thing that was occurring in front of his eyes with a slight frown on his face. It was something that completely transcended his knowledge. After a little while, Yun Qi opened his eyes. "Your Majesty, restrain every bit of profound power in your body. You'll soon feel something invading your chest. When that happens, no matter what, don't try to resist it." Kang Wan gave a little nod. Yun Qi let out a light breath. Even if he was sure about his success, this was, after all, the first time he was using the profound handle this way and couldn't help feeling nervous in his heart. So as to ensure that no mistake happens during the process, he immediately opened the first and second profound entrances, right when he activated Burning Heart. A sudden change happened to the radiance before his eyes. The originally red-colored profound handle had surprisingly turned into orange color all of a sudden, and after maintaining the orange color for a second, it immediately became yellow. The aura of the profound handle's power had also increased by twice as much as before. "This strange thing can actually change its color," Kang Yue cried out in surprise. However, Yun Qi could only stare blankly at this sudden change. "What's going on here? How can the color of the profound handle change to yellow?" Grandfather said that after the awakening of profound handle, it wouldn't change throughout one's life. When my profound handle awakened, it was clearly the lowest ranked red profound handle, so how can it alter like this? Furthermore, not only did its color alter, its strength has also become as strong as a yellow profound handle. "Wait a minute, don't tell me." Yun Qi suddenly thought of a possibility and quickly closed his second profound entrance while maintaining the evil soul state. Immediately, the profound handle changed from yellow to orange. Yun Qi closed his evil soul gate as well, and maintained a state with all the profound entrances closed, which made the profound handle to at once change back to red again. Yun Qi reactivated Burning Heart, and the profound handle instantly changed from red to yellow. Watching the strange phenomena of the radiant profound power's continuous color change, Yun Qi's expression grew even grimmer. Dongfeng Xiu and Kang Yue held their breaths and didn't dare to make any sound, as they thought the phenomena reflected Yun Qi's progress in some way and opted to act with prudence. Yun Qi believed that Yun Kanghai absolutely wouldn't deceive him. As such, this kind of change in profound handles was definitely abnormal. Perhaps it was due to my own special profound veins. A profound handle was derived from both the blood vessels and profound veins. It was extremely possible that he awakened the weakest, red profound handle because of his originally damaged profound veins, and he had just rebuilt new ones at the age of 16. There was no difference between his evil god's profound veins and normal profound veins under its normal state. But with every opened gate, the power of his profound veins would be further boosted. In the same ratio, there would be a leap in the power of evil god's profound veins with every opened gate. He already knew that the power of the profound handle and profound veins were interrelated, so he wondered whether the mutation of his profound handle occurred due to the particularity of his profound veins, and also pondered over the possibility of the leap in his profound power being the factor that was spurring on a qualitative change in the profound handle. This was the only one explanation. Not only could his profound handle be a manifestation of his power, it could also be a manifestation of his spirit. Moreover, he was able to freely switch between them any time he wished. This uniqueness of his profound handle that simply overturned the common sense further increased the odds of him eliminating the malicious parasite present in Kang Wan's body. Only he never thought that even before starting to eliminate the malicious poison, he would come across such an accident. No, wrong. Rather than calling this an accident, it'd be better to call this a completely unexpected pleasant surprise. Although in the beginning, his feelings toward the profound handle wasn't as intense as that of the people of his Yun clan. But it was after all a powerful and unconventional ability. In the eyes of the people of Yun clan, it was even more so a spiritual power. Every increase in the power of the profound handle would result in a substantial upgrade of their overall strength. A red profound handle could only display 10% of one's strength, but a yellow profound handle could display 30% of one's strength. As every opened gate could trigger a qualitative change in the profound handle, then when he opens Purgatory, he should be able to change it into the green profound handle, which can display 40% of one's strength. In the future, when he would be able to open Rumbling Heaven, he could even change it into the cyan profound handle, similar to what Yun Kanghai possessed. But when he would be able to open Hades, he could even exceed Yun Kanghai and have a blue profound handle, which could display one's 60% strength. Just how much of a frightful assistance would the profound handle would be then? Thinking about the possibilities, Yun Qi's heart felt a bit excited. He at once suppressed down all these unnecessary emotions and concentrated his mind. Very soon, the yellow profound handle that was floating above Kang Wan's chest disappeared and changed into an isolated special spiritual manifestation of Yun Qi's soul. Guided by Yun Qi's consciousness, this spiritual manifestation changed into a stream of light and rushed inside Kang Wan's body, entering through his chest. It continued running inside his heart channels and proceeded to go even deeper, finally finding the existence of the soul-devouring life-binding parasite. Then it pierced through the soul-devouring life-binding parasite's body like a needle. At this time, the soul-devouring life-binding parasite was more than twice as big as before. It was plundering Kang Wan's vitality, and the condition was already very, terribly serious. If Kang Wan wasn't an emperor, having his body nourished with countless elixirs, it was basically impossible to persist up until now. Yun Qi calmed down his heart and firmly twined the profound handle that was stuck inside the soul-devouring life-binding parasite's body, around the place where its life-soul existed. After he forcibly removed it, the profound handle left the place in a flash and released the parasite inside Kang Wan's heart channels. With a little poof sound, a bloody hole as big as half the size of a fist appeared on Kang Wan's chest, and a huge parasite which was fully deathly white in color flew out from it. The parasite fell down on the ground as Kang Wan cried out, "Ah!" in fear. After violently struggling a few times, its body didn't show any movement at all. Then it rapidly turned into a pool of clear water and disappeared without a trace. Kang Wan abruptly sat up, as if he had awoken from a nightmare. The expression on his face looked incomparably painful, and his forehead was sweating profusely. Yun Qi withdrew the profound handle and used his profound power to quickly seal up Kang Wan's chest wound. "Father, are you all right?" Scared by his action, Kang Yue quickly rushed at Kang Wan and supported him with her hands. Kang Wan stared blankly as he watched the intimidating parasite coming out of his body and turning into a pool of clear water. His face exposed the color of being relieved from a burden. After taking a long breath, he said, We're all right. Yun Qi, you have our thanks. Not only did you fulfill the greatest wish of our life, now you saved our life too. We're unable to return your favor." Yun Qi previously mentioned that the soul-devouring life-binding parasite would adhere to the host's lifeline and use it as its nutrition to grow. It shared the host's lifeline, and regardless of who died among them, the other one would also die at once. But now, the soul-devouring life-binding parasite had died out, and the way it died was also similar to what Yun Qi had described before, turning into a pool of clear water. However, even if he was feeling an unbearable pain, he was still alive, which implied that Yun Qi had been successful with his treatment. Yun Qi smiled faintly as he said, "Fortunately, I succeeded in eliminating the parasite. The whole process went more smoothly than I thought. In the end, it was nothing but a parasite with such a weak spiritual power that it collapsed at the first blow. Now, Your Majesty only needs a fortnight for a minor recovery, half a month more for a moderate recovery, and another 15 days for a major recovery, so your body can completely recover within 2 months and will be as healthy and full of energy as it was before you fell ill." "Ray, really?" Kang Yue and Dongfeng Ziu spoke in unison. "He can really recover completely. Ha 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 ha, if that's what Yun Qi says, we'll definitely believe it." Although Kang Wan did his all to maintain an emperor's majestic presence, his voice clearly trembled with excitement. To a person who had originally already given up hope, being bedridden for several years and on the verge of death, hearing Yun Qi's words would be undoubtedly no different from heavenly music. Amen, Yun Qi nodded, expressing his certainty. The reason of His Majesty's poor health is the great amount vitality that's separated away from his body. But vitality is different from blood's essence and can be restored gradually. Furthermore, for a member of Imperial family, the process of restoring vitality wouldn't take too much time either. However, to be able to completely recover, he has to take good care of his health. With profound power constantly tempering his body, he wouldn't face such an issue in his life again. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Dongfeng Xiu laughed in pleasant surprise. Kang Yue was even happier to the point that she practically fainted. She held on to Yun Qi's arm for support, and the rim of her eyes flickered with tears. Thank you, junior brother Yun. Feeling pleasantly surprised, together with countless other emotions, she really had no idea about what to say in this situation. Unexpectedly, Kang Wan began laughing at her behavior. Yue, is there still need to thank him anymore? You've already given your entire heart to him. There's no way one can find anything more precious than that to thank him. Ha 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 ha. Father! Although they were holding tightly on to each other in the presence of everyone and conveying their feelings of love to each other, Kang Wan openly speaking out about it still made her cheeks flush with shyness. However, her jade hand, which was grabbing Yun Qi's arm, didn't show any signs of releasing it. Yun Qi's face also showed a look of embarrassment at once, and he promptly said, Senior sister, your father requires proper rest, so we should be leaving now. Palace Chief Dongfeng, please take care of the wound on His Majesty's chest as well as his personal safety. It'd be best to not let this Gu Qiuhong person get close to His Majesty again. It's very difficult to see through his underhanded means for someone who hasn't learned medicine. Amen. Dongfeng nodded his head. You don't have to worry about it. I won't let anyone plot against His Majesty again. As for Gu Qiuhong, humph, though I can't meddle with him, if I ever get an opportunity to pay him back for what he did, I'll make sure that he dies a tragic death. Yun Qi and Kang Yue took their leave and walked away from the bedchamber. Then they walked side by side and arrived at the moon-embracing palace. All the red ribbons and red lights that were decorating the moon-embracing palace had been removed by this time, and not even a trace of them was left behind. Seeing this situation, Kang Yue also quietly let out a breath of relief. She was afraid Yun Qi would feel uncomfortable looking at the ornamentation. After they met again this time, they had finally got the chance to be alone. Kang Yue closed the palace door and tightly hugged Yun Qi. She leaned against him as she closed her eyes and didn't want to let go of him anymore. Junior brother Yun, I'm truly glad that I didn't lose you, Kang Yue softly murmured. I'm also truly glad that I didn't lose you, Yun Qi replied back in a gentle voice. Kang Yue suddenly gave a light laugh and said with fake displeasure, I think you should be saying you all instead of you, right? You bad man, you're always trying to show off, which not only caused you nearly lose your life 16 months ago, but also revealed your romantic history, HMPH. While speaking, the tip of Kang Yue's nose and lips slightly raised at the same time, though she wasn't the slightest bit angry. After losing Yun Qi and then regaining him, she was already infinitely thankful to the heavens. Here was no way she would be willing to part with him again, so how could she blame him or argue over his relationships? Romantic history? Yun Qi stared blankly. What are you? I know that you and Xia Qingyu are an officially married couple, but I never thought that you actually with Chu Yuechen, HMPH. You practically made all the men of the world into your public enemy. Yun Qi suddenly widened his eyes and asked with a stammer. This, I and little fairy, oh no, I mean about Chu Yuechen, that thing, how can it? After she heard the news of your death, she ran off to the sword management terrace and wanted to destroy the Heaven's punishment sword, as if she had lost her mind. Then she vomited blood over there and lost her consciousness. She is truly deep in love with you, which surprisingly doesn't make me jealous in the least. It's just that no one expected that happening with the owner of an icy face, icy soul, and icy heart like her. She is already the object of the infatuation of countless top-notch youths and outstanding talents. But no one thought that the icy and beautiful fairy would fall in love with you. He. This only goes to show that my junior brother Yun is great and very outstanding. I'm convinced that as long as junior brother Yun wishes, there's no woman in this world that you can't conquer. While telling this whole thing, Kang Yue's face was filled with pride. Yun Qi's mouth gaped slightly as he was dumbfounded for a while. The display of her resolute feelings toward him time and again, and the experience both of them went through together back then in the heavenly sword villa, was something impossible for her to tell anyone else, and he didn't intend to tell anyone else either. He originally thought that unless Chu Yuechen wavered from her decision and made some move, their relationship would remain an everlasting secret. He never thought that it would end up being known by everyone under the heaven. Yun Qi's scalp felt a burst of numbness. He could well imagine how much transcendent individuals like Ling Yuefeng and Xiao Juishan must hate him to the bone. The icy and beautiful fairy they could only fantasize about was actually captured by someone from the younger generation. This matter, what about Yuanba? Oh right, where is he now? Is he all right? Yun Qi originally wanted to change the subject, but when he mentioned Xia Yuanba, his heart immediately tensed up. He was afraid that Yuanba might be in depression since that day. Yuanba, I don't know. Kang Yue shook her head. After you were suppressed by the Heaven's punishment sword, I passed out. Afterwards, I saw a very long nightmare. The next day when I came to, I heard Palace Chief Qin saying that he had left the place alone and didn't let anyone obstruct or follow him. No one knows where he went. Since that time, I sent our people many times to go look for him, but we never found any clue to his whereabouts. It was as if he had all of a sudden disappeared from the Blue Wind Empire. However, I certainly believe that Yuanba is doing all right, because before leaving, he said to Palace Chief Qin that he had got his life in exchange for yours, so no matter what happens, he wouldn't let himself die easily. Talking about Xia Yuanba, Kang Yue's face also showed concern. Yuanba, Yun Qi lightly spoke out the name in remembrance. After being absent-minded for a little while, he faintly said, "That's fine too. Yuanba, I hope that by the time I find you, you would have genuinely grown up and can take charge of your responsibilities. I believe that was also the reason behind your insistence to leave by yourself." By the way, Kang Yue raised her body from Yun Qi's chest and asked, "Junior brother Yun, did you go to see Chu Yuechen and your child before coming back to the Imperial City? Is your child a boy or a girl?" Yun Qi was stunned. "Child, the child of Chu Yuechen and I, what child, what do you mean? Could it be that you do not know?" Kang Yue was slightly astounded. The fact of Chu Yuechen's pregnancy was technically supposed to be a secret, but for some reason or another, this news had already spread far and wide. Adding to this was Chu Yuechen's reputation, causing it to become news that was explosively sensational. A year ago, it had already reached the point where practically everyone knew of this. Frozen Cloud Asgard had shut its doors as well because of this. Kang Yue had thought that since Yun Qi could come back alive, he must have been able to immediately hear of this news that everyone knew of, and with his personality, rushed to the Frozen Cloud Asgard immediately to look for Chu Yuechen. Only after he had settled that large issue would he have mind for anything else. But seeing Yun Qi's response, he seemed to not know of this at all. "I didn't know." Yun Qi shook his head and took Kang Yue's hands, saying urgently, "I rushed here the first moment I'd gotten out of the sword management terrace. What did you mean by the things you just said? The child of Chu Yuechen and I. What does that mean? Could it be?" "Junior brother Yun, calm down first. About this matter, in truth, it isn't anything bad." Kang Yue consoled at once and said gently, "After what had happened to you that day, Chu Yuechen had fainted at the sword management terrace. When Grandmother Jiumu took her pulse at Heavenly Sword Villa, it was revealed that she was actually pregnant." Yun Qi's body shook fiercely. In that split second, his pupils shrunk and his mind went blank with a loud boom. After he had been reincarnated in the profound sky continent, this was the first time his soul had been shaken so fiercely. Chu Yuechen was pregnant. That time had actually impregnated her, had brought about a child between Chu Yuechen and him. Since that day, 17 months had passed. Counting the time, their child should have been born 7 months ago. It was as if torrential rains and mighty waves had engulfed Yun Qi's heart. Surprise, helplessness, hesitation, joy. He had never once thought that that one coupling with Chu Yuechen would actually bring about a next generation, nor did he think that in this time when he was completely unprepared, he would actually have a child. But instantly, fright and fear seized his heart. Chu Yuechen, fairy of frozen beauty, Frozen Cloud Asgard. She was not an ordinary girl, but rather the fairy of frozen beauty who was as cold as profound ice, whose beauty surpassed all who walked the land. Furthermore, she was the head of the Frozen Cloud's 7 fairies, whose name and reputation caused lands to shake. Every one of her actions affected not just herself, but they also entailed the honor and pride of the frozen cloud Asgard. Frozen cloud Asgard had never allowed its disciples to have feelings towards men, or give themselves to another in marriage, marrying him. Xianxia had also had to fulfill the prerequisite of not developing feelings she should have towards him. As the head of the frozen cloud Asgard, this was an offense Xianxia definitely should not have committed. Her pregnancy being made public just like that would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was clear how greatly the pristine reputation that frozen cloud Asgard had upheld for a millennia would be tainted. To frozen cloud Asgard, this could just be a stain they would never be able to clear themselves of, even if an ordinary disciple were to commit such a grave offense. Frozen cloud Asgard wouldn't have been able to accept it, let alone Xianxia, who held the position with the greatest authority. Then what sort of treatment would she face when she went back to frozen cloud Asgard? Wouldn't she have to accept extremely strict punishment? Also, frozen cloud Asgard, would they let Xianxia give birth to their child? Suddenly fear rose up and filled his heart, because the possibility that the frozen cloud Asgard would allow Xianxia to give birth to this child. There was definitely none at all. Then, Xianxia's heart shook violently. His mind was in a mess, and in his extreme fear, his limbs seemed to have instantly froze. It was the first time he had felt such fear, such uncertainty. Kang Yue instantly felt Xianxia's hands grow cold. Her heart shook and she instantly consoled. Junior brother Yun, don't worry. After all, she's the world-renowned Xianxia. In all of the Blue Wind Empire, there's no one who can harm her. She will definitely be able to protect your child well. Yun-Chi lifted his hand to clutch at his forehead. He tried with all he had to make himself calm down, but was unable to. He asked, frightened, how could it be? How could something like this happen? Why must I be stuck in an inescapable place of all things when such a thing is happening? What will happen to her? How will frozen cloud Asgard treat her? Also, there's our child. He clutched at Kang Yue's shoulders in a panic, saying, Senior sister, tell me quickly. Is there any more news about her after that? How is she now? Did frozen cloud Asgard allow her to have her child? Kang Yue shook her head as her eyes became hazy. Not long after that happened, frozen cloud Asgard closed its doors completely, and even the disciples who were away had all been summoned back. Even until now, frozen cloud Asgard is still in that state, and there has been no news from it since then. All who tried visiting frozen cloud Asgard were refused entry, and there has been absolutely no news about Xianxia. Yun-Chi's hands gripped even harder by a bit. After a long while, he breathed forcefully and spoke to Kang Yue in a controlled voice. Senior sister, the poison has already been removed from your father. Besides the fact that he is completely sapped of strength at the moment, he should be all right. As long as the situation is handled well, he will recover completely, so you do not have any need to worry. After your father's condition takes a turn for the better, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince will definitely be worried. Adding to that the deterrence caused by my display, then there should be no trouble for a while. For this period of time, you should stay obediently within the palace and not go anywhere. You're leaving? Yes, I must leave. Yun-Chi's eyebrows furrowed, and he said resolutely, I need to make a trip to frozen cloud Asgard immediately, or my heart will never be at peace otherwise. I know that this is very unfair to you, but after I return, I promise. You don't need to say any more. Kang Yue reached a hand out to press at Yun-Chi's lips. She looked at him lovingly. My junior brother Yun might be amorous, but he is also one who treasures the people around him the most. This is a choice that junior brother Yun should make himself. Set your mind at rest and go. I believe in this world there's nothing you cannot handle. I can imagine that the destiny between both of you must have been filled with many coincidences and hardships. Since the heavens have predestined your union, then it would not have the heart to let this end in failure. She will be fine, and your child will be fine too. I only hope that no matter what happens, you will keep yourself safe. I will stay in the palace, not go anywhere, and await your return every day. Your relatives at Floating Cloud City are also awaiting your return. Kang Yue's words swept through Yun-Chi's heart like a warm breeze. He held Kang Yue's soft and slender body and nodded heavily, pressing a kiss on her forehead. After that, he turned around and left quickly. Yun-Chi did not have his own contracted, profound beast, so he had to walk. He went at full speed, rushing straight out of the palace like a madman. The Imperial bodyguards at the side of the walkway could only feel a gale pass by them, and by the time they could react, there was already nothing left of him but half a shadow. Yun-Chi was not clear about the exact location of frozen cloud Asgard. and only knew that it was at the snow region of extreme ice at the northern border of Blue Wind, even further north than the wasteland of death. Very quickly, Xianxia was already out of the Imperial Palace, and after gathering enough food, medicine, and water from the Imperial City, he headed northwards. His first stop would be the wasteland of death. On the straight path from the Blue Wind Imperial City to the snow region of extreme ice was an intersection of the wasteland of death. If he wanted to get to the frozen cloud Asgard on the shortest possible path, he would have to get through the wasteland of death. However, as the wasteland of death was far too dangerous, practically everyone would choose to take the detour. But Xianxia headed straight for the wasteland of death. He wanted to reach the frozen cloud Asgard in the shortest possible time. Throughout the entire journey, he traveled facing the wind. The north wind was slightly cold and gradually cooled his mind down. A suspicion that made his blood boil slowly took root in his mind. After the shockingly huge revealment of Chu Yuechen's pregnancy, those from the frozen cloud Asgard would definitely force those who first found out keep it a secret. The one to find out first was grandmother Jiumu, who was close to her late 200s and was definitely not one to speak flippantly. If there were others at the scene then even if it was Heavenly Sword Villa, she would still not spill a matter so crucial to the frozen cloud Asgard. Nor would she not understand how great an impact it would cause if word were to spread, and how much of a blow it would cause to the pristine reputation of the frozen cloud Asgard. Then why would news of this matter spread out, and even to the ends of the earth? According to Kang Yue's description, news began to spread like fire not long after, making it seem like someone was manipulating the situation to spread the news as fast as possible. Whether news of this matter spread or not to the frozen cloud Asgard, to Chu Yuechen's influence, it was undoubtedly a difference between heaven and earth. There must have been someone who had dispersed the information on purpose and added fuel to the fire. Who was it exactly? Xianxia gritted his teeth silently. If it was really like this, then no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price in full. Although Xianxia's speed was fast, he still could not match that of a high-quality aerial profound beast. As evening approached, Xianxia, who had been hurrying with all his might, was beginning to tire out. On the way, he bought a somewhat good-quality profound horse and traveled by night. After the profound horse's strength was drained, he abandoned it immediately and bought a new one. By the second afternoon, he was already 1,000 kilometers from the Blue Wind Imperial City. Xianxia was starting to regret leaving in such a hurry. He had forgotten to borrow Kang Yue's giant snow eagle. 3 days later, the familiar town finally appeared before his eyes. Resounding howls from the profound beasts also sounded from afar frequently. That place was the wasteland of death that spanned 900 kilometers. This was the small town that was the closest to the wasteland of death. Back then, it had taken Xianxia 10 days to reach this place from the Blue Wind Imperial City, but this time, it had only taken him not even 3 days. The profound horse below Xianxia was already exhausted, and its strength was no longer enough to sustain it. Xianxia dismounted from it and walked into the small town. To traverse through the wasteland of death that was fraught with dangerous profound beasts, a mount was not only useless, but also a burden. The town was lively as usual, as adventurers and troops hailing from different places made their ways through the not-too-wide street. Xianxia looked about, searching for a place to sell his mount. After walking a few steps, he suddenly felt a sort of strange aura. Xianxia furrowed his eyebrows and concentrated. His spiritual awareness quietly dispersed. Suddenly, from the front, back, left, right, and even from above, he felt all sorts of gazes flashing with extremely minute bloodlust. Although they had hidden it extremely well, even if they were to hide it 10 times better, they would still not be able to escape Xianxia's senses, which had been honed from the millions of times he had been hunted down in the past. And he was also very familiar with one of the auras amongst them, which was also the strongest aura. Burning Heaven Clan's great elder, Fen Moli. The Burning Heaven Clan's speed far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. They had clearly already grasped his intentions, and had arrived first at the place they knew he was bound to come to. Without batting an eyelid, Xianxia leisurely walked into the same tavern he had previously stayed in. The innkeeper still had some impression of Xianxia. After all, it would be difficult for anyone not to have a deep impression of that enormous sword Xianxia carried on his back at the time. Xianxia asked the innkeeper where he could buy a mount, then waltzed out, heading directly to the place that sold mounts. "Someone's following you," Jasmine warned. "I know," Xianxia said in a low voice. "You're in trouble this time," Jasmine said gloomily. "A total of 8 people, and they're all at the Sky Profound realm. 4 of them are 4 of the 8 Sky Profound practitioners from the Burning Heaven clan you met earlier. The strongest person among them is Fen Moli, the one who wanted to kill you at Heavenly Sword Villa. You're definitely not his opponent, and with the addition of 7 other people, it's very dangerous." "MN?" Xianxia nodded, his expression a field of calmness. "In order to kill me, they actually sent 8 Sky Profound Realm practitioners, and Fen Moli even set out personally. They really do think highly of me, however, for a little while they won't act out." "Why?" Jasmine asked. "First, they dispatched 8 in the Sky Profound Realm with the Great Elder leading the group, just to kill me. If this were to spread, Burning Heaven clan will definitely be laughed at like dogs. Second, although Burning Heaven clan's hatred for me permeates their bones, it is impossible for them not to recognize my relations with the Blue Wind Imperial family and Frozen Cloud Asgard, as well as my popularity within the Blue Wind Empire. Therefore, since I'm trapped like a turtle in a jar in their eyes, between acting now and acting when no one is present, they will naturally choose the latter." Of these 8 people, Xianxia was certain that of the 4 people from the 8 Sky Profound experts that accompanied Fen Jucheng to Blue Wind Imperial City to escort the bride, Fen Duankang and Fen Morin, the strongest of the bunch, would definitely be present. It looked as if the moment they left the city, they had transmitted a message to the clan immediately. And under the Burning Heaven clan's fury, they directed Fen Moli to lead a group out directly to kill him, met up with Fen Duankang and the others on the way there, then set out as 8 together. The Burning Heaven clan had spies spread throughout the world. In addition, he had left the city hurriedly without any disguise, and Burning Heaven clan must have ascertained his whereabouts, so it wasn't unexpected for them to have kept watch here ahead of time. To dispatch such a lineup sufficiently demonstrated the Burning Heaven clan's hatred of Xianxia to the bone. At the same time, it was also a kind of fear for his current strength. After all, strength capable of abducting Fen Jucheng under the protection of 8 Sky Profound experts was worthy of them dispatching such an exaggerated lineup. Xianxia found the place that sold mounts very quickly. The mounts sold here were a bit more diverse than what was usually sold in a small city. A large portion of the mounts being sold were tamed low-level profound beasts from the border of the wasteland of death. Among the mounts being sold, the most expensive one was the low-grade true profound one-horned beast. Xianxia spent 15 purple profound coins to purchase a one-horned beast, then directly leaped on and steered it towards the direction of the wasteland of death. In the rear, a voice filled with disdain sounded. "He's preparing to ride his mount into the wasteland of death. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't even have a contracted profound beast. In the end, he's just a little bastard who wasn't born with anything. Don't spout rubbish. Lock onto his aura and make sure not to get lost. The time to act will be upon us when we get to the wasteland of death. Is there a chance that he discovered us? His profound strength is only at the Earth Profound realm. It's impossible for him to discover our whereabouts. This time it's impossible for him to escape. Let's go." The one-horned beast madly charged the entire way and entered the wasteland of death not long after. The surrounding adventurers all had expressions of astonishment after seeing that there was someone who actually rode a mount into this place. The distribution of profound beasts in the wasteland of death was particularly concentrated. It was extremely easy for a mount to be startled in this place, and let alone travel, one could get caught up in a risky situation very easily. After entering the wasteland of death, sinister auras began enshrouding the area, and the one-horned beast under him also clearly began trembling uneasily. However, Xianxia patted its head and urged it to continue forwards at full speed. Not long after, around 10 true profound beasts pounced in front of him. Xianxia waved his arm, and 10 streaks of phoenix flame swept over, killing any true profound beast that attempted to move closer and directly stupefying the adventurers nearby in shock. In the border zone, although Xianxia had a mount, he still traveled unimpeded without any hindrances, and simply no true profound beast could near his body. Following his travel deeper into the land, he gradually neared the area where spirit profound beasts roamed. This area, to an overwhelming majority of people, was a danger zone. As far as the eye can see, there were simply only a few human silhouettes, and continuing a bit further, not a single person could be seen. This path that Xianxia chosen was precisely the path he had taken the first time he entered the wasteland of death. Although it had already been 2 years, He still remembered the distribution of profound beasts and geography along the sides of the road. Very quickly, the place within his memories appeared in his line of sight. He swept the rear with his gaze for a moment, sucked in a breath of air ferociously, then suppressed his profound energy aura with all his might. After his palm ferociously whipped the one-horned beast's bottom. The one-horned beast neighed painfully and ran forward desperately. At this time, Xianxia suddenly leaped off the one-horned beast, and his body released a ray of blue light for a split second. Frozen cloud wall. Crack. With a light sound, a light blue translucent barrier suddenly appeared around Xianxia, causing Xianxia's already suppressed aura to be isolated even more. At the same time, Xianxia's yellow profound handle shot out from his arm, transforming into a blurry human silhouette riding on the back of the one-horned beast, and followed the madly dashing one-horned beast far away. The frozen cloud wall-covered Xianxia was like a fish that had tunneled into a stone wall, his body vanishing instantly. Frozen cloud wall was a relatively ordinary profound technique from the frozen cloud arts. Its function wasn't defense, but to conceal one's aura. Of course, this kind of concealment couldn't be done perfectly. If a powerhouse such as Fen Moli tried to detect him with rapt attention, he would still be able to discover his whereabouts. However, on the whole journey, Xianxia had deliberately adjusted his own profound energy aura to the same intensity as the profound handle he had just released. The profound handle that had followed the one-horned beast was sufficient to confuse their senses, and at most, cause them to lock onto the wrong position for an instant. And the Burning Heaven clan experts, whose gazes were locked upon the aura of the profound handle, were unlikely to divert most of their focus to detect nearby concealed auras. The concealing ability of the frozen cloud wall should be sufficient to avoid them. In the short span of 10 breaths' time, 8 human silhouettes appeared in front of the place Xianxia had been previously. A cold voice which had been deliberately lowered sounded, "I think our opportunity is at hand, Great Elder. Should we make a move now?" HMPH, Fen Moli's voice sounded. "I really want to capture him back to the clan and have him endure all of our torture. Letting him die here just like this is really letting him off too lightly. Go. Remember, this brat is crafty and cunning, and his different moves are even more strange and unpredictable. Don't waste your words with him. Kill him directly." As Fen Moli's voice descended, the 8 people who had originally been in a concealed state instantly released their profound energies. Transforming into 8 scorching gales, they flew towards the direction the one-horned beast was headed. "Bastard, hand your life over." How could the speed of a low-level true profound beast compare to that of a sky-profound powerhouse? In the blink of an eye, the one-horned beast had already appeared in their lines of sight. Thunder-like roars sounded, but before the roars had subsided completely, the 8 people were struck dumb at the same time, because Xianxia's silhouette simply wasn't on the back of the madly dashing one-horned beast N. At this time, even Xianxia's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Bastard, we were tricked by that brat." Fen Moli was so angry that his lips turned purple and his entire body began quaking. He had originally thought that Xianxia was like a turtle trapped in a jar, and that they would be able to put him to death any minute. He didn't expect that they, 8 people from the upper level of the Burning Heaven clan, would actually be played by someone from the younger generation, which they should have been able to capture easily. Could it be that he discovered us at an earlier time? What crafty methods to have actually hidden from all of our spiritual perceptions? Fen Moli gnashed his teeth in anger. He waved his arm. He definitely fled towards another direction, but he certainly didn't go very far. "We'll split up and look for him. Fen Moyu and I will head back to look for him. Duankang Morin, each of you bring 2 other people and travel east and west. Go!" Following Fen Moli's command, the 8 people split up rapidly towards 3 different directions with speed akin to lightning. Whoosh! A gust of scorching wind swept over the stone wall which Xianxia had hidden in. Under Fen Moli's rage, their speed was almost twice as fast as their previous speed, and the 8 people disappeared completely from his line of sight in the blink of an eye. Xianxia, after waiting for several breaths' time, hopped out from within the stone wall. Suppressing his aura, he quickly charged northwards. These 8 people definitely wouldn't think that Xianxia was actually between the 2 stone walls around 600 meters behind them. Xianxia was very clear that, although he had gotten rid of them temporarily, they would catch up to him sooner or later. So he specially chose terrain according to his memories that was complicated and also easily sheltered from sight. The sky gradually dimmed, and unwittingly Xianxia's footsteps entered the earth-profound beast territory. This was an incomparably frightening area, and also the first actual death region of the wasteland of death. A single earth-profound beast was already scary, and in this place, earth-profound beasts appeared in large numbers. Even if a sky-profound expert entered this place, he would have to proceed very gently and cautiously. Arriving at this location, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief instead. Earth-profound beasts covered this entire area, and Earth-profound level aura could be found everywhere. Under this sort of interference, if the Burning Heaven clan men wanted to find him, it would undoubtedly be several times harder for them to do so. "Be careful, they've caught up." Xianxia had just heaved a sigh of relief when Jasmine's warning suddenly sounded again. Xianxia's heart trembled. He rapidly controlled his breathing and leaned behind a dead tree. How many people? Only one. His profound strength is at the 4th level of the sky-profound realm. It looks like they've separated completely. Right at this time, in midair, an old man clad in a red robe neared. Afterwards, he suddenly stopped in midair, and both his eyes swept the ground beneath him like a hungry eagle, as if he had faintly discovered something. Xianxia walked out from behind the dead tree at a casual pace. Both his hands hugged his chest as he said with a smile, "Are you looking for me?" If the person that had chased over was Fen Moli or Fen Duankang, he would turn and run with his tail between his legs. If any two people appeared at once, his heart would thump. But a single old man at the 4th level of the sky-profound realm had appeared by himself. He was simply here to deliver food. Although the 4th level sky-profound realm was an extremely powerful existence in the Blue Wind Empire, 5 months earlier, Xianxia had oppressed the profound handle, which Yun Kanghai had restricted to the 4th level of the sky-profound realm, to the extent that it didn't even have the power to counter. This level of power to the current him was not in the least threatening. However, this red-clothed old man evidently didn't think this way. He looked down from atop, his gaze locked firmly upon Xianxia, roared, and pounced down like an eagle. "Little maggot, I want to see where you'll run this time." The red-clothed old man's name was Fen Moping, who was also an elder-level existence from the Mo generation of the Burning Heaven clan. As an ultra-strong sky-profound realm expert, those feelings of pride and superiority that were sufficient to disdain Blue Wind had already accompanied him for tens of years. How could he take a youngster that had just turned 19 seriously? Although Fen Duankang and Fen Morin stated how formidable Xianxia was, he simply didn't believe it at all. Admittedly, 6th level of the Earth-profound realm at only 19 years of age was astonishing. But it was only the Earth-profound realm after all. No matter what, it was impossible to be a match for the Sky-profound realm. He believed even more that Fen Duankang and Fen Morin's statements towards Xianxia were exaggerated, and that their words were exaggerated only to cover up their own low level and faults. Fen Moping evidently didn't have any notion of wasting words with Xianxia. His hands pushed out, and an enormous purple-blue flame python descended from above. Accompanied with a roar that caused one's heart to palpitate, it seemed as though it was a genuinely angry dancing python. Xianxia raised his head and reached out to grab at the flame python. In the first second, everything was tranquil and quiet, but in the next second, the profound energy in his body bubbled forth like a volcanic eruption, and Xianxia grabbed onto the flame python in one swipe, R.I.P. In the midst of Fen Moping's shocked gaze, Xianxia's arm actually directly passed through the flame python. With a swing, the flame python was directly ripped into 2 halves, and with another swing, the originally terrifying python-shaped flame instantly became numerous small flame particles which rapidly vanished in midair. What? Fen Moping's face was filled with incredulity. To have directly ripped apart his flame with one hand, few could accomplish this, even if this had happened in the Burning Heaven clan. In the midst of this enormous shock, feelings of unease finally began to rise in his heart. However, at this time, after diving down, the distance between him and Xianxia was only 10 meters. His face became overcast as he immediately resorted to using the Burning Heaven blade. As if a dragon, the flames directly hacked at Xianxia. Although the 8 great sky-profound practitioners from the Burning Heaven clan had split up to look for him, the distances between each other wouldn't be too great. The instant Fen Moping had found him, he would have immediately contacted the others, and they ought to be heading this way. Thus, he had to resolve this in the shortest time possible and immediately leave this area. With the dragon fault in Xianxia's hand, he opened Burning Heart, and the immense power of the heavy sword surged out like a tsunami. In an instant, more than half of the flames on Fen Moping's blade were directly extinguished from the pressure. He only felt that his body was as like a leaf being torn within a storm that could break apart at any time. The shock he suppressed with great effort instantly grew tens of times greater. He couldn't believe no matter what, that profound strength clearly belonging to the Earth profound realm could actually let out such a terrifying power. This was simply unthinkable, not in accordance to common sense at all. If he did not witness it up front and personal, he absolutely would not have believed it. Only now did he finally start to believe that Fen Duankang and Fen Morin's words seemed to not be an exaggeration. In the midst of his shock, Fen Moping no longer dared to hold anything back anymore. The profound energy in his entire body bubbled forth as he produced a great roar, and the flames on his sword ignited once again, facing Xianxia's heavy sword. Crack, Fen Moping's sword shattered into small pieces like fragile glass, and the flames above the sword completely extinguished before they even had a chance to explode. Fen Moping groaned, and his body was sent flying like a kite that had its string cut. After landing on the ground, he took 7 steps back continuously, then fell on his bottom. He stood up immediately and did his best to suppress his churning energy and blood. He raised his head, his face filled with alarm and shock. "You!" After just saying "you," his pupils contracted fiercely. Xianxia was carrying his heavy sword and directly charging towards him, and his distance to him was less than 5 steps. At the time of this matter of life and death, Fen Moping frantically maneuvered the disordered, profound energy in his body, constructing a powerful flame barrier. Only a bang sound could be heard, and following the collision of the barrier and the heavy sword, the flame barrier was smashed to pieces instantly. Fen Moping rolled away like a rubber ball and finally came to a stop after several tens of revolutions. With the obstruction of the profound barrier, although he was battered and exhausted, he hadn't received any heavy injuries. He stood up with difficulty, pointed at Xianxia and said with a shrill voice, "You, who are you? Who's your master?" A 19-year-old at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm, and this 6th level Earth Profound Realm could actually cause him to nearly not have enough energy to retaliate. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of matchless eccentric could nurture such a young man. At the very least, the 4 major sects of the Blue Wind Empire definitely didn't have this capability. Xianxia walked over while dragging the heavy sword, and a cold smile hung on the corners of his mouth. "Who am I? What? You obviously chased me here to kill me, yet you actually forgot my name. I guess I'll have to remind you again. My name is Xianxia. When you go report to Yama, don't forget to bring up my name. As for my master's name, you don't have the qualifications to know." An ice-cold, sinister killing intent locked onto Fen Moping, causing his entire body to suddenly feel cold. Although his injuries weren't heavy, Xianxia's 2 strikes had caused the energy and blood in his entire body to go into a state of disorder. He barely had any energy left to run away. He subconsciously took a step back and said with a stutter, "You, if you dare to kill me, Burning Heaven clan definitely won't let you off." "What a joke!" Xianxia laughed coldly. "Who's letting who off isn't clear yet. It's you guys that have been provoking me time and time again. It looks like your Burning Heaven clan has a habit of relying on force to bully others, and have been killing whoever you want to kill this whole time. It's a pity, but you shouldn't have provoked me." As his voice descended, Xianxia smashed down at Fen Moping, and the surrounding space around the regions the heavy sword passed through trembled faintly. Fen Moping stared wide as he shouted himself hoarse. "Junior, do you really believe just you alone can kill me?" Fen Moping's entire body leaped up and pulled up 100 feet instantly. Only when one's profound strength reached the sky profound realm would one be able to use the profound floating technique and fly in midair. So long as he reached a high altitude, Xianxia basically wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As he flew upwards, before he even had a chance to inhale a breath of air, a silhouette suddenly flashed in front of him, and Xianxia's silhouette appeared with a fiendish sneer hung on the corners of his mouth. All of a sudden, Fen Moping's pupils became the size of the eye of a needle, and that nightmarish heavy sword also magnified within his pupils. Following an enormous sound, it smashed heavily upon his head. Boom, as if a mine had exploded inside of his head, Fen Moping's mind suddenly became a field of blankness. Following the complete dispersion of his consciousness, his entire body fell to the ground like a pile of wood. His body landed with a thump, never to move again. Fen Moping had been domineering his entire life. Never would he have thought that he would ultimately die in the hands of someone from the younger generation. I took care of one effortlessly. Xianxia walked next to Fen Moping's corpse and pulled off his spatial ring. He was indeed worthy of being an elder-level figure in the Burning Heaven clan. His spatial ring stored all sorts of rare pellets and medicines, and it even had 2 jade strips with the portions of the Burning Heaven clan's profound arts recorded. To other people, the jade strips that contained the Burning Heaven clan's profound arts were the most valuable treasures. But to Xianxia, who could casually control the Phoenix Flame, it was basically completely useless. "Don't get carried away just yet," Jasmine said coldly. "Big trouble's coming to you right now." At this moment, Xianxia also swiftly turned around. Above the southern sky, 3 black dots suddenly appeared. The 3 black dots neared with extremely quick speed, and in the turn of an eye, 3 red-colored silhouettes were already projected. The 3's profound strength presence were all extremely terrifying. Especially the one in the center, his presence was even way stronger than the 2 by his side combined. Fen Moli. Xianxia's brows sunk and quickly fled toward the north without even stopping to think. When Xianxia saw them, they had also seen Xianxia's figure. A furious roar came from the sky. "Xianxia, let's see just where you can run to." Amidst the voice, as if an explosive thunder, an enormous fire dragon of more than 1.5 meters thick descended from the sky and landed in front of Xianxia while howling. In an instant, over 100 meters of the surrounding land was blown flat, and purple-colored flames burned as if it were scorching the sky. Xianxia did not dread flame in the slightest, but that frightening wave smashed onto Xianxia's chest like a heavy hammer and blew him into flipping backwards. When he gained control of his balance, the 3 in the sky had already descended at the same time and surrounded him in a triangular fashion with him in the center. These 3 people were respectively Fen Duankang, Fen Moyu, and the Great Elder Fen Moli. The 3 tightly encircled Xianxia, sealing all of the direction he could flee. With a glance, they saw Fen Moping's corpse not too far away, and all of them were greatly shocked. Rage emerged from their face, and the 17th Elder Fen Moyu said with a sunken voice, "You actually killed Moping. As expected, you are good. No wonder you could hold young clan master hostage under the presence of Pavilion Master Duankang, and even cause the clan master to make Great Elder take action personally under his rage. Do not be fooled by his profound strength presence. His strength cannot be measured by profound strength rank at all. Even it's me, it wouldn't be that easy to win against him. I'm not surprised that Moping would lose, but I didn't actually think he would die so fast in his hands." Fen Duankang directly took out the Burning Heaven blade, pointed it at Xianxia, and said in a furious voice, "Xianxia, you killed our 2nd young clan master and clan disciples, held our young clan master hostage and heavily wounded him, and now you've even killed our clan's Burning Heaven Hall elder. Today, we will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Fen Duankang was at the 8th level of the Sky Profound Realm, Fen Moyu was at the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm, and Fen Moli was a terrifying half-step into the Emperor Profound Realm. The 3's strong auras tightly locked him in and made his chest feel suffocated. His body was so stiff that he could not move for a long while. "What are you still wasting words with him for?" Fen Moli said furiously. 8 superbly strong masters of his sect chasing one person, and had even lost track of him once. This was already a humiliation that made him lose all of his face. As Xianxia's path of escape was now blocked, his rage that had been held in for a long time also finally exploded. "This old man will personally send you to hell." Fen Moli vaulted up, and both hands pushed toward Xianxia. Instantly, the space below distorted to a great extent, as several dozens of meters burst apart and sunk down like tofu. Without much of a sign of induction by profound energy, a huge sea of purple-colored flames appeared in midair and flooded toward Xianxia accompanied by a vast air wave. Xianxia's brows stood on their ends. Facing Fen Moli, he simply didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. All of the profound energy in his body surged unreservedly, and behind him, an enormous blue wolf howled facing the sky. "Sky Wolf slash!" Frenzied strength flooded out of the dragon fault, turned into a huge figure of a wolf and rushed toward the flame sea that fell from the sky above. RUMMMBLE. In midair, the purple-colored flame sea and the sky wolf's power exploded simultaneously. In that instant, it was as if all the sound in the world had disappeared. The berserking strength ruthlessly swept the space. The powerful strength of Sky Wolf impacted the flame sea into 2 halves, but in the blink of an eye, it was reversely engulfed by the purple-colored flames. POOM? The Sky Wolf's mirage was annihilated. Yun Qi's chest stifled, and his entire body violently flew backwards. A wave of powerful energy invaded his body, wantonly destroying his tendons and meridians. A mouthful of blood reversed up his throat and sprayed out into the sky. Bang! The heavy sword abruptly stabbed onto the ground and stopped Yun Qi's body. Blood hung from the corner of Yun Qi's mouth. His left arm was dislocated, and all the air and blood in his body boiled to the point of almost exploding. However, a laugh of contempt came out of his mouth instead. Ha 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 ha. So Burning Heaven Clan's great elder is also just of this caliber. A strike, while furious, was actually endured frontally by me, who's merely a junior of Earth Profound Realm. It really is a huge joke, ha 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 ha. Although Fen Moli was extremely strong, his reserves of energy and strength were not proportionate. And character-wise, he was as irritable as a fire, or else he wouldn't have struck out at Yun Qi during the ranking tournament due to Fen Jubai being injured gravely. The mockery in Yun Qi's words angered him greatly. Little maggot, your death is nigh, yet you're still reluctant to beg for forgiveness. Your escape from calamity 16 months ago is really a great gift the heavens have granted me. Today I'll guarantee you a torturously painful death that'll have your corpse in pieces. Just with your ability, Yun Qi sneered. At the ranking tournament, just as I had defeated that trash Fen Jubai from your Burning Heaven clan, you struck out at me despicably under the watchful eyes of the audience. From behind the shadows, you'd launched a sneak attack when no one was prepared. What great elder of the Burning Heaven clan are you? Bullshit. Such a mad dog which bites without care for honor or pride. A mad dog like you which stinks unbearably. You think you'll be able to kill me, Yun Qi? As the impressive great elder of the famed Burning Heaven clan, Fen Moli would usually not even have the chance to hear a single disrespectful sentence towards his person, so it was impossible for him to hear such toxic words. Instantly, all his hair rose up. Angered, sparks crackled around, and his hands shook uncontrollably in his extreme anger. You little maggot, I'll take your life first, then I'll shred your mouth to pieces. Fen Moli exploded, and a terrifying aura seemed to have exploded like a bomb from within him. A deep purple dragon-shaped flame burst into life from his body and surged around him. Following which, the dragon-shaped flame circled around his arms, heading straight for Yun Qi. Fen Moli had struck in such anger, so it was safe to say that this attack was completely without any reservations. Wherever his body was, great cracks would appear in the ground beneath his feet, forming deep crevices that rapidly grew in length. Fen Duankang and Fen Moyu, who were on either side of him, were instantly thrown back by this bout of mad rage. Also having trained in the Burning Heaven arts and familiar with Fen Moli's strength, they couldn't help but fear for their lives. Clearly, Fen Moli was completely enraged. Under Yun Qi's scornful words and thorough derision, all his rational thoughts were thrown to the wind. They backed away instantly, not wanting to get hurt unintentionally by Fen Moli's attack in his anger. As for moving forth to help, that was even more of a joke. A colossal wave surged up, and the dried leaves and trees from Yun Qi's front, sides, and even back began to wildly burn, yet he was still not the least fazed. Rather, he laughed manically. Ha ha ha, a mad dog like you dares to claim to be an elder. Mad dog Fen Moli, eat your granddaddy Yun's sword. His explosive aura did not frighten his opponent, but rather it earned him an even more vicious scolding. Every cell in Fen Moli was about to explode, and each of his pores were shaking in fury. You mongrel! I'm not fit to be called human if I don't separate you into a million pieces. The flame dragon on Fen Moli's arm grew even more irritable. Gathering all the energy in his body and concentrating it on his arms, he swore to launch an attack that was bound to reduce Yun Qi to the finest flecks. Yet Yun Qi did not seem to have any intention of escaping or dodging. He lifted his heavy sword and rushed at him with a loud roar. He could feel exactly how terrifying the attack he was about to face was. That was the pinnacle of strength brought about by extreme rage by the extremely strong opponent who was half a step into the Emperor Profound Realm. Just when the two were about to collide, the heavy sword in Yun Qi's hands suddenly disappeared, and his defensive energy exploded in an instant. Sealing cloud-locking sun? Boom. Vibrations passed through the air, and the land wept miserably. A tongue of purple fire up to 300 meters long shot up, dyeing the entire sky purple. The area around them of 300 meters in radius was instantly engulfed in a sea of purple fire. One dragon-shaped fire after another weaved through the chaos. Vegetation, trees, and even rocks, all of these burned up, and within the fire, a lone figure shot out into the distance like a shooting star, disappearing instantly from Fen Moli's line of sight. A voice filled with hate and murderous intent came arrogantly from far away. "Fen Moli, you old dog, one of these days I'll end your miserable life with my own hands." After Fen Moli had put all his strength into that attack, his body was, for a short period of time, in deficit. But he could clearly feel that what he had struck wasn't Xianxia's body, but an extremely resilient protective barrier. That protective barrier might have been crushed by him, but it had resisted at least 90% of his strength, and he had not been able to deal any large damage to Xianxia. And Xianxia's voice from far away was still filled with strength, not seemingly to hold any traces of being weak or seriously injured. In a moment, he understood. Xianxia had been inciting him to anger on purpose, and then he had borrowed the power of his full-out attack under immense anger to escape. Fen Moli's entire being became like gunpowder situated just a while away from the scene of an explosion. All the blood in his body was about to explode. He was actually fooled yet again. Like a foolish dog, he had been led by his tail. His entire body shook uncontrollably, and like a mad dog, he rushed towards where Xianxia had escaped to, shouting with a violently ear-splitting voice, "Xianxia, I'll kill you." "Kill you?" Fen Duankang was shocked for a while. He was very familiar with the way Xianxia had escaped, because just 3 days ago, it was the exact same method Xianxia had used to get past the countless layers of obstruction that were separating him from Fen Jucheng. He had borrowed the strength of Fen Morin's full-out attack to rush right in front of Fen Jucheng straight away. However, to achieve this move, it was definitely not that simple. Xianxia's ability to forcefully endure through Fen Morin's hit and come out completely unharmed was already enough to shock him then. But he didn't dare to believe that Xianxia would have actually been able to survive that full-out attack by Fen Moli and still come out without any heavy injuries. Rather, he had borrowed the power of that attack and escaped. That was an attack of full strength from someone who was half a step into the Emperor Profound realm. How could it be that easy to borrow such strength, even if his opponent was an exceptionally strong practitioner, who was similar a half step into the Emperor Profound realm? Taking on this hit directly would definitely cause him to be injured heavily. If that was a type of protective profound skill, then what a great protective profound skill it was to be strong to such an unthinkable level. "Let's chase up, quick!" Fen Duankang and Fen Moyu followed Fen Moli quickly as they headed forwards. Although Sealing Cloud Locking Sun had completely resisted 90% of Fen Moli's strength, the remaining 10% made Xianxia extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia clutched at his chest, and after flying far away, his body's impulse finally vanished. After he had descended, he took a good look at the terrain, and again he utilized the frozen cloud wall. At the same time, he waved his arm, and the profound handle flew out, heading towards the valleys in the northwest direction, while he rushed in the northeast direction towards the Black Forest while under the protection and cover of the frozen cloud wall. This was actually a replay of the skill which was also used the last time. But the profound handle was too mystical of an existence that even a person like Fen Moli could not understand it at all. In this location that Xianxia had specifically chosen, all the terrain was shielded from sight, so even being in midair would not be of any help in chasing down a person. They could only rely on locking in on that person's aura. However, the berserk Fen Moli had undoubtedly chased straight away in the northwest direction, rushing straight towards a valley, until Xianxia's aura, which he had locked in on, suddenly completely vanished. Fen Moli's footsteps stopped, and Fen Mocking and Fen Moyu also chased up quickly. They surveyed their surroundings and furrowed their brows. That punk's aura actually vanished. What's going on? He won't be able to escape. Fen Moli's eyes scanned the surroundings with deadly coldness as the fire on his arms ignited. His aura just suddenly disappeared here, so he must have used some method of concealing his aura and identity. He should be nearby. He won't be able to escape. While speaking, Fen Moli's right arm shot out violently. A dragon of flame crashed into the mountain on the right with a bang, completely leveling most of the mountain's walls into flat land. "Don't think I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding. Even if I have to incinerate every inch of ground, I'll still leave your corpse without a burial ground." In his enraged howls, shots of purple flames fell from the sky, exploding mountain after mountain, and large holes were also dug into the ground. Before long, the once desolate and empty dried-up canyon that no profound beast was willing to stay in was filled with utter destruction, and a large sea of flames began spreading rapidly. Just when the dry canyon was experiencing a disaster which could see no end, Xianxia had already made his way into the depths of the Black Forest. After ascertaining that no one was following behind him, he let out a sigh, falling into the shrubbery while clutching his chest. The clothes on Xianxia's body were already tattered beyond recognition, and his chest was a mess of flesh and blood, yet it was merely a superficial injury, and it had not caused any harm to his internal organs. After taking a few gulps of breath, Xianxia sat up slowly. Placing his left arm on his right elbow, he pushed forcefully, and with a crack, his dislocated arm was pushed back to its original position. He shifted and allowed half of his body to rest against a large tree. Closing his eyes, he quickly activated the great way of the Buddha. With the misguidance of the profound handle and the muddy aura of the Black Forest, along with the overgrowth of strange trees, it was extremely easy to get lost within this place. It was difficult for men from the Burning Heaven clan to be able to find him for a long while. After resting for 2 hours, his body had already recovered to around 60 to 70%. Opening his eyes and making sure of where he was heading towards, he cautiously made his way northwards. Undoubtedly, the misguidance of the profound handle was absolutely perfect, because amongst the practitioners in the Blue Wind Empire whom he knew of, none were able to correctly recognize his aura. Therefore, even though Fen Moli and his men were extremely certain that Xianxia had escaped in the northwestern direction, when the 7 men searched, they were only able to discern it to be in the northwest. By the time they finally moved northeast in frustration and defeat, after not being able to find him for a few days, Xianxia would have cautiously made his way through the extremely dangerous sky, profound beast territory, and gone into the heart of the wasteland of death. This was a spacious and empty piece of land. Some parts were bumpy, while others were as smooth as the blade of a knife. Although 2 years had already passed, traces of the fierce battle between Chu Yuechen and the flood dragons that year were still here. At the same time, there were no extra marks left behind by profound beasts. Although both flood dragons had already been destroyed, their remaining might and the faintly discernible dragon aura still warded off the beasts from the wasteland of death, and none dared to go near. On the spacious and empty land, the only hill that had not been destroyed seemed all the more lonely and eye-catching. Below the hill was a pitch-black cave entrance. "I'm finally back here," Xianxia muttered quietly. After looking around, he quickly rushed towards the cave beneath that hill. Stepping into the cave, the light was quickly consumed by gloom. Everything here was the same as he remembered it to be. What was most memorable about this place was that it was the location he had united with Chu Yuechen. Also, because of their union here, their destinies were intertwined. Their strands of fate were no longer able to be apart from each other. And there was also an unexpected crystal of life. After stewing in his thoughts for a while, Xianxia shook the distracting thoughts out of his mind and lifted his head. "Primordial Azure Dragon, are you still there?" In the split second that Xianxia's voice fell, an expansive, limitless wave descended, as if the blue dome of heaven had collapsed. At the same time, a pair of azure blue eyes that were as deep as the valleys peered opened in the dark firmament above. "Human, you who have inherited my bloodline have returned, and this time it has happened sooner than I'd expected. In less than 2 years, you are already at the late stages of the Earth Profound Realm. Well done." This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia had to cross the wasteland of death and come back to this place once again. He spoke with his head facing up. "When I left last time, you said that if I could step into the Earth Profound Realm within 3 years, you would grant me the Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul." "That's right, of course I wouldn't forget." An elderly voice slowly came from the space above. "On you there carries a sliver of my hope. I more than anyone wish for you to get stronger even faster. As expected, you did not disappoint me. In this low-level plane, it is commendable that you could progress so shockingly fast in such a short amount of time. Your current body and psyche is enough to bear my marrow and the last of my divine soul as well. Now I will grant them to you. Please close your eyes and let go of all your mental and physical defenses." As the primordial azure dragon's voice fell, a fist-sized crystal that emitted a star-like radiance suddenly appeared above Xianxia. The crystal slowly descended and floated in front of Xianxia's forehead. "The Dragon God's marrow can make your bones like fine steel and your marrow like an impregnable fortress. The blood and strength you lose will be endlessly and inexhaustibly recovered with an even faster speed. The great way of the Buddha granted you the powerful strength, constitution, and physical recovery capability. Even though the body's recovery capability that Dragon God's marrow could grant you is far inferior than the great way of the Buddha. Your strength recovery capability will far surpass that of ordinary beings. Opponents evenly matched with you in strength will be destined to not be your match. The Dragon God's soul will refine your spirit and soul, giving you powerful mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Your soul will also gain the attribute of the Dragon God from this. The crystal that was like the night sky suddenly cracked open in front of Xianxia, and a wave of powerful, ethereal, and vast energy aura dispersed outwards. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly felt like he was within a boundless field of stars. A ball of faintly discernible silhouette floated in front of him. That was precisely the Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul from the primordial azure dragon. The aura of power coming from them felt so close, as if they were right within the reach, yet it also felt so distant, like there was an entire universe between them. It was a kind of ethereal feeling that Xianxia had never felt before. The plane that this power belonged to was something that Xianxia fundamentally could not comprehend. This wave of power that held the Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul slowly moved towards Xianxia. Wherever it passed, the space actually formed layers upon layers of ripples. Just the naturally emitted aura could already instigate the distortion of space, so the strength, density, and grade of the power hidden within was simply impossible to imagine. I had wanted to grant you the Dragon God's marrow first, then grant you the Dragon God's soul after, and help you finish fusing with them as well. But seeing you today, I have changed my mind. I shall grant you the Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul at the same time, and also won't help you finish the fusion process. Everything will be you on your own. Let me see if you can complete the fusion of Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul at the same time with your own strength and willpower. If you could really do it, the benefits you will get would far surpass that of doing it with my help, especially after you conquer and fuse with the Dragon God's soul with your own strength. Perhaps you would be able to open the Dragon Soul domain that our Dragon God race had frightened all living beings in the universe with. Within the voice that was as heavy as the sea, the originally colorless energy suddenly flared out an azure-colored radiance. Before Xianxia could even react, it had already suddenly turned into a flash of light and rushed toward the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. A pain similar to being skewered by a blade assaulted him from the center of his brows, and all of the blue-colored light instantly burrowed into his body. Suddenly, a surge of energy so colossal that it was indescribable dispersed within Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt as though the inside of his body was stuffed with a boundless sky. In the next moment, his psyche quaked immensely, as if an ocean with undulating waves had suddenly flooded into his soul all at once. The indescribable ethereal, heavy, and scorching feeling assaulted him. Xianxia's heart started to fiercely beat as all of his meridians crazily twisted, as though they were all about to burst. In the depths of his soul, a burst of an indescribably powerful will broke in like an avalanche. It was so tremendous and vast that it was like a will that came from the heavens. It even made his soul, that had become incomparably tough after experienced countless perils, to tremble and shrink in fear. This was the marrow's and soul's power that came from the primordial azure dragon, a power that was much stronger than even a normal azure dragon's blood. Compared to Xianxia's mortal body, it was unknown just how many times higher their plane of existence were. Xianxia violently gasped. The veins on his forehead popped and his sweat fell like the rain, but he did not utter any sound from his mouth. Even though his pupils were constricting non-stop, they always retained a hint of a clear and awake brilliance. Xianxia's body originally did not fear any flames, but when the Dragon God's marrow entered his body, he clearly felt that there was a wisp of an extremely hot flame quickly traversing within his bones that almost scorched and pierced through all of them. The Dragon God's blood and Phoenix's blood within Xianxia's body awakened, and simultaneously suppressed toward the Dragon God's marrow, sealing it within the sternum with difficulty, and started the slow process of integration. Even though the fusion of Dragon God's marrow was not easy, with the help and suppression from the powerful evil god's profound strength, as well as the Dragon God's and Phoenix's bloodline, it wasn't too difficult either. And compared to this, fusing with the Dragon God's soul was far more than 100 times harder. If one were to compare the sea of Xianxia's soul to a clear and tranquil lake, then the Dragon God's soul flooding in would be like tossing an enormous chunk of ice into the lake. Moreover, it was the kind of ancient, profound ice that wouldn't melt in 10,000 years. For a lake to melt this kind of ancient, profound ice, the difficulty was comparable to climbing to the heavens. However, For the ancient, profound ice to freeze the lake's water, it would be a piece of cake. Within Xianxia's mind, a boundlessly vast starry sky appeared. That's right, it was a starry sky. A place that only existed in the legends but could fundamentally never be reached by an ordinary person's body and spirit. Countless stars scattered all over like chess pieces on a board. And behind him, an enormous blue-colored planet was very near. Its enormous size occupied his entire vision. At this time, a dragon cry that shook the universe came, and between the ethereal starry sky, a completely azure-colored dragon silhouette appeared. Even amongst the hundreds of thousands of stars, it still appeared to be so colossally huge. The length of its body was perhaps thousands, tens of thousands, or millions of kilometers long, or perhaps it was an enormousness that ordinary people fundamentally could not comprehend. The aura it emitted was immeasurably vast, and it carried a kind of intimidating pressure that directly entered the soul and marrow. That's the dragon god, the primordial azure dragon. ROARR, the azure dragon silhouette meandered through the starry sky and suddenly let out a long roar. Suddenly, the surrounding tens of thousands of stars burst apart in an instant within this dragon cry, and then turned into the smallest specks of dusts in the world. With just a long roar, it had destroyed countless stars with ease. Xianxia's soul trembled wildly. How terrifying of a strength was this? So this was the great strength of gods. In the myths passed through folklore, true gods could trample the land, stare down at the sky, and could create as well as destroy the world with the simple gestures. To a god, destroying stars only needed a short amount of time. However, those were just myths and legends, fiction fabricated by bored people, and sublime stories told to children for them to relish on. And the god that Xianxia was seeing at that moment was the true god amongst beasts. It was unknown just how many times stronger it was compared to the true gods in legends and tales. To destroy stars, there was not even a need for time. It only needed one roar. The starry sky started to tremble. That was the tremble of fear coming from his soul. Under the primordial azure dragon's intimidating pressure, it was as if the heaven and earth itself would bow down. It looked down upon all the things in the world, looked down upon all life, and looked down upon the way of heaven and its rules. Everything in the world was under its dictation. Before it, Xianxia felt as though he was a peck of dust before the starry sky, let alone struggle against it. He couldn't even bring out the courage to look directly at it. Xianxia was never a cowardly person. Even if he was to face an enemy twice, 10 times or even a few dozen times stronger than him, he still wouldn't truly be afraid. However, what had invaded his soul right now was the soul of a divine beast. Even though it was merely a tiny wisp, it nonetheless came from the dragon god. The enormous azure dragon seemed to have discovered him, for a pair of eyes even bigger than planets locked in onto him. Then, carrying an indescribably monstrous and imposing pressure, it rushed toward him. In an instant, the pressure that would seemingly turn the world upside down caged him in. In actuality, even though the dragon god's soul was powerful, it could quickly and easily integrate with Xianxia's soul with just the last of primordial azure dragon's will to guide and control it. But facing the current Xianxia, the primordial azure dragons will instead gave him a monstrous trial, to fuse this wisp of dragon god's soul using his own mental strength. He clearly knew just how difficult this was to a mortal being of a low plane. But if it used its will to proceed the fusing process, Xianxia's control over this wisp of dragon god's soul would be at most 40%. And if he uses his own soul's willpower to fuse with the dragon god's soul, not only would he strengthen his own soul even more, his control over the dragon god's soul would also reach a perfect 100%. That required him to make this wisp of dragon god's soul completely and entirely become his own soul. It was indeed impossible for ordinary beings to achieve it. But since Xianxia possessed several divine arts on his person, it may not necessarily be impossible. The vast universe was precisely the ocean of Xianxia's own soul, and that colossal azure dragon was precisely the azure dragon's soul that entered the sea of his soul. He had to completely conquer and integrate this azure dragon's soul within his own soul's sea. And during this process, he also had to divide out a part of his mental strength to integrate the dragon god's marrow that entered his bones. If the fusion of the dragon god's marrow were to fail, he would at most be physically injured. But if the fusion of the dragon god's soul failed, the sea of his soul would be directly destroyed. He would become a living dead without any will at all. Roar. Amidst the dragon cry, the entire starry sky was trembling. The azure dragon's silhouette darted toward Xianxia. An enormous body covered Xianxia's entire field of vision in the blink of an eye. The starry sky within his vision disappeared, and only the monstrous mouth, that seemed as though it wanted to swallow the entire heaven with one bite, was left. Xianxia's entire body was frozen stiff as his soul stirred. If he wanted to integrate the dragon god's soul, what he needed to conquer first would be the quaking of his soul under the dragon god's soul's absolute suppression. The sound of his frenzied heartbeat clearly traveled to his soul. The azure dragon's silhouette came closer and closer, and reflected a stretch of the most profound deep blue within Xianxia's pupils. At times, Xianxia trembled, and at times he stiffened. And right at this moment, his soul that was originally suppressed to complete silence suddenly began to stir crazily, as if boiling water. A roar came out of Xianxia's mouth. "This is my domain, even if you are the dictator of heaven and earth. When you enter my domain, you'll have to obediently submit to me." Amidst the roar, Xianxia widened his eyes and voluntarily rushed toward the azure dragon's silhouette, like a speck of dust rushing toward a star without any fear of death. Like a firmament, the gigantic mouth of the azure dragon's silhouette shrouded down. Instantly, the surrounding stars completely disappeared without a trace, and what replaced them was endless darkness. Boom, a rumble rang in Xianxia's mind. His entire mental world seemingly collapsed in an instant from the impact. Although he had sufficient mental preparations, he still did not expect that this mental impact would actually be so frightening. Roaring loudly, he gathered up all his consciousness and stimulated all the willpower he possessed. However, let alone subduing it, even defending against it was basically impossible. He simply couldn't stand his ground at all. He had suffered countless of injuries in his 2 lives. However, his soul had never collapsed before. His willpower was even more so, as tough as steel. But under the impact of the dragon god's soul, in just the short time of a few breaths, he was already at the verge of collapse. He felt like he was a boat made out of thin wood, tumbling around in a stormy sea, and he might be completely swallowed by the waves in the next second. He had initially thought that since the primordial azure dragon allowed him to attempt to fuse with the dragon god's soul, then this dragon god's soul should be within the scope which he could merge with, only that the difficulty would be a little high. However, he now realized that he was absolutely wrong. The strength of this god's soul was countless times stronger than he had expected. Even though he had used his extremely strong willpower to overcome his fear under the absolute suppression, he was fundamentally powerless to contend against it. Just like how, even though a young rabbit was fearless, it wouldn't be possible for it to actually beat an eagle. Crack! Xianxia's entire upper body began to tremble, and at the part where his chest was, a clear shattering sound could be heard. His spirit was completely suppressed by the dragon god's soul, and it was even about to be swallowed. It had also become impossible for him to divide his spirit to merge with the dragon god's marrow. The dragon god's marrow instantly broke through all of the suppression, and began to traverse at high speed within Xianxia's bones. Xianxia's complexion began to become even more pale as time went by, and the sweat on his forehead fell like the rain. Even the teeth which he had been clenching tightly began to become powerless. Sigh! The primordial azure dragon let out a very long sigh and muttered to itself. Could it be that my perception was wrong? In his body he possesses the evil god's profound veins, the rage god's profound arts, power of the sky wolf, the phoenix's bloodline. But did he not possess any divine soul? But then, why did I always faintly feel the presence of a divine soul in his body? Perhaps I really was mistaken. With just the soul of a human, it's entirely impossible for him to merge with the soul of a god, even if it is just a wisp of residual soul. For him to last an entire 10 breaths with merely his own soul, and yet not completely collapsing, can already be called a miracle. It seems like the aptitude of his soul's strength isn't inferior to that of his profound strength. Since that's the case, allow me to aid him in completing it after all. As the primordial azure dragon murmured, a mass of azure-colored light slowly descended from above. Just when the blue light was about to envelop Xianxia's body, it suddenly froze right there. In the air, a soft "oh" could be heard from the primordial azure dragon. On Xianxia's forehead, the flame mark which belonged to the phoenix's bloodline suddenly appeared at this moment. That was a golden-colored flame mark, and this cluster of golden flames was actually burning. Even though it was just a mark, it was actually swaying with golden-colored flames that scorched one's eyes. This, could it be? The voice of the primordial azure dragon, who was head of divine beasts at this moment, actually carried a clear hint of surprise. The sea of consciousness on the verge of collapsing that Xianxia was currently residing in had also suddenly ignited with endless flames at this moment. The starry sky, which the azure dragon's shadow had swallowed earlier, once again appeared. In Xianxia's vicinity, a vast and boundless golden sea of flames appeared, and in the air above the sea of flames, a huge scarlet-gold giant bird spread out its wings and made a long cry. Its figure was tens of thousands of kilometers long, and did not seem to be smaller than the azure dragon's silhouette. Its entire body was blazing with golden flames, and along with its long cry facing the heavens, the surrounding few dozens of stars also burned simultaneously, turning into scattering ash in the blink of an eye. Ruar, Skriech! The azure dragon's silhouette and the huge golden-colored bird roared and cried at the same time, while the huge golden-colored bird's voice was faintly even more tremoring than the voice of the azure dragon's silhouette. It blasted out a scarlet gold-colored light, and terrifying flames soared towards the sky. The flames gushed out crazily, forming countless strokes of gigantic solar prominences which filled the entire starry sky, with every solar prominence being able to swallow a star. As the scarlet gold wings flapped, all of the solar prominences flew towards the azure dragon's silhouette. Just when they were about to approach it, all of them gathered together, condensing into small-scaled sun that was scorching hot to the extremity and blinding to the point where it could even pierce a soul, and completely swallowed the gigantic body of the azure dragon's silhouette. The azure dragon's silhouette was resisting and retaliating, yet that small-scaled sun was really too dreadful. And even this wisp of soul that came from a dragon god was completely suppressed by it. Its resistance only lasted for less than 30 breaths of time, before it suddenly shattered as the roars died down, turning into blue-colored stars that fluttered throughout the starry sky. Xianxia's body severely shook, and his entire body fell onto the ground at once, as his consciousness sunk into silence. After Xianxia fainted, he did not wake up even after a long time, and the phoenix's mark on his forehead slowly faded away as well. After a long period of quietness in the air above, the voice of the primordial azure dragon once again resounded. So actually my perception was not wrong, only I did not expect that the phoenix's soul would actually bestow you with such a big gift. Looks like it is the same as me and admired your aptitude and heart, or maybe it is the same as me and had also seen that frightening thing. His speed definitely can't be faster than ours. In these 2 days, we had basically searched through the entire western side. It seems like he must have definitely hid himself in the east. We were fooled by him again. If I don't personally smash his corpse into countless of pieces, it will be hard for me to relieve my resentment in my entire life, Fen Moli said as he clenched his teeth. Before he encountered Xianxia, he would have never believed that there would come a day in which his lungs would feel like exploding countless of times, all because of a junior. He, as a practitioner at the half-step into the Emperor realm, a pinnacle being who dominated the blue wind, was actually fooled in circles by a junior. And this last time, he was fooled for an entire 2 days before he realized it. If he could capture Xianxia, even if he were to crush him into meat paste, it might not be enough to vent out the hatred in his heart. What's going on here? What appeared in front of the 7 of them was an open stretch of land. In this wasteland of death, the further one went, the more complicated the terrain would be, and the profound beasts were much stronger as well. However, the piece of land in front of them was an odd stretch of emptiness. Looking around with a glance, not even half a profound beast's shadow could be seen, and no roars of profound beasts could be heard either. On the empty stretch of land, that small mountain and the cave below it was particularly eye-catching. This place was clearly formed by a battle, and the strengths of both sides were at least at the peak of the sky-profound realm. Fen Moli looked at the landscape. But this battle should have been happened 1 or 2 years ago. Looks like someone had came here 1 or 2 years ago and clashed with a certain mighty profound beast that was here. Fen Moli's gaze fell on that eye-catching cave at this moment. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, and his expression instantly turned somber. The faces of the other 6 people had evidently revealed cold smiles as well. Xianxia, you sure have chosen a good burial ground for yourself. This time, let's see where else you can run off to. The moment Xianxia's consciousness returned, he shuddered and sat right up, then immediately went to inspect the sea of his soul. With this inspection, he was entirely shocked, speechless. That was undoubtedly his own soul. It was incomparably familiar, and yet incomparably unfamiliar as well. because his soul sea was as though it had turned from an ocean into an actual starry sky. It was vast and powerful to the extent where he himself was unable to estimate its boundaries. The spiritual strength he could derive from it seemed to be unable to be harmed at all, even if he were to engulf all spiritual bodies that existed. This was his own soul? A soul like this had fundamentally and entirely surpassed the extreme limits of humans and simply should not appear on a human at all. Another odd feeling came from his body. He quickly looked at this skeleton with inner vision and discovered that the marrows that flowed within actually all turned golden. It made even the surface of his bones to faintly emit a golden brilliance. His originally fragile marrow became as tough as an impregnable fortress. His initially incomparably hard bones, refined under the great way of the Buddha and dragon blood, now even more so became several times stronger. It was strong to the point there he firmly believed that even if he struck at his arm using the heavy sword with all his might, it wouldn't be possible to break a single bone. "You're awake. It seems like you're very astonished." In Yun Qi's ears, the voice of the primordial azure dragon resounded. Yun Qi raised his head and asked, "I succeeded, but I clearly recall. Yun Qi's final soul memory was seeing a gigantic fire bird suddenly appearing within his sea of consciousness, and then with its monstrous flames it drowned the azure dragon's silhouette within. What was that enormous fire bird? Why was it in his soul sea? That's right, you succeeded. The dragon god's marrow and the dragon's soul has been completed integrated by you. The entire process was much shorter than I predicted it to be," the primordial azure dragon slowly said. "And everything was because of the phoenix's soul power that lies in your body." "Soul power of the phoenix?" Yun Qi was shocked. He slightly frowned and said, "But why do I possess the soul power of the phoenix in my body?" Back then, in the phoenix's trial ground, he was bestowed 3 drops of phoenix's blood and a divine phoenix pellet, and he had read the fragments of the world ode of the phoenix as well. However, these did not have any relations with phoenix's soul at all, so why would there be the phoenix's soul in his body? And if there was, why hadn't he known about it? The phoenix's soul power had always existed in your body, however, it simply did not merge with your soul. Although it existed in your soul sea, it was also an independent existence. 2 years ago, when I first met you, I had already noticed it, but I did not expect that this hint of phoenix's soul left in your body was actually the phoenix's most precious wisp of soul. Your reaction tells me that you did not actually know of the existence of the phoenix's soul. It seems like the phoenix spirit had secretly bestowed you with a huge gift." Yun Qi slightly raised his head, and at this moment his eyes moved as he had suddenly recalled. Before he left the phoenix's realm of trials, the phoenix spirit had shot out a ray of golden light at him. After that, the color of the mark on his forehead had also turned into a golden color. "Perhaps I should gift you with a special present. This is a special power that I can only use once in my lifetime, but I never thought the day where I used it would actually come. However, as the one who carries the power of the evil god, your future is destined to be extraordinary, and bestowing this power upon you is more than suitable. As to what kind of power this is, when the time of you using it comes, you will naturally know. Could it be the gift it spoke about was a wisp of the phoenix's soul that hid within the sea of my soul?" Yun Qi softly muttered to himself. "No," the primordial azure dragon said. "It's indeed a wisp of the phoenix's soul, however, it's not as simple as the phoenix's soul. It's a type of heaven-bending ability that's unique to phoenixes, and even I, before it released its power on, was unable to truly discern its existence. Its might is much more than just a protecting the soul." "Then what exactly is this power?" Yun Qi inquired. "Ha ha!" The primordial azure dragon laughed very faintly. "When the time of you using it comes, you will naturally know." These words from the primordial azure dragon was exactly the same as what the phoenix's soul had said back then. "Even though the current you have no changes in terms of profound strength, under the dragon god's marrow and dragon god's soul, both your body and soul had leaped boundaries comparable to sublimation. It's just that after completely fusing them, you can't clearly feel it yourself, that's all. Furthermore, with the dragon god's soul and dragon god's marrow, you can now even more thoroughly release the power of dragon god's bloodline in your body. Your combat strength now is already several times greater than before. Other than that, with your current soul's strength, it's already barely possible for you to open the dragon soul domain of our dragon god race." "Dragon soul domain. You're saying domain?" Yun Qi spoke with surprise. Domain was a powerful strength that could only be used after one reached the Emperor Profound realm. Xianxia being able to cast a domain was because she possessed the 9 profound exquisite body, but he himself was only at Earth profound realm. Could he really cast a domain that only thrones could cast? That's right. The Dragon Soul domain is not a domain for attack, nor is it a suppression, crowd control, or defensive domain. Instead, it is an incomparably overbearing mental domain. As to how powerful it is, you will know the moment you open it. However, even though it's a mental domain, it still needs part of your profound energy to support it. Whether in terms of your profound strength or mental strength, it would still be slightly inadequate for you to open the Dragon Soul domain. Until you have to use it as a last resort, I do not wish for you to open it, because it may possibly cause unpredictable injury to your soul as you grow stronger. The Dragon Soul domain will also become increasingly powerful. Your road to becoming strong is still very long. Xianxia silently perceived the power within the sea of his consciousness and nodded without a word as his heart grew slightly excited. Very good. Even though your soul is deeply stained with blood and sins, it just happens to be as transparent as a crystal. I trust that I would not judge and choose a person wrongly. Amongst all of the heritage of power I had left, this place is the latest and also the last. People who have inherited my bloodline established the Dragon God clan at that place, and have increasingly grown stronger under countless years of carrying on the heritage. Only being powerful often will give birth to arrogance and greed, and I don't know just how the Dragon God clan is faring as of today, either. As for people who had inherited the Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul, you are the only one. I hope that you have not forgotten about the promise you made to me before. Xianxia nodded and spoke sincerely. The promise that I made previously, I naturally have not forgotten. If I really arrive at that place one day, I will definitely search for that sword you spoke about with all my power. And if I really find it, I'll even more so do all I can to search for a way to break the seal and let your daughter see the light of the day again. Good. Like this, my residual soul that has struggled for so many years can finally pass away with a peace of mind. Then let me use the last of my power and do one last thing for you. If I guessed correctly, you should have a dragon core from an Emperor Profound Flame Dragon on you. Together with the Dragon Fault Sword, summon them out from the sky Poison Pearl. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. Without asking further questions, he took out the Dragon's Fault Sword and the thing that could be said to be the most valuable other than the Mirror of Samsara and Sky Poison Pearl. The blue eyes of the Azure Dragon above him suddenly flashed. Dragon Fault, as well as the Emperor Profound Core, floated up at the same time. As they floated above him, the primordial Azure Dragon's voice sounded. This Dragon Fault Sword was left by a human who had entered the Dragon God's trials and failed. Within the sword's body is a sealed young dragon's soul. During the 1,000 years, because it existed within the Dragon God's trial grounds with the nourishment of my dragon aura, it had never fell silent. Since you just happen to have a dragon core of an Emperor Profound Dragon, then let its wish be fulfilled. Suddenly, the Emperor Profound Dragon core instantly blazed with a scarlet flame. That was a flame that belonged to a true dragon. It was so scorching hot that the air seemed to be on the verge of igniting. Under the blue light's lead, the Dragon Fault Sword plunged into the Emperor Profound Dragon core's flame and was quickly entirely engulfed within the flames. Right after, the entire sword became a huge ball of fire, as if it had completely started to burn. If one's vision could look through the flames, they would discover that the burning dragon core had touched onto Dragon Fault's enormous sword body and dispersed slowly as if liquefied, until it completely attached and melted into Dragon Fault. Fuhumum, the flames in the air instantly extinguished. The Emperor Profound Dragon core vanished, and the Dragon Fault sword descended downwards. At that moment, a surge of sword force that was incomparably overbearing, as scorching as the sun, and several times heavier and tyrannical shrouded down, completely silencing the space surrounding it. Bang! Dragon Fault steadily landed onto Xianxia's hands. Yet the ground below Xianxia's feet instantly bursted apart, and the entire cave had even slightly shook a bit. Xianxia tightly grasped the Dragon Fault as his arm went stiff while shock, as well as an extremely excited light, emerged from his eyes. The Dragon Fault's outer appearance did not have any very obvious changes, but its weight far surpassed that of before. The heaviness that came from his arms told Xianxia that the current Dragon Fault at least weighed over 14,000 kilograms, and its presence had even made him, its owner, to actually feel a sense of suffocation. Lifting both his hands, he wielded Dragon Fault horizontally, and injected profound energy into the sword's body. Instantly, two hints of dazzling flares like that of a live dragon's ferocious gaze actually flashed on the position where the dragon head's eyes at the sword's tip were. On the sword's body, those complicated dragon bone markings were actually slightly twisting and squirming. Xianxia held onto the sword handle with both hands, yet he clearly felt a powerful soul, dragon fault soul. The enormous heaviness had even made Xianxia, whose arm strength was extraordinary, to feel that it was somewhat hard to wield. But what he felt even more was excitement, because he had witnessed the birth of an Emperor Profound weapon in his hand. Was the one and only Emperor Profound sword within Blue Wind Empire that could rouse the world. It could be imagined just how terrifying of a destructive power would result from a swing of such a sword. From its shapeless sword force, it was unknown just how many people would feel their galls turn cold before even fighting. Whoosh! Xianxia fiercely swung out Dragon Fault. The sound of it breaking through the air was so heavy that it was like a boulder which pressed onto one's heart. And what accompanied it was an incredibly loud and clear cry of a dragon. Weapons with souls are originally hard to wield, but the Yu now possesses the dragon god's soul. Its sword soul is also from the soul of a young dragon, so it will completely submit to you. Even if you are currently only at the Earth Profound realm, you can all the same fully wield it. Unfortunately, it seems that you won't have the time to fully get used to it, because your enemy will appear very soon. And it is also time for me to leave as well. Work hard to become stronger and work hard to live on. You carry the last of my bloodline and the last of my hope. That frightening feeling, I hope, it's only a false illusion. The azure-colored eyes vanished, and the primordial azure dragon's voice had also completely died down at this moment. The dragon god's presence that existed for who knows how many years had finally thoroughly dissipated as well, and the last sentence it left, that seemed like self-muttering, confused Xianxia greatly. Frightening feeling. What does that mean? Xianxia murmured. Just what could it be that would even make the mighty dragon god feel frightened? After a short while of pondering, he turned his gaze and looked toward the caves outside. Those few people who pursued him without stop were already a mere few hundred meters away. Furthermore, all 7 of them were there. Xianxia coldly laughed and walked toward the entrance while dragging Dragon Fault. Every single step he took would leave a half-foot deep footprint below his feet. Only until he took over a dozen steps did he finally coordinate his posture and Dragon Fault's weight. When he completely walked out of the cave, there were already no footprints left below his feet. The moment Xianxia exited the cave, illusory flames swayed around him. 7 human figures descended from the sky, respectively landed around him, and tightly encircled him in. 7 gusts of incomparably strong auras also tightly locked him down. Being locked down by the profound energy of just one strong being at the sky profound realm would already cause a profound practitioner of the Earth Profound realm to become entirely stiff and have trouble breathing. Yet when Xianxia was simultaneously locked down by 7 experts in Sky Profound realm, he still appeared as cool as a cucumber. Not only were there no traces of panic on his face, it was rather brimmed with a smile, as if these 7 people before his eyes were not here to take his life, but was instead here to greet him. Xianxia, even if you are 1,000 times shrewder, you still won't be able to escape from within the palms of our hands. This time let's see where else you can run to. Fen Morin took up the burning heaven blade and furiously roared. Tusk, tusk! Xianxia curled his lips and said with contempt, Can't you old dogs change up your lines every time we meet? You always say that I can't escape every single time, but too bad. I got away every time I wanted to, and you lot could only eat my dust like headless flies. Your faces are already swollen like that of a pig from slapping yourselves. Aren't you afraid for them to swell into butt cheeks? Don't speak nonsense with him. Seeing Xianxia, Fen Moli's belly full of rage that had been held in started to fiercely burn. Get him right now, Xianxia, let's see how you can run this time. Junior, face death. Fen Morin was the closest to Xianxia. With a loud roar, flames ignited on his entire body. The burning heaven blade struck out, and a burning heaven red lotus slashed toward Xianxia. As beings whose name shook the world, to actually not yet succeed in killing a youth after being dispatched together and were even fooled to run in circles, every one of them held a stomach full of anger, not just Fen Moli. The first strike that Fen Morin unleashed was already an extremely ferocious move, wishing that he could directly chop Xianxia into 2 halves with a single stroke. As Fen Morin neared, Xianxia quickly turned around, yet he did not swing his sword to block. Instead, His left hand suddenly moved away from the sword handle and grabbed toward Fen Morin's burning heaven blade. "You seek death!" Fen Morin became greatly enraged, but in the next moment his eyes were fully flooded with shock. CRA. Yun Chi's strength suddenly erupted like a volcano and actually barehandedly grabbed onto Fen Morin's burning heaven blade. Along with a burst of sound that made one's heart cramp, the burning heaven blade that was burning with flames directly twisted, and twisted again. The flames on its body were thoroughly extinguished within a breath of time, while the entire burning heaven blade had already been twisted into a knot. What? Fen Morin's eyeballs almost jumped out of their orbits. As the 13th elder of Burning Heaven clan, Fen Morin's blade naturally wasn't ordinary. The name of the burning heaven blade in his hands was called Flame Mastiff, and was a high-grade earth profound weapon. After being infused with his strong, profound energy, it could destroy mountains and land, even burst open fine steel. Yet in Yun Chi's hands, it was casually twisted into a top. This was many times more difficult than just directly snapping it in half. While on Yun Chi's hand, there was only a leftover line of blood that couldn't even be considered deep. After the refinement by the dragon god's marrow, Yun Chi's current bones were tough to an extent incomprehensible by normal people. Perhaps even if Fen Morin slashed them with all his strength, it would at most leave a shallow mark. It would be a waste of time to even think about cutting through them. Your Burning Heaven clan really is miserable. A dignified elder-ranked being only actually uses such a shitty blade that bends with twist of a hand. It simply makes one's frontal teeth fall off from laughing too hard when you reincarnate in your next life. Remember to choose a better sect. With a smile on his face, Dragon Fault violently crashed onto Feng Morin's chest. Boom, the unparalleled mighty strength exploded like a flooding tsunami. Amidst the loud sound, Fen Morin's body was instantly smashed into two chunks and flew out like two tattered sacks, without any time for him to even utter a grunt. 13th Elder. Fen Morin's corpse was split into two. One half flew towards Fen Duankang and landed on his feet, while the other half flew towards Fen Moli and had almost splashed his entire face with blood. The upper half of Fen Morin's body landed on the ground and was still spasming a little. His two eyes were opened extremely wide, as he was unable to die in peace, and he did not even understand how he died. The remaining 6 people were extremely taken aback. The faces of those few people who had only seen Yun Chi for the first time especially had instantly paled. They were basically unable to trust their own eyes. It was already shocking to see him catching Fen Morin's burning heaven blade with his bare hands, but he had actually smashed him into 2 pieces with a single slash. Fen Morin was not just a mere Sky Profound Realm practitioner. He was a peak expert at the 7th level of the Sky Profound Realm. His overall ability was even able to enter the top 10 in the entire Burning Heaven clan. With such ability, with such tyrannical, profound defense, he was actually killed in an instant by a single slash from a youth, and he even died without his corpse whole. The eyes of those who were usually on friendly terms with Fen Morin were opened wide, to the point where the sides of their eyes were tearing. Fen Duankang had exchanged blows with Yun Chi, and he believed that it was definitely impossible for Yun Chi to be his own opponent. However, the single slash Yun Chi used to attack Fen Morin earlier, although it was simply a casual and light smash. The imposing aura that exploded out in an instant had actually caused Heart to convulse for a moment. However, he was definitely unable to believe that the strength of someone, in a matter of a few days, could actually explosively increase to this extent. His current profound aura was still only of the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. The only explanation he could think of was that Fen Morin was too careless. That was the only possibility. Avenge 13th Elder. Great Elder, allow me to cripple this brat personally. Fen Duankang was completely enraged. With his fury released, the burning heaven blade appeared, bringing a searing wave of flames and endless wrath as it pierced towards Yun Chi's chest. As an ultimate expert among the few of them, second only to Fen Moli, the moment Fen Duankang threw out his move, the temperature of the surrounding airspace within a few dozen meters suddenly rose, and behind Yun Chi, Fen Moyu thrusted out his sword as well. Duankang, I shall support you. As a high-ranking individual in the Burning Heaven clan, usually none of them were not proud and arrogant. They were definitely not willing to attack a single person with the combined efforts of 2 people, even more so when they were attacking a junior together. The 2 of them belonged to the same clan, had known each other for several dozens of years, and this was still the first time they had ever attacked a single person at the same time. Xianxia had just instantly killed Fen Morin, and clearly this had created an incomparably large shock in their spirits. Two burning heaven blades brought about two seas of flames that were incomparably searing hot in the air. Like two crimson Red Sea waves, they engulfed towards Xianxia. A disdainful smile hooked up at the corner of Xianxia's lips. The flames were indeed sufficiently scorching hot, and was enough to burn rocks into magma. However, to him, how could they threaten him even in the slightest bit? He basically did not even turn to look at the two people and smashed his sword out. The power of Overlord's fury, under the formidable might of the Emperor Profound Dragon Fault, reached a brand new extreme, bringing about a furious roar, as though it had came from a real dragon. Boom! The two flame tongues were instantly shattered by the smash, scattering into countless of embers which filled the air. Fen Duankang and Fen Moyu were smashed flying at the same time, and the shock in their faces once again aggravated. However, they once again roared out loudly at the same time. Their bodies rolled in the air, and from their bodies, even more terrifying burning heaven flames began erupted. Blazing sun slash, burning heaven blood claw. With just that one exchange, they had personally felt the extreme terror of Xianxia's strength as well, and they no longer dared to hold even the least bit back as the two of them dished out their ultimate moves. A monstrous purple flame and a sky-enveloping claw of blood brought along an incomparably terrifying might, and a sound similar to the wailing of ghosts, as they smashed towards Xianxia at the same time. Facing the ultimate attacks of two great sky-profound practitioners from both the front and back, Xianxia's gaze sank. Hua! Empyrean dance of the Phoenix Wing! Crimson flames ignited from Xianxia's body, and like a shooting star, his entire body sprang out. His speed was so quick, even Fen Moyu was unable to catch his trajectory. Fen Moyu's burning heaven blood claw had tightly locked onto Xianxia earlier, as though he had wanted to tear Xianxia into pieces with a single claw. But suddenly his vision blurred, and Xianxia had already disappeared from his line of sight, while the shadow of a fireball, which was searing hot to the extent where he could not believe it, suddenly appeared right in front of him. The heavy sword, which was burning with flames, smashed onto the blood claw which he had poured all his profound energy in. Boom! The burning heaven blood claw exploded with a boom, and wild burning heaven flames scattered in all directions, raising the surrounding few dozens of meters of ground. Under the explosion of this raging blood-colored flames, Dragon Fault, like breaking a bamboo, passed through the flames and smashed onto Fen Moyu's chest. Fen Moyu cried out miserably. As though he was struck by a shooting star that came from beyond the sky, he dropped down. With a bang sound, he smashed deeply into the ground and no longer moved. At this moment, Xianxia stopped, and a cold smile formed on the corner of his lips. He then turned around and Dragon Fault flew out of his hands. Phoenix break! Dragon Fault, which was enveloped by the Phoenix's flames, seemed as if it had turned into a flaming phoenix. Wherever it went, it brought about an incomparably ear-piercing space-tearing and blazing sound. Fen Duankang stared widely as he looked at the mass of phoenix flames as they approached him. With a twist of his sword, he went up against it with all his strength. However, the moment the tip of his sword made contact with Dragon Fault, he felt as though he had touched a mountain. As though he had touched a mountain with an unseeable peak rip. Within the ear-piercing tearing sound, the burning heaven blade was torn and split apart, forming into countless of pieces. The force of the Dragon Fault did not decrease in the slightest, and like penetrating tofu, it penetrated through Fen Duankang's body. Fen Duankang groaned as both his eyes convexed. The broken burning heaven blade powerlessly fell off from his hands. He opened his eyes wide as he lowered his head down little by little on his own chest. He saw a transparent hole that was even larger than his own brain. On the other side of the hole, he could clearly see the scenery behind him. Erg! A groan of despair painfully spilled out from Fen Duankang's mouth. His eyes once again widened a little, and then, finally, they lost their luster as well. His body fell from the air, and with a pung, he smashed onto the ground. Xianxia reached out his hand, and Dragon Fault stopped in midair, and then it whizzed as it flew back, while it was accompanied by a resounding dragon's hum. It steadily landed in Xianxia's hands, and at the tip of the sword, two bizarre points of red light flashed. Usually, when Xianxia wanted to recover his heavy sword, he would use his profound energy to suck it back. With the Dragon Fault's weight, if he were to forcefully suck it back, he would undoubtedly require a huge amount of energy consumption, and he might even be blocked by his opponents. However, this time was different. The current dragon fault had already awakened with an actual sword spirit. Even though it was not that high, it still definitely did not possess a small amount of spirituality. Also, adding that Xianxia's body possessed the dragon god's soul, its sword spirit completely submitted to Xianxia. Hence, if he wanted to recover it, he only had to command the soul. With the phoenix's flames extinguished, Xianxia casually stabbed dragon fault into the ground, calmly looked at the four people who were already dazed like a wooden chicken, and chuckled. "Who's next to send himself to death? Don't be anxious. Come slowly, one at a time. I will definitely not run. If you people can't bear to wait, I suggest that all of you come at me together." Badump, badump, badump. The four people who were still standing could very clearly hear the sounds of their own hearts beating wildly. When Xianxia's gaze swept towards them, their hearts had almost popped out of their throats. The faces of the two who were weakest in terms of strength had already turned ashen. With the great elder leading the group of 8 sky profound practitioners from the sect together, to kill a youth who must be killed in the shortest time possible. Initially, they had thought that this was an easy mission which could not be any easier. What they had definitely never expected to face was such a terrifying monster. Fen Morin, who was at the 7th level of the Sky Profound realm, who was placed 3rd among them in terms of strength, was killed instantly in a single exchange. And Fen Duankang and Fen Moyu, whose strengths were only second to Fen Moli, worked together to kill him. Yet they actually instantly lost their lives with merely 3 exchanges from him. They were not heavily injured, not pushed back, rather, they instantly lost their lives. The terror of the strength of that heavy sword and the speed of the entire fight's process caused them to be panic-stricken. A strength of such degree, even if it was Fen Moli, whose strength was at half-step to the Emperor Profound realm, he would definitely be unable to do it either. This seemed to be approaching the strength of their grand clan master. Fen Moli, who had at first wanted to aggressively slaughter Xianxia, had already lost his 6 senses at the moment, and was trembling with fear. His gaze landed on Dragon Fault, sensed the might that caused his heart to palpitate, and suddenly said with a trembling voice, Emperor Profound Weapon." In Blue Wind Empire, Sky Profound weapons were already existences at the level of treasures. Even if it was the mighty and huge Burning Heaven clan, they only possessed a single Sky Profound weapon as well. And this Sky Profound weapon was usually in the hands of their clan master. As the great elder of Burning Heaven clan, Fen Moli never dared to wish for it either. As for Emperor Profound weapons, they were like legends, mythical existences. Not one had ever appeared in the entire Blue Wind Empire. He had lived for nearly 100 years, and had never been able to see one. Even if it was Ling Yuefeng of Heavenly Sword Villa, his weaponry only consisted of a single high-grade Sky Profound weapon. While the sword in Xianxia's hands, although its outer appearance looked exactly the same as before, the might of the sword had actually, clearly underwent a titanic change. That was an aura that could completely suppress Sky Profound weapons, and even suppress his aura to an extremely large degree. Xianxia chuckled. "Seems like your eyes aren't completely blind. That's right. The sword in my hands is an actual Emperor sword. To die under an Emperor sword is really good fortune the 8 of you have accumulated for your entire lives." Fen Moli looked at Xianxia as his heart filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Earlier, as they chased after him, he had always been struggling to flee for his life. Although he managed to escape due to his tricks that one time, he, himself, had caused Xianxia to suffer injuries that were not light. However, only 2 days had passed, yet Xianxia's strength had actually increased to such a terrifying degree. Clearly, it had even reached to the point where it was even enough to suppress him. Even if he himself wished to defeat Fen Morin with his full strength, he would still need at least 10 breaths. Yet Xianxia had only used a single breath worth of time. How could there be such a thing in this world? How could such a monster exist? Xianxia could no longer bother to speak with him. Crisscrossing his hands, he pulled out Dragon Fault and thrusted it straight towards Fen Moli. The sharpness of the sword caused the space in the vicinity to tremble severely. The color of Fen Moli's face sank. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and even though he felt weak, he fiercely said, "Arrogant Junior, you're simply borrowing the strength of the Emperor Sword. Do you really think that with just your strength, you're capable of defeating me? Since you wish to send yourself to death so eagerly, then I shall fulfill." Before Fen Moli could finish saying his words, Xianxia's sword was already 3 meters away from him. although there was still a distance of 3 meters. That terrifying windstorm had already rushed to where he was, causing Fen Moli's body to feel as though it had been instantly trapped within a tornado, and he was unable to even speak out the words at the end. Extremely shocked, he forced out a wild roar, instantly picked up the burning heaven blade with his 2 hands, and slashed out dozens of deep purple-colored fire dragons in the air, which fiercely pounced to bite towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia completely ignored the fire dragons that Fen Moli slashed out. Driving dragon fault straight out, the air was quickly blown away by the heavy sword's terrifying strength, forming a vacuum space, which also caused the approaching fire dragons extinguished. Fen Moli's expression on his face instantly changed. He had never ever expected that the current Xianxia would actually be strong to the extent where he could suppress his burning heaven flames to the point of extinguishing them with just the force of his sword. The sword's force in front of him had also allowed him to finally understand why Fen Morin and Fen Duankang had lost their lives with just a single sword strike from Xianxia, without even having the chance to become heavily injured. His face twisted. As he no longer had time to counter the attack head-on, forcing out all of his strength, he casted out a flame barrier in front of him. Bang! The flame barrier instantly shattered, however. It was still barely able to block Xianxia's attack. Fen Moli groaned miserably as he was sent flying backwards. His internal organs turned and twisted. Xianxia simply did not give him any opportunity to catch his breath, and with a swing of his dragon fault, 3 phoenix breaks, amidst the growls of dragons and the cries of phoenixes, flew out whistling. Within Fen Moli's enlarged pupils, all of them blasted onto his body, which was still flying backwards in the air. Boom, boom, boom. 3 phoenix breaks exploded on Fen Moli's chest, and even imprinted 3 palm-sized holes of blood on his chest. Fresh blood flowed out excessively, and a few of his internal organs could be seen. Holding onto his wounds, Fen Moli took a few dozen consecutive steps back. His face was at times pale, and at times crimson red. He had thought that the terrifying strength Xianxia demonstrated earlier was perhaps already enough to suppress him. However, he never expected that it would actually be able to suppress him to such an extent. In less than 10 breaths of time, he had already been injured to such a miserable state, and he himself did not even have the opportunity to retaliate. The faces of the other 3 from Burning Heaven clan, even more so, did not have a single hint blood color. Their Burning Heaven clan's great elder whose might shook the world, and was revered by countless of people, was actually heavily injured in just 2 exchanges. Pua! Fen Moli forcefully puked out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was filled with savageness. His anger, fear, shock, shame had all been turned into bone-piercing resentment and killing intent at this very instant. Xianxia, it's you who forced me, watch me, tear you into pieces. Clang, as he let out a nearly crazed roar. Fen Moli once again widened out his mouth and spayed out a huge mouthful of blood mist. However, this time, what he spewed out was no longer fresh blood, but his blood essence. Fen Moli swung the burning heaven blade, which was in his hands, into the air, allowing all the essence blood he spewed out to shower on the blade. With an explosive roar, instantly, his body suddenly erupted out a pillar of purple flames that was at least 30 meters in height. An oppressive and searing atmosphere instantly enveloped 300 meters of the surrounding space. The 3 from Burning Heaven clan opened their eyes wide simultaneously, and their entire bodies stiffened, because Fen Moli actually did not spare to sacrifice a large amount of his essence blood to activate the Burning Heaven clan's forbidden technique, Burning Heaven Dragon. If he had not been pressed to the point where he was simply unable to see any hope, he definitely would not have made such a decision. Damages to blood essence was almost impossible to recover, and after this, Fen Moli's profound strength would most definitely drop by a huge amount as well. He might even part from being half-step into the Emperor Profound realm from then on, and return to the 10th level of the Sky Profound realm, and perhaps in this entire lifetime, he would be unable to return to half-step Emperor Profound realm. Right now, they could only pray that Fen Moli's desperate strike, which carried his life and future, would be able to completely blast Xianxia to death. Die! Fen Moli's face was frighteningly savage, adding on his front chest, which was dripping with flesh and blood. He basically looked like a devil which had crawled out of the blood sea of hell. With a voice-cracking scream, both his claws abruptly pushed out, and a purple-colored flame dragon more than 3 meters thick rushed straight toward Xianxia. This was not the first time Xianxia had faced the Burning Heaven Dragon. During the ranking tournament, when he fought with Fen Jubai, Fen Jubai had also didn't spare to sacrifice his essence blood to activate this move under insanity. However, this move was currently being released from Fen Moli's hands, so how could it even be put in the same category as Fen Jubai's? Back then, although he was able to take Fen Jubai's attack, it was still slightly dangerous when he received it. And currently, he was facing a burning heaven dragon whose might surpass the one back then by 100 times over. However, Xianxia did not even adopt the posture to dodge. His expression was still, and he simply coldly watched the gigantic purple-colored flame dragon as it approached. Only when the flame dragon was only about a meter away from him did his dragon fault suddenly strike out, and smashed directly onto the flame dragon just like that. Falling moon sinking star? Xianxia's action caused Fen Moli to feel overjoyed, as though he could seemingly see Xianxia being completely engulfed by the instantly exploding burning heaven flames in the next second. However, Xianxia's sword strike contained not just a catastrophic force of impact, it also contained an unmatched controlling ability towards fire elemental energy. The moment Dragon Fault collided with the burning heaven dragon, however, did not explode then, and rather with a dull-sounding echo, it suddenly changed direction and flew directly towards the two burning heaven clan elders who had always been at Xianxia's right side. The eye-burning purple light illuminated the extreme despair on the two's faces. Boom! The burning heaven dragon exploded with a bang, and a flame tongue surged up the sky, rising straight up to several hundred meters in the air, and even caused a remnant piece of cloud in the sky to speedily evaporate. The surrounding few hundred meters of land had even more so turned into a sea of purple flames. Everything within it was being ruthlessly incinerated, and even the ground itself was slowly sinking within the flames. This was a forbidden attack which surpassed Fen Moli's limits, that exhausted his life and potential. Its might was incomparably terrifying, and even late-stage Sky Profound Realm experts would instantly lose their lives if they were blasted by it head-on, let alone those two burning Heaven Clan elders who were at the early stages of Sky Profound Realm. They did not even have the time to let out a slight wail before they were engulfed by the purple sea of flames, and then turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. The attack which he had paid a huge price for yet did not harm even a single strand of Xianxia's hair, and killed two of his own clan members instead. Fen Moli felt as though a bomb had exploded in his head. His body was so cold, it was as though he was currently in a cave of ice. In a flash, Xianxia rushed towards him, yet he did not have a single reaction, as though his mind had already completely collapsed. Boom! Dragon Fault heavily smashed onto Fen Moli's chest, and with a loud bang, the tyrannical force crazily flooded into his body, and smashed all his internal organs and meridians into pieces. With a gua, Fen Moli puked out a mouthful of fresh blood and landed on the ground a few dozen of meters away, never able to stand back up again. Xianxia leisurely walked over and looked condescendingly at the burning Heaven Clan Great Elder who he himself could only look up to back then. Fen Moli's entire body was spasming painfully. His round-open eyes stared fixedly at Xianxia. However, his throat was already unable to let out a single sound. In his pair of eyes, which was starting to slack, heavy despair flashed past. "Old dog Fen, I have said before, that there will come a day when I personally take your pathetic life," Xianxia said coldly. "If no one else had stepped in, I had almost died twice in your hands. My life is 1,000,000 times more important and precious than your pathetic life. Making you repay me with just your life is really too good of a deal for you." When Xianxia's words fell, Dragon Fault suddenly descended, piercing into Fen Moli's throat. Fen Moli's entire body stiffened, his pair of bulged-out eyes lost its final color of despair, and then his body stopped moving, no longer making a single sound as he died with everlasting regrets. Pulling out Dragon Fault, the blade of the sword was not even stained with a single drop of blood. Looking at Fen Moli's corpse, peculiarities constantly flashed through Xianxia's eyes. In Blue Wind Empire, Earth Profound Realm practitioners could be known as Grandmasters, while Sky Profound Realm practitioners could shake the world with their names. Almost every downfall of a Sky Profound Realm expert would cause various degrees of uproar within the Blue Wind Empire's profound practicing world. And today, in less than 15 minutes, with the Dragon Fault in his hands, he had exterminated a total of 6 Sky Profound Realm experts. And among them there were even 2 at the late-stage Sky Profound Realm, and 1 at half-step into the Emperor Profound Realm. During the ranking tournament, level like this was still a supreme existence that he could not hope to touch. Yet, in just a span of less than 2 years, Sky Profound Realm practitioners, and even a practitioner at half-step into the Emperor Profound Realm, was easily slashed to death by him. In such a short span of time, his strength had already leapt the level of the young generation, into the true pinnacle level of Blue Wind Empire. The primordial Azure Dragon had told him that after merging with the Dragon God's marrow and Dragon God's soul, his strength had ascended to another level. Back then, he did not feel too much of a difference, and only now did he understand just what extent that ascension was. To the extent where he did not even use his profound handle nor Dragon Soul domain. Turning around, his gaze fell onto the final person. As for that burning Heaven Clan elder, unknown to when it happened, he had already sat paralyzed on the ground. When Xianxia's gaze landed on him, his entire body shivered. Let out a strange cry from his mouth. He crawled and tumbled as he fled, as though he was a dog whose guts had been frightened into pieces when he fled. He even forgot how to use the profound floating technique. Burning Heaven Clan's elder-ranked beings had always lived a pampered life, and were worshipped by people so naturally in their bones. Most of them were people who feared death. With a laugh of ridicule, Xianxia's body flashed. Star God Broken Shadow activated consecutively, and after 10 seconds, he had already closed in right behind that person's back. Smashing his sword out, the ground below him instantly capsized, violently him to flipping him down onto the ground with the shockwave. That person cried out in despair, but immediately he shockingly discovered that he actually did not suffer any injuries. He turned his body over and sat unmoving on the ground. His entire body trembled as he looked at Xianxia, who was holding Dragon Fault in his hands, and the muscles on his face shrank severely out of fear. Young hero. Spare my life. I hold no grudge with you, young hero. I simply acted under orders, young hero. Please be magnanimous, spare my cheap life. I will definitely be beyond gratified, and will definitely repay you in the future. Spare me, young hero, spare me. Heh heh. Xianxia held onto his own chin, and looked at him while grinning. What are you being so afraid for? If you pee, if you pants, that will be too unbecoming. What's your name? Seeing Xianxia, whose each of his sword strike was thrown ruthlessly earlier, actually did not immediately strike out and even began to chat with him, a strand of hope rose in his heart. He hastily said, This little one is Fen Duanhai. I'm the pavilion master of Burning Heaven Clan's Groundfire Pavilion. Oh, Fen Duanhai, this name sure sounds domineering, but what a pity, to actually grow up to have such a cheap character. Xianxia's expression sank. Don't worry, I won't kill you today, and I won't even injure you. Not only that, I'll even allow you to return to Burning Heaven Clan safe and sound. Tien. Duanhai here, or Chinese letter, means severing ocean. Fen Duanhai's face revealed a color of ecstasy, as he almost did not dare to believe his own ears. After you return, tell your clan master Fen Duanhun that your life is the last of face and leeway I will leave for the Burning Heaven Clan. Fen Jubai did indeed die because of me. However, it was him and Fen Jucheng who wished to secretly harm me first. Same with Fen Jucheng, they only have themselves to blame. This time, out of those that came out, 7 died, including your great elder. It was also your lot who hunted me down at first. All of you deserved your deaths. If your Burning Heaven Clan were to leave this matter as it is now, and no longer find me any trouble, I can take it as everything had never happened, and I will definitely no longer find trouble for your Burning Heaven Clan. But if you people dare to provoke me again, I don't mind allowing your entire Burning Heaven Clan to become a stepping stone that I will step and shatter. How could Fen Duanhai not dare to agree with him? He nodded, a little chick pecking on rice grains. Yes. I guarantee that I will pass down your words to Clan Master without leaving out a single word. I guarantee, without leaving a single word. Thank you, young hero, for your grace of sparing me. I am absolutely not afraid of your Burning Heaven Clan, and I more so don't mind forming a thorough death grudge with your Burning Heaven Clan at all. Only, I simply have two matters on my hands recently, and I don't wish to waste any more of my energy minding some flies of no importance. I hope that your clan master and elders can still be considered as people who have brains. Scram. Fen Duanhai no longer dared to say another word. He hurriedly crawled up, taking along this life of his that could almost be considered as having been picked back up from the street, and fled in a fluster. Very quickly, he disappeared from Xianxia's line of sight. Xianxia searched all of the corpses and retrieved all of their spatial rings. These higher-ups of the Burning Heaven clan would naturally have quite a good amount of treasures on them. Xianxia reaped up a huge amount of rewards, and in Fen Moli's spatial ring, he even found a small piece of purple-veined heaven crystal. To have sent me such a great gift, at the very least, your death can be considered as worth it. Xianxia picked up that small piece of purple-veined heaven crystal and weighed it, as he quietly spoke with a laugh. However, compared to the mountain of purple-veined divine crystals that Jasmine needed, this small little piece could only be considered as a grain of seed in the ocean. Initially, I had even wanted to try out the profound handle, but I didn't expect that there would actually be no opportunity to use the profound handle at all. Xianxia put away Dragon Fault, looked at his 2 hands, and murmured to himself, "My current strength should be enough to rival King Yu of 16 months ago, right?" King Yu of 16 months ago was at the 2nd level of the Emperor Profound Realm. Strength that could easily defeat Fen Moli, the strength of the current Xianxia, was already comparable to an actual throne. "No, it should be more than that," Jasmine quietly said. "Evidently, you don't understand the mightiness of Dragon God's marrow. When you obtained the 6 drops of Dragon God's blood back then, your strength had increased by a huge degree. But the marrow is the foundation of bones, and the source of blood. With the Dragon God's marrow in your body, there will not be merely the existence of just 6 drops of Dragon God's blood. Amidst its endless creation of blood, it'll allow your bloodline to approach closer and closer to the Dragon God's bloodline. From now, even if you don't train at all, your strength will still gradually ascend to higher levels due to the blood. With the amount of Dragon God's marrow the primordial azure dragon bestowed to you, given enough time, your body will possess nearly 10% of the Dragon God's blood at the highest limit. Did you not yet notice that you even faintly carry the aura and might of a dragon when you attack now? 10%. Xianxia was so shocked that he lost control of his voice right then and there. 6 drops of Dragon God's blood had already caused his body and strength to improve by leaps and bounds. And if 10% of blood in his body was all blood of the Dragon God, then what kind of concept would that be? In terms of bloodline, that would be nearly 10% of a true god's bloodline. HMPH, that's on the premise that you're able to stay alive till then, Jasmine said snappily. Do a good count yourself. In these 3 years, just how many times have you nearly died? Don't just be accustomed to throwing yourself into danger all the time, and even more so, do not overestimate your own limits. If you die, everything that you obtained until now will all turn into waste. All right, I understand. Xianxia gave a complacent response, however, his expression showed otherwise. In the boundless universe, there exists many heritage left by true gods. There are bloodline heritages, profound art heritages, treasure heritages, but it's actually still my first time seeing an inheritance of the marrow and soul. Seems like, for its own daughter, the primordial azure dragon is really putting all his stakes on you. However, if the primordial azure dragon really does have a daughter who still exists in the world, then that would be really interesting. Because in this world where true gods are already extinct, if she were to really appear, then that would be a dragon god who possesses a complete bloodline. True gods who have been extinct for countless of years will also once again resurface in the world from this. I really wonder just what kind of abnormalities, or perhaps even great chaos, will be instigated in this world. If there comes a day when I really head to the realm of gods, let's talk about it then. It's a little too ridiculous for the current me to think about this matter. Xianxia's face began to turn cold and still. Looking towards the north, he said with a low voice, "Right now I only wish that little fairy and my child is safe and sound. Otherwise, even Xianxia himself didn't know just what kind of crazy things he would do. His figure flashed and headed straight towards the north, leaving behind a trail of dust. 3 days later, the ground under Xianxia's feet was already nearing the extreme northern region of Blue Wind Empire. As he moved forward, the incoming wind began to carry an even heavier chilling sensation. The traces of human settlement began to decrease as well, to the point where there was not a single human figure in his line of sight. Even profound beasts and plants were becoming fewer and more sparse. Along the way, Xianxia inquired about Frozen Cloud Asgard's position every time he encountered people. The closer he was, the clearer the position of Frozen Cloud Asgard was to him. At this moment, the curtains of the night had descended. Xianxia ignited up his phoenix flames for light, and after continuing forward under the stars for half a night, a surge of drowsiness assaulted him. He casually took out a random blanket from the sky poison pearl, set it down, and laid on it. The moment he closed his eyes, he entered the land of his dreams. The late night passed, the dawn came unannounced, and the sky began to hazily brighten. And at this moment, Xianxia also opened his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past his ear. Although it was just a gentle breeze, it carried an intense chill. If Xianxia had not possessed the evil god's water seed in his body and did not fear the ice, snow, and severe cold, what he would feel would definitely be heart-piercing and bone-chilling cold. He stood up and looked towards the distance, borrowing the faint light. What was displayed before his eyes was a world that was covered with pure white snow. So this is the snow region of extreme ice. Looking at the world of ice and snow in front of him, which seemed to be without bounds, Xianxia refreshed his mind. The brain, which had just woke up from slumber earlier, instantly became clear. He hurriedly drank down a few mouthfuls of dragon blood before rushing forward impatiently. The moment he stepped into the region of ice and snow, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. As though from a hot summer, he instantly stepped into a cold winter without any transitions. If an ordinary person were to arrive at this place, the sudden change in temperature would be enough to cause that person's body to instantly stiffen. Entering the ice pole snow region meant that he was no longer far from frozen cloud Asgard. The bitter cold did not affect Xianxia in the slightest. His figure was as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning, and very quickly disappeared into the snow-white world. The snow region of extreme ice was located at the extreme north of Blue Wind Empire. It was covered in ice and snow for all 4 seasons in a year, and was surrounded by everlasting and unmelting mountains of ice and cliffs of snow. The coldness in this place was to the degree where, unless you were to personally experience it, it would be seemingly impossible to imagine. It was definitely not somewhere a regular human could survive in. However, such an extremely cold land, yet, because of the existence of an influential power, had turned into a sacred place in the eyes of Blue Wind profound practitioners. However, this snow region of extreme ice was completely different compared to the Heavenly Sword mountain range possessed by the Heavenly Sword Villa, as it did not entirely belong to the frozen cloud Asgard. However, after 1,000 years, it had basically turned into a land which was frozen cloud Asgard's exclusive ground. When people mention the snow region of extreme ice, they would immediately think of the frozen cloud Asgard. And with the frozen cloud Asgard's existence there, even if it were sects that similarly practiced ice attribute profound arts, they wouldn't dare to settle in the ice pole snow region. The reasons why the frozen cloud Asgard had become an existence similar to a sacred land in the eyes of all profound practitioners was not merely because of their strength. The bigger reason was that in the entire Asgard, not a single person there was not a world-class beauty. The #1 beauties in all of Blue Wind Empire's history had all basically came from frozen cloud Asgard, even without mentioning their facial features. Merely the skin of ice and bones of jade unique to the frozen cloud fairies was already enough to cause all men in the world to be mesmerized and all women to be envious. It was extremely easy for one to lose their sense of direction within this white-filled world. Plus that the sun and moon could barely be seen all year round here, the sky was an expanse of whiteness, and not even a single point of reference could be found. Even Xianxia, who had an extremely strong sense of direction, had lost his way several times within it. The current Xianxia's mind was filled with concern for Chu Yuechen and their child, who should be already 7 to 8 months old. That feeling of excitement which he never experienced before had caused him to be unable to calm down no matter what he did. And accompanying it was deep fear and anxiety as well, because he was unable to ascertain whether their child had really been born. He might be currently lying in Chu Yuechen's embrace, blinking its crystal-like cute and shiny eyes, waiting to meet his father for the first time, or maybe, a year ago. He had already. Xianxia strongly shook his head, using all his strength to suppress all the distracting thoughts. Slowing his speed down and following his sharp senses, he walked forward step by step. "Little fairy, I wonder if you have already gotten the news of me still being alive, just when it was exactly the time you needed me the most, yet I was sealed underground. Not only was I unable to shoulder it with you, I instead gave you the heaviest blow and fright. This time, even if you're unwilling, even if the entire frozen cloud Asgard is to disagree, and even if I have to take you by force, I will definitely take you out of frozen cloud Asgard." Xianxia silently swore in his heart. He regretted following Chu Yuechen's wish back then. During the time in the Heavenly Sword Villa, he should have been a little more forceful to her. She had lived in the frozen cloud Asgard for dozens of years, and the mindset that came from the frozen cloud Asgard had already been deeply ingrained in her heart. She was unable to convince and allow herself to willfully enjoy this sort of feeling that couldn't be settled any more the moment it sprouts. The thing she needed the most was his unyielding. However, as if out of deliberation, he only truly understood it after he found out about her puking out blood and fainting because of the news of his death. In the northwest direction, around 10 kilometers away, there's a clear reaction of profound energy. If there's only a single sect in this entire snow region, then that place should be your target this time. Jasmine, who had slept for 2 consecutive days, woke up at this moment and very generously pointed out the right direction for Xianxia. Xianxia instantly adjusted the direction he was facing and headed towards the northwest. 10 kilometers of the snow plains were very quickly passed under Xianxia's feet. An palace with auroras of ice flowing all around appeared in Xianxia's line of sight at this moment. This was a palace that looked as though it had been constructed by the purest ice and snow, and its surroundings reflected a gentle yet ice-cold flow of light, making the entire palace look as though it was immersed in a stretch of snowy mist and the brilliance of ice. Looking from afar, it was like an Asgard hidden within the clouds. Compared to the huge and majestic presence of Heavenly Sword Villa, the entire palace city could only be described with petite, as it only occupied a land of less than 2 kilometers in length. Its size and height could not even match a small branch sect of the Xiao sect, and its atmosphere wasn't very ambitious and frightening either. But instead, it emitted a chill that directly pierced at one's heart and soul, and an aura of holiness which caused people to lose their will of approaching. So this is Frozen Cloud Asgard? Xianxia stopped, mumbled softly, then increased his pace and approached it with extreme speed. The closer he neared the frozen cloud Asgard, the colder the temperature was. Mystical flowers and strange stalks of grass, which looked as though they were icy blades and sharp snow petals, bloomed competitively around the ice palace, sparkling with an extravagant brilliance like those of crystals and jewelry. They were so beautiful that it could cause one to hold their breath from the sight of it. These strange plants were all nurtured with the purest energy of ice and snow, without being stained by even a hint of the mundane. The air here was unbelievably pure and fresh as well, allowing Xianxia's quick-churning heart to even slowly calm down. The flowers and grasses that were overly pure and beautiful made even Xianxia to not have the heart to harm them. He carefully went around the plants and slowly pressed forward. Very quickly, Frozen Cloud Asgard's crystal-like palace gate appeared right in front of Xianxia. Glows of ice flowed and circled on the palace door, as it faintly flashed with mystical markings, as though some special profound formation was sealed within. Yet as he walked to this point, he still did not see any single human figure from the Frozen Cloud Asgard. The entire ice palace was cold and silent, as though there was not even a single person present. Senior Sister had said that Frozen Cloud Asgard had begun its seclusion 16 months ago. Xianxia deeply murmured, and he continued to walk forward. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly spoke out. There's an attack profound formation in front. However, with your current strength, if you wish to forcefully break through it, it's not able to stop you either. With Jasmine's warning, Xianxia instantly sensed that on the snowy ground less than 10 steps ahead from him, strands of profound energy ripples could be felt. His brows slightly moved and continued to walk forward. Just as he took the 7th step, a glow of ice was suddenly released from the ground in front of him, and an ice lotus-shaped profound formation which was 30 meters wide bloomed. Above the profound formation, 18 huge words were emitting an ice-cold air of deterrence. Frozen cloud in seclusion, no guests are welcome. If one were to forcefully breach, then face the consequences. This was Frozen Cloud Asgard's Great Asgard Defending Formation. As a profound formation of the most excellent sect in the Empire, one could imagine its tremendous might. Just by simply getting a feel of its aura, Xianxia was certain that even the most high-leveled practitioners of the Sky Profound Realm wouldn't be able to barge past it. And even if it was someone in the Emperor Profound Realm, it would also be extremely difficult to breach through. While, spanning the entire of Imperial City, the total number of practitioners in the Emperor Profound Realm could be counted with both hands. Xianxia grabbed Dragonfault's sword and stomped forward without hesitation. In a split second, a wave of aura that chilled both the heart and bone shrouded Xianxia completely. The ice-blue-colored profound formation quickly began spinning, and countless specks of tiny icicles rose from below and pierced over like a storm. Xianxia leapt up and constructed a profound energy barrier as phoenix flames instantly ignited from his entire body. He possessed the evil god's water seed, and water-attributed energy wouldn't be able to harm him in the first place. Moreover, the energy contained within these icicles was interlinked with the energy of the frozen cloud arts. So even if these icicles were to come into direct contact with Xianxia's body, it would be difficult to harm him. And even more so, upon contact with the phoenix's flames, they had already melted into water droplets right away and even evaporated into vapor. Momentarily, dense, sizzling sounds came from Xianxia's body as the vapor around him tumbled. Bringing with him the water vapor around his body, he swiftly rushed forward, straight towards the palace gate. Clink! Ice-cold rays of light flashed before Xianxia, and an ice lotus of 7 meters wide bloomed on the ground before rising steeply and rushed towards Xianxia head-on. The frighteningly cold aura it carried even froze over all the icicles that were being shot from below. Xianxia's brows twitched, and dragon fault smashed out straight onto the heart of the approaching ice lotus. Bang! The gigantic ice lotus exploded in an instant, and the shattered ice shards filled the sky. When these icicles fell onto Xianxia, they also quickly melted. The enormous might contained by this ice lotus was enough to make even an peerless strong expert like Fen Moly to be flustered. Yet under Xianxia's sword, it had exploded instantly. However, how could the protective profound troops of the frozen cloud Asgard be so simple? Before Xianxia was able to move his feet, a cold light from the surroundings reappeared. From behind, to the left, right, from a total of 8 different directions, 8 more ice lotuses that did not seem to pale in comparison in both power and size to that ice lotus from before blossomed simultaneously. After which, the 8 then joined to form a huge ice lotus formation, attacking Xianxia in unison. Xianxia's gaze flashed icy cold, his profound energy surging up violently and explosively. Sealing cloud-locking sun! Bang! 8 ice lotuses all smashed into Xianxia layer by layer. That wave of enormous power could almost be comparable to 8,000-meter tall ice mountains, and the cold aura they concentrated within was more so enough to freeze an entire volcano over. Sealing cloud-locking suns, protective screen had been impacted to the point of distorting, yet it still did not break, and forcefully withstood the frightening power of 8 ice lotuses. At this very moment, the phoenix blood within Xianxia also burst into life with a manic frenzy. Star-scorching demon lotus! Whoosh! A fire lotus that was a few dozen times bigger than the ice lotus blossomed from Xianxia's body, swallowing all 8 of the ice lotuses. Following Xianxia's continuous and explosive increased strength, the might of the star-scorching demon lotus could not be compared to what it had been in the past. Even the ice lotuses that contained enormous amounts of cold energy and icy might could only last for less than 5 breaths of time in the phoenix flames, before quickly melting and turning into wisps of rising vapor. Fire and water counters each other. What the phoenix flame burned wasn't merely the 8 ice lotuses, but also the entire frozen cloud formation. The light from the entire frozen cloud great formation began growing chaotic, and the speed of its rotation also fell by a large extent. Xianxia raised his sword with both hands, and the shadow of a wolf appeared behind him. With a great roar, a sky wolf slash blasted forward. Boom, 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 boom. Under the long howl of the sky wolf, a deep ditch of 7 meters wide and 100 meters long opened up in the ground that held the profound formation. The entire frozen cloud great formation was directly split into 2 halves straight from the center. All the fire on Xianxia extinguished, and his figure transformed into a swift shadow. With just a few leaps, he had already rushed past the frozen cloud great formations area and stood before the main entrance to the frozen cloud Asgard. And at this time, the ice crystal gate that had been shut tightly suddenly opened. Together with a woman's cold and angry voice, a ray of cold sword light pierced straight at Xianxia's chest. Who goes there to actually dare to barge into my frozen cloud Asgard? The sword light that came toward him was incomparably chilling, but it was of no threat to Xianxia at all. With a casual swing of his arms, Dragon Fault racked up an enormous gust of heavy sword wind storm. Before the tip of the woman's sword could even come within 7 meters of Xianxia, she was already thrown back by the violent heavy sword storm, landing back at the main entrance with a flip. On her beautiful jade-like face, which was as cold as snow, the expression of utter shock was apparent. To be able to get through the frozen cloud Asgard's protective spell, the trespasser must have extremely great might. Therefore, Chu Yueli had undertaken this task and struck out personally. However, she had not expected that the opponent's power would actually be at such a frightening level, to actually be able to knock her away with just the sword's wind. The very moment the sword wind touched her, she felt as if a tremendous hammer had crashed onto her chest. Upon clearly seeing the face of the intruder, the look of shock on her face instantly magnified. Xianxia, you're not dead. You're actually not dead? The frozen cloud Asgard's gate was right in front of his eyes, and he only needed a few steps to enter. Xianxia suppressed down the turmoil in his heart and spoke as he looked at Chu Yueli. That's right, I am not dead. Let me in, I want to see Chu Yuechen. Frozen cloud Asgard had always been in closed state, separated from the world, so even though Xianxia had already escaped from under the sword management terrace for many days, and even did something that shook the world, the frozen cloud Asgard hadn't known about Xianxia still being alive until today. Whether it was his survival or the shocking strength he had shown earlier, they all made Chu Yueli extremely shocked in her heart. And as she heard him mention the words, Chu Yuechen, her heartstrings was instantly stabbed with pain. You actually still have the face to find sister. If it's not for you, how could she have broken the Asgard rules and become laughed at by the entire world? And if not for you, how would she be forced to discard her profound arts and become exiled from the frozen cloud Asgard forever? It's all because of you. Chu Yueli's words was as if a thunder had sounded beside Xianxia's ears. On the way here, he had been accompanied by fear at every single moment, afraid of hearing the news that he was most unwilling to hear. But after coming to the frozen cloud Asgard, the first sentence he heard about Chu Yuechen was already a thunderbolt out of the blue. Xianxia's rage, as if gasoline that has touched a spark, instantly started to crazily and uncontrollably burn. He rushed up with a whoosh, grabbed up Chu Yueli's collar at once, and roared with a distorted, ferocious face. What did you say? What did you say just now? Say it again. Say it again. The moment that Xianxia's fury exploded, Chu Yueli felt a sense of suffocation in her chest, and her entire body was tightly suppressed by a heavy, imposing aura. The speed that Xianxia rushed toward her was not too fast, but she didn't even have the time to move at all before her collar was already caught by him. That face, which distorted under extreme fury, was also extremely close to her charming face. Under shock and anger, Chu Yueli subconsciously threw out a palm strike and heavily smashed onto Xianxia's chest. Xianxia's body was instantly blasted away and consecutively retreated 5 or 6 steps, while the entirety of Chu Yueli's being fell into a dumbfounded state. That strike she sent out earlier was almost subconsciously done under anger, and at least used 70% of her force. It was enough to crack open a short mountain from within, yet when it hit Xianxia, it actually only blasted him back a few steps. Looking at his complexion, there was basically not even a hint of being injured. From the time he fell at Heavenly Sword Villa, 16 months has already passed. Within these 16 months, just what had happened to him. Not only did he come back alive, his strength actually also grew by such a terrifying extent. You said that Chu Yuechen had been crippled of her profound art and thrown out of the frozen cloud Asgard. Is that true? Xianxia's gaze ruthlessly locked onto Chu Yueli as he roared with his voice cracking. Right after, he suddenly muttered to himself. She's the head of the frozen cloud 7 fairies. Apart from the secluded senior of the frozen cloud Asgard, her position is only second to the Asgard mistress. The only person who can do this to her would be the frozen cloud Asgard's Asgard mistress. Only the Asgard mistress. Before the ranking tournament, on the way to the Heavenly Sword Villa, he remembered that Kang Yue had told him that the current Asgard mistress of the frozen cloud Asgard was Gong Yuxian, who had already stepped into the Emperor Profound realm 40 years ago, and is currently reigning at the ultimate pinnacle level of the strongest practitioners. Xianxia raised his head suddenly within his eyes. There was as if 2 blood-red balls of fire burning within his eyes. Rushing towards the frozen cloud Asgard, he roared loudly like a ferocious wolf. Gong Yuxian, get out right this moment. Gong Yuxian, get out here right now, right now. Or else I will throw your frozen cloud Asgard upside down, and even fowls and dogs wouldn't rest in peace. Get out here right now. Xianxia's enraged roar was carried by profound strength and spread very far, reaching into every corner of the frozen cloud Asgard. Standing before the main entrance of the frozen cloud Asgard and roaring for the Asgard mistress to get out here right now, Xianxia was absolutely the first in all history. Even if it were beings of the pinnacle level like Xiao Juishan and Fen Duanhui, they would still definitely retract all of their arrogant air when they arrive at the frozen cloud Asgard's territory, and keep from causing any offense as much as possible. Xianxia was not someone who could become easily enraged. Oftentimes, he would appear angry on the surface, yet his mind would be incomparably calm. But this time, his anger crazily burned, and it could not be controlled no matter what, because this matter was related to Chu Yuechen, and also their child. Unless he had severed all of his emotions and extinguished his soul, there was no way he could become calm. Xianxia's snarl had undoubtedly ignited the ire of all who were in the frozen cloud Asgard. The frozen cloud Asgard was a sacred land that had stood for thousands of years, and was a place no one dared to provoke. Today, their Asgard mistress was actually being taunted right in their own territory. Momentarily, the originally calm and empty frozen cloud Asgard shone, flashed with icy glow from all directions, and all of the frozen cloud disciples appeared in the snow, gathering towards the palace gate. From above the palace gate, 5 silhouettes clothed in white descended simultaneously. Each of them brought a wave of might that was enough to freeze the land. When they landed, ice spirits floated in the surroundings and snow fluttered in the wind. Their appearances were peerlessly beautiful, as if they were goddesses that descended to the mortal world, as their ethereal beauty made the entire world to lose its colors. Other than Xia Qingyu, the 6 of the frozen cloud's 7 fairies were Murong Kaiangsu, who was ranked 2nd, Jun Lianqi, who was ranked 3rd, Mu Lani, who was 4th, Chu Yueli, who was 5th, and Feng Hanyu, the 6th, as well as Feng Hangsu, who was 7th. All 6 had appeared in front of Xianxia. Facing Xianxia, who looked to be less than 20 years of age, all of their faces were all painted with surprise. But seeing the horrifying ditch behind him and the frozen cloud great formation which had been wrecked to an unrecognizable extent, all of their surprise was replaced by deep shock. The appearance of the 6 from the frozen cloud's 7 fairies, without even taking into account their fame and prestige, just by their proud and lofty disposition as well as their matchless beauty, the picture they made was already enough to dazzle any man and make their soul fly out. However, it was as if Xianxia didn't even see this beautiful scenery. His pair of eyes were filled with deep anger and hatred. Looking toward the front, he said with an overcast voice, "Not coming out? Then I'll have to pull you out myself." During his low mumbling, Xianxia grabbed Dragon Fault and rushed straight towards the palace door like an angered cheetah. "Stop him!" Chu Yueli turned pale with fright. With a wave of her ice sword, an ice lotus blossomed from the tip of her sword and pierced toward Xianxia's chest. From above, along with Chu Yueli's shocked cry, the other 5 frozen cloud fairies attacked in unison, and a large number of ice lotuses bloomed at once. The cold wind howled, and the surroundings were frozen over in an instant. "Scram!" Xianxia clenched his teeth, and with a furious howl, he ruthlessly smashed down Dragon Fault. The Phoenix's flame and the evil god's profound energy were released from the sword without holding back in the slightest, as the Phoenix's and dragon's cry shook one's heart and soul. Rumble. The ground burst apart, and the frozen cloud palace gate, which possessed a powerful defensive profound formation and had stood its ground for thousands of years, was directly smashed into pieces, becoming mere useless rubble. The strong storm of energy swept away everything within 300 meters in radius, and the ice and snow that would never thaw in 10,000 years was swept up, filling the entire sky, while all of the frozen cloud's 6 fairies, who had strength to shock the entire world, were blown far away with a groan under the might of this single strike by Xianxia, just like snow-white butterflies being swept away by a storm. The frozen cloud Asgard's disciples had all rushed over by then, and the first thing they saw was the scene of their palace gate exploding, and the frozen cloud's 6 fairies all being thrown away in one sword strike in that instant. All their lips fell agape and could not be closed for a long while. Confusion and terror filled their eyes, because they had just witnessed the hardest to believe scenery in this world. After blowing away the defense that the frozen cloud 6 fairies simultaneously constructed with a single sword strike, Xianxia clenched his teeth and formally stepped into the frozen cloud Asgard with rage burning up within him. At this moment, a furious voice descended from above. "Insolent one, you actually dare to barge into my frozen Asgard and destroy my palace gate? Unforgivable." A gust of bone-chilling blizzard arrived howling as it unyieldingly stopped Xianxia's advancing body. Xianxia gave a loud roar, and with a swing of his heavy sword, the blizzard wave was blown away, scattering instantly. After which, he smashed straight at the figure that was rapidly descending from the skies. The person before him looked to be 40 or 50 years old, and a wave of enormously oppressive might emanated from her. Her mightiness of her strength was above Fen Duanhun, above Xiao Juishan, and even above Ling Yuefeng. She was the strongest opponent Yun Qi had ever encountered to date in the Blue Wind Empire, and peerless strong being who had stayed in the Emperor Profound realm for 40 whole years. And this person could only be the mistress of the frozen cloud Asgard, Gong Yuxian. Yun Qi's fury that was already surging grew even more intense. With flash of his body, 4 figures appeared in mid-air, swung out 4 phoenix breaks that were charged with anger at the same time, as they mercilessly blasted straight for Gong Yuxian, whose might stood proud in the world, that even the Emperor would have to act utmost courteous to her in dread, the frozen cloud Asgard's mistress. Gong Yuxian's eyebrows furrowed tight, and with a wave of her arm, a snow-white long ribbon danced the air as it floated, striking all 4 phoenix breaks and scattering them. With another wave of her arm, the snow-white long ribbon was knitted into the shape of a snowflake in the midst of its dance. Carrying a might that could shake the heavens and the cold of an icy world, it greeted straight for Yun Qi's heavy sword. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the Emperor Profound Realm exploded in the collisions and even shook up the entirety of the frozen cloud Asgard as it faint shuddered. 3 enormous overlapping holes broke open on the ground, and even the space above had almost collapsed under distortion. Frozen cloud Asgard disciples who were relatively closer were directly flung away by the residual wave of profound energy, letting out panicked, yet tender and sweet-sounding cries. Yun Qi landed on the ground with a flip, all the blood and air in his body tumbled. Right before him, Gong Yuxian landed slowly. Shock was written clearly across her face. Her gaze paused on Yun Qi's face for a short while, and then swept past to the dragon fault in his hands. A cold light came from her solemn eyes. To actually have such strength at such a young age, and also possesses an Emperor Profound sword as well. Could it be that you are a descendant of a certain sacred ground? Gong Yuxian was such a high-level being that no one would dare to not answer a question from her. Yet Yun Qi continued to turn a deaf ear. His eyes were as if the bloodshot ones of cruel wolves and glared at her as he spoke in a raspy voice. Gong Yuxian, Chu Yuechen's profound art being crippled, and was also chased out of the frozen Asgard. Is that true? Speak, mistress, he is Yun Qi, he didn't die, Chu Yueli shouted. Amongst all the people present, only she had seen Yun Qi before. Yun Qi! The tip of Gong Yuxian's brow moved. All the frozen cloud Asgard's disciples' faces revealed shock and complicated expressions as well. So he was Yun Qi, the one who had snatched the championship of the ranking tournament with a profound strength of the true profound realm, who was also Xia Qingyu's husband, as well as the one who made Chu Yuechen pregnant, and shook up the entire of Blue Wind Empire. Then unexpectedly fell at the Heavenly Sword Villa, that Yun Qi, obtaining the title of champion in the ranking tournaments at 17 years old, a true profound realm that matched Earth Profound Realm. With accomplishments like these, it was enough to look over the Blue Wind Empire with pride, and was also qualified enough let Gong Yuxian pay him attention. But after those few moves that Gong Yuxian had just exchanged with Yun Qi, her heart could be said to have stirred up a stormy sea. Her profound strength was at the 3rd level of the Emperor Profound Realm, and yet she did not gain the slightest bit of advantage over Yun Qi. Every time that Emperor Profound heavy sword was swung, its terrifying might was even enough to make her feel like her chest was being pressed by a huge rock, making her unable to breathe at all. His true strength is far more than 100 times greater than what was spoken in the rumors. Perhaps even compared the current Xia Qingyu, he isn't the slightest bit weaker. This Yun Qi can be considered an peerlessly talented being. It's no wonder why even Chu Yuechen had been moved by him. So you are Yun Qi? Gong Yuxian was both surprised and furious. The frozen cloud Asgard's 1,000 years of pristine reputation had been sullied was precisely because of him, and being forced to shut the palace gate in seclusion was also because of him. If Yun Qi hadn't already fell earlier, she would have longed to leave the frozen Asgard to kill him herself. Her brows sunk as she said, "So you're actually still alive, and you have the gall to come up to my frozen cloud Asgard to condemn me. You caused Yuechen to violate the sectoral rules and destroyed my frozen Asgard's 1,000 years of reputation." "Bullshit," Yun Qi voiced angrily. "What does your dog shit sectoral rules have to do with me? How am I in any way related to your 1,000 years of pristine reputation? In my eyes, Your sectoral rules are practically the most dehumanizing chains in this world. And your so-called 1,000 years of pristine reputation is even more of an enormous joke. While I and Chu Yuechen loved each other, took on hardships together, went through life and death together, the matters between the two of us, even the Emperor of the Heavens, have no control over them. What right do you have to cripple her profound art and chase her out of your sect? Insolence! Gong Yuxian raged and spoke as she held back her emotions. Yuechen is the direct disciple of mine whom I am proudest of. I treat her just like my own daughter, and all the frozen cloud arts she has learned have been taught by me. Even though I hate that she has caused the sect's reputation to become tainted, and wished so much to personally destroy that vile spawn in her womb. But how can I have the heart to cripple her profound arts and throw her out of the Asgard? The frozen cloud arts is a supreme profound art of the ice attribute. It freezes the heart and chills the body. If a woman who trains in the frozen cloud arts becomes pregnant, the child in her womb would be frozen to death in less than 2 months. This place is an area of perpetual snow and ice. The cold energy is extremely heavy, and therefore it is the most suitable place to train in the frozen cloud arts. But living under such heavy cold energy for too long would similarly be fatal to the fetus. Yuechen, for you, and for that vile spawn you left in her body, had discarded her own profound arts on the spot and begged me on her knees to let her leave the frozen cloud Asgard. Yun Qi's mind experienced a loud crash and instantly became a stretch of white. And in that white world, a portrayal of little fairy who was usually cold as profound ice, resolutely crippling her own profound arts for the sake of their child, and kneeling in front of Gong Yuxian while begging with tears, was slowly painted. Previously, although he had liked Chu Yuechen and was infatuated with her pure and cold temperament and sensation, never did he feel like he had owed her anything. Even though she had saved him, however, in the dragon spirit training ground, he had also battled tooth and nail to protect her. Even regarding them becoming one, it was also done to save her life. But at this moment, he clearly knew that in his entire life, he would never be able to forget Chu Yuechen. In this entire life, he could not ever afford to let that infatuated heart, even more tenacious and transparent than a diamond below that facade as lofty and prideful as a snow lotus, down. Yun Qi's face started to twitch, following which he laughed. His laugh was tinged with a little sadness and a little cold mockery. His voice was low, but the anger in it had not lessened in the slightest. Gong Yuxian, let me ask you, back then, did you really not have any method of saving the child in her, as well as in her profound art, without making her leave the frozen cloud Asgard? Gong Yuxian's expression changed. Facing Yun Qi's gaze, which was cold as ice, the words that was about to exit her mouth, yet couldn't leave her lips for a long while. Yun Qi spoke in a somber tone. Had you used purple-veined heavenly crystal to temporarily seal her profound veins, and protected the child in her womb the same way, then no matter the cold energy of the frozen cloud arts, or the cold energy, it would be absolutely impossible for the child to be harmed. Purple-veined heavenly crystal is indeed incomparably valuable, but as a sect that has been standing for 1,000 years, it's absolutely impossible to not be able to take out enough purple-veined heavenly crystal. Gong Yuxian, you've been living for 100 years and are at the pinnacle of the Blue Wind Imperial City's practicing world, so don't tell me you did not know of such a method. Yun Qi's words had hit the nail straight on her head. Her face was somber, but when facing Yun Qi's angry eyes, she was unable to say anything. Mistress, is this true? Chu Yueli questioned, and when she spoke, her hands tightened unconsciously. Sigh, Gong Yuxian let out a long sigh and said, back then, Chu Yuechen had suddenly discarded her profound arts herself. There simply wasn't enough time for me to stop her. Bullshit. Yun Qi's furious voice cut Gong Yuxian short. Even if she had suddenly crippled her profound arts and you weren't able to stop her in time, then why did you allow her to leave the frozen cloud Asgard? Without profound arts, how would she protect herself? And with her profound arts crippled, her body would definitely be extremely weak for a long period of time. Moreover, that she was pregnant. If you had really cared for her and saw her as your own daughter, you ought to have kept her in the frozen cloud Asgard. With the purple-veined heavenly crystal to block out the cold energy, and the protection of your frozen Asgard, she would definitely have been safe and sound until the child had been born. Yet you still chose to throw her out. All your excuses are just bull. What you really minded was simply just your so-called 1,000 years of pristine reputation. Because only exiling her from the frozen cloud Asgard would you be able to say that the sanctity of the Asgard had been preserved? For your so-called pristine reputation, everything else, even your so-called daughter, could decisively be thrown away. Nonsense, Gong Yuxian was sullen. While Yuechen discarded her own profound arts, her profound strength is still within her. With her profound strength of the Emperor Profound Realm in the entire Blue Wind Empire, just how many could even harm her? Yun Qi took up his dragon fault, as a berserking aura released from his body. I, Yun Qi, am a person who will definitely repay debts of grace, but also grudge alike. If your frozen cloud Asgard had treated Chu Yuechen kindly, kept her in the Asgard, and protected her as she gave birth to our child, I would have definitely become eternally grateful to your frozen cloud Asgard. Even if I had to sell my life for the sake of your frozen Asgard, I would not have batted an eyelid. But regretfully, you have made a decision that I can't help but resent. Gong Yuxian, you'd best pray that on the day I find her, she and our child are both safe and sound, or else I'll for certain take your life even if you were the Queen Mother of the Heavens. Each and every of Yun Qi's words was terribly pressing, and Gong Yuxian was also slowly losing control over the fury that she had fought to keep suppressed. She spoke with a heavy voice. Regarding Yuechen, even though the punishment she had received was definitely not unjust, it is true that my handling of it had left much to be desired in terms of sensibility. But this cannot become a reason for you to cause a ruckus in my frozen cloud Asgard. What's more, you're the one who owes my frozen cloud Asgard first. My frozen cloud Asgard dates back for thousands of years, and nobody has ever dared to be so impudent. If you don't give me a satisfactory account for what happened today, then don't even think of leaving. Account for it? Yun Qi laughed coldly. The one who should be giving an account for this is you, not me. I don't have any intentions of leaving now at all either, because I have yet to let you taste the repercussions of angering me. The profound energy from Yun Qi exploded suddenly, causing the ice and snow that had just landed to be blown up to the air once again, filling the entire sky. Swinging up the dragon fault, an overlord's fury directly blasted toward Gong Yuxian's face. The screaming wind and dragon cry that seemed as if it came from above the heavens resounded through the entire frozen cloud Asgard. Gong Yuxian wrinkled her brows at the berserkness and oppressive might of the strike as her body dropped down. When she landed on the ground, the long ribbon fluttered, and the magnificent ice around her dazzled. Amidst the whirling snow that filled the air, an ice lotus blossomed, towering toward the sky. Zap! With a sound similar to the exploding sound of thunder, the berserk energy burst out like a violently surging tsunami. Even the ice beneath was roughly lifted up, and covered the whole sky within the range of vision. Yun Qi and Gong Yuxian fell back at the same time. All the surrounding ice and snow within nearly 1,000 meters from the place they were standing had turned into extremely minute powder. There was no one in the Blue Wind Empire who would dare to question Gong Yuxian's strength. However, the momentary battle between Yun Qi and Gong Yuxian actually ended without either gaining an advantage over the other. This made all the frozen cloud disciples extremely shocked. But the momentary battle further aroused Yun Qi and Gong Yuxian's fury. After the two stayed still for a while, Yun Qi let out a wild roar as he waved the dragon fault. His body and sword was burning with the incomparably blazing phoenix flame. Phoenix flame burned the sky as ice and snow covered the sun. Along with an ear-splitting explosion sound, the sword shadow and the tip of the ribbon continuously clashed together. It even produced terrible sounds like that of lightning and thunder. Gong Yuxian's figure floated and wandered within the ice, snow, and phoenix flame like a fantastic figure. This was the absolute movement skill of the frozen cloud Asgard, frozen snow dance steps. Yun Qi had seen it once when battling with Xianxia in the ranking tournament. When Xianxia used frozen snow dance steps, her posture was so outstandingly graceful and extraordinary that she looked very much like a fairy. It was unimaginably beautiful and could have easily confused a person's sight. However, as for Gong Yuxian, her steps were so ghostly that her movements were completely unpredictable. Yun Qi used Star God's Broken Shadow to deal with it. Even if it was only the third stage of the Star God's Broken Shadow, it was in no way inferior to Gong Yuxian's 8th stage, Frozen Snow Dance Steps. When comparing the two movement skills, the Frozen Snow Dance Steps, which she had trained in for nearly her whole life, was actually unable to gain the upper hand in the slightest. A virtual image of an ice lotus began to blossom behind Gong Yuxian's back, and gradually became substantial. As she released her move, 100 streaks of ice phoenix mirages were discharged with every wave of the ribbon. In the beginning of her battle with Xianxia, she didn't really use her whole strength. But when she discovered that she was unable to do anything to him, she began to increase the amount of profound power she was using little by little. However, she was shocked to find that with every bit of increase in her profound power, the power of her opponent was also increasing bit by bit, and he wasn't suppressed at all by her during the entire battle. Just when her move switched from frozen dance to Ice Phoenix's dance, his heavy sword began to let out a soul-shuddering dragon's cry and minced all the Ice Phoenixes. In the blink of an eye, both of them had already exchanged more than 100 blows, yet neither of them was able to do anything to the other. Both of them seemed to evenly match each other in strength. However, among the two, one had been famous for dozens of years, and her might was known to everyone in the world. It was the frozen cloud Asgard mistress whom everyone was afraid of. But on the other side, it was just a 19-year-old young man. All the disciples of the frozen cloud Asgard lost their voices in endless shock. After all, this battle between the two completely overturned their perceptions. Frozen Heaven Coffin. As both of them got separated by some distance after their frantic collision, Xianxia stabilized her body and brought her hands together before Xianxia could make his move. Along with successive cracking sounds, the place around Xianxia rapidly took shape of a crystalline ice coffin. The ice coffin wasn't thick at all, but it was formed by the power of incomparably high-density frozen cloud. Once someone was enclosed inside that ice coffin, even if it was an opponent of the same level as her, it would be impossible for them to break out of it in a short amount of time. After successfully sealing off Xianxia, Xianxia immediately let out a sigh of relief and said in a stern voice, "With your current age and strength, you are comparable with the descendants of the sacred grounds. You're almost as strong as our frozen cloud Asgard's Xia Qingyu. Truly, I never thought that I'd be destroying such a genius from the Blue Wind Empire with my own hands. However, there's no way I could forgive a person like you who has offended my frozen cloud Asgard." Xianxia turned a deaf ear to her and smashed on the ice coffin, which produced a vibrating bang sound. Xianxia said in a cold voice, "This is the strongest sealing skill of my frozen cloud Asgard, frozen heaven coffin. Once a person is sealed within it, it'd be absolutely impossible for them to get out in a short amount of tea." Along with a cracking sound, long cracks quickly spread around the entire surface of the ice coffin. This immediately caused Xianxia to stop talking halfway through the sentence, and her face showed a terrified expression. With a sneer on his face, Xianxia's second strike suddenly smashed down on the ice coffin again. Falling moon sinking star! Bang! The frozen heaven coffin immediately burst open into pieces with an exploding sound. Amidst the countless pieces of ice crystals that filled the whole sky, Xianxia's silhouette moved with such intensity as if tearing open the space itself, and rushed over to Xianxia with the demeanor of a ghost. Subsequently, the image of a blue wolf loftily emerged behind his back. Sky Wolf! Slash! The incomparably tenacious frozen heaven coffin was actually smashed in 2 blows from Xianxia. Under the huge shock, Xianxia found herself absent-minded for a moment. Then her chest was struck by the wolf's exceedingly heavy blow that carried enough might to destroy a mountain. PFF, the dreadfulness of the wolf's silhouette's power, far exceeded Xianxia's expectation. All of her internal organs were dislocated in a very short time, and her entire body was dyed in blood. As blood sprayed out from her mouth, she staggered continuously, moving more than 10 steps backwards. A ghastly streak of blood could be seen at the corner of her mouth. "Mistress! Mistress!" The 6 fairies of the frozen cloud, who had turned pale with fright, quickly dashed over to Xianxia and stood before her in a guarding posture. The ice spirits surrounding their bodies moved chaotically as coldness bore through their hearts. However, what covered them even more was the extreme shock that didn't show any signs of disappearing. Although he used a sneak attack, the fact remained that Xianxia was able to injure Xianxia. His battle strength completely broke the very foundation of their imaginations and perceptions. It was at least as strong as someone in the Emperor's profound realm. It was simply impossible to imagine the future accomplishments of someone like him, who was already so strong even before turning 20. Xianxia didn't continue with his attacks, and withdrew his sword force in front of every frozen cloud disciple's line of sight. Even Dragon Fault had vanished without a trace from his hands. Xianxia? There were already no signs of anger in Xianxia's expression and eyes. A stillness that absolutely shouldn't be appearing on a person of his age had fully replaced it. It was as if he wasn't facing Frozen Cloud Asgard's mistress, but a criminal who needed to be tried. You simply can't understand my anger, just as I can't understand the significance of the Frozen Cloud Asgard's rules and clean reputation to you. Everything that you did to Yuechin may not be wrong at all for someone in your position. But as for me, to make her leave to some other place, where she might find herself in a risky situation when she was pregnant, is an inexcusable mistake. You owe me this strike? Gong Yuxian slowly suppressed her internal injuries and sternly said, "Your talent may be astonishing and exceptional, but you're extremely conceited, and your heart and mind are even more selfish and narrow. Yuechin was the last disciple that I personally taught after myself, bringing her back to Frozen Cloud Asgard back then. I spent the majority of the latter half of my life, heart and blood, on raising her, which eventually let her become famous all around the world as the Fairy of Frozen Beauty. So regardless of her violating the sect rules, staining Frozen Asgard's clean reputation, and even self-abolishing her profound art, I wouldn't have owed her in the least even if I abolished her with my own hands for no reason, and expelled her from our Frozen Asgard. As for you, HMPH, you sullied my Frozen Asgard's disciple, and also defiled my Frozen Asgard's 1,000 years long of pristine reputation. As such, it wouldn't be too much even if I were to personally kill you. So why would I feel the need to protect your and Yuechin's vile spawn? Your questions and violent criticism have to be the biggest joke in the world." Yun Qi slowly raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "You say you don't owe Chu Yuechin anything. Heh. No, you do owe her. You owe her too much. If you hadn't met her back then and brought her to the Frozen Cloud Asgard, she could also have the life of a normal girl. With her beauty that can overturn the world, she could have easily found a suitable man to accompany her throughout her life, and enjoyed the most intact emotions as well as the most perfect life. But you, aside from making her obtain a strong power, what else did you give to her? Was she ever able to laugh, cry, or be happy even once? She spent her every day under this frozen sky and snowy land, completely absorbed in practicing the frozen cloud arts. Fettered by the rules of your sect, there was no way for her to touch the emotions she originally possessed as a woman. What you did for her was to almost make a living person like her into an ice sculpture with completely frozen emotions. You nearly destroyed her entire life. Although she and I had been acquaintances for a brief period of time, she willingly abandoned her life of several decades she had in Frozen Cloud Asgard for me. It was during the short time that I let her change back to a true woman, no longer an emotionless ice sculpture sealed by the frozen cloud anymore." Yun Qi's voice gradually became lonely. "Your Frozen Cloud Asgard's tradition of collecting extremely talented and beautiful girls every year from all over the place, and bringing them in the Frozen Asgard, is the same as fettering them for the rest of their life. In order to continue your Frozen Asgard's foundation, you've ruined the intact fates that many of the extremely outstanding girls brought to this place were supposed to enjoy. Even if I call the sect rules of your Frozen Cloud Asgard as the world's most savage shackles, I wouldn't be accusing you wrongly even a bit. The Frozen Cloud Asgard is an existence akin to the sacred grounds in the hearts of countless people, but in my eyes, it's nothing more than a tomb of the living dead, which shouldn't exist in this world." You, shut your mouth!" Gong Yuxian let out a loud roar, and her face twitched for a second. That's right, it actually twitched. Even Yun Qi didn't think that his speech would make her give such a huge reaction. However, all the girls of the Frozen Cloud were only staring blankly, as no one had brought up such a topic as Yun Qi did in front of them before. The kind of words he spoke not only vilified their sect, but also insulted it, so they should have been angry and rejected the validity of his accuses. But each and every word he said penetrated deep inside the silent depths of their souls like a spell, and suddenly set their emotions, that were impossible to remain completely faded out for eternity, into motion. Yun Qi faintly glanced at Gong Yuxian and continued, "You say I'm a selfish person, and I completely agree with your words, as I'm originally an extremely selfish person. If I have to make a choice between the lives of countless innocent people who are unrelated to me and Chu Yuechin's life, I would immediately kill those countless innocent people without any hesitation at all. That's how selfish I am. For Chu Yuechin, I can bear any nightmare or sin, but for you and the Frozen Cloud Asgard, it's simply impossible to ever feel such feelings." Gong Yuxian. Yun Qi turned around and indifferently said, "Although I resent you for expelling Chu Yuechin from the Frozen Cloud Asgard, but I simultaneously feel glad about it. Because when I find her, she would completely belong to me, for there would be no relation between your frozen cloud Asgard and Chu Yuechen anymore. She wouldn't need to be restrained and burdened by your heavy fetters that only serve to shackle one's heart. After he finished speaking, Yun Qi lifted his leg and slowly walked toward the outside of the palace gate. Don't block his path. Gong Yuxian reached out with her hands, grabbing Murong Kaiengsu and Jun Lianqi, who were thinking of chasing after him, and said with a pale face, "You are not his opponent. Let him go." When she finished talking, her body, that shouldn't have suffered any great internal injury, slowly sank down on the ground, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Both her eyes lost spirit, and she couldn't even hear the shouts of surprise near her ears. Within her mind, the figure of a young man emerged as if she was in a dream. It was the person who had thawed her frozen and sealed heart with his thoroughly genuine feelings. And then she experienced with him all the happiness that she never felt before in the frozen cloud Asgard. However, she wasn't as courageous as Chu Yuechen and stepped back from the relationship. She broke her ties with him, and they never saw each other again. Afterwards, she found his ice-cold corpse that was still releasing an aura of sorrow at the extreme border of the snow region of extreme ice, where they had met for the first time. It had already been 80 years since then. The thing that should have been a beautiful dream had actually become the most heart-rending nightmare for her. After countless stings of pain she felt over the period of a long time, she believed that her soul had already completely frozen over and wouldn't waver anymore. What Yun Qi said suddenly awakened the nightmare that she had always continuously tried to forget with all her heart, and made her heart throb. Without anyone chasing after him, Yun Qi walked away from the frozen cloud Asgard. Walking amidst the frozen sky and snowy land, he looked at the vast expanse of whiteness that dyed the snow region of extreme ice, feeling indecisive and helpless for the first time within his heart. "Little fairy, where are you? Just where did you go? What am I supposed to do to find you?" Jasmine could clearly sense his mental state and said indifferently, "Perhaps you don't need to deliberately seek her. Given your current influence, the news that you are alive would rapidly spread, and it won't take long for her to hear about it too. At that time, she will naturally take the initiative to come look for you." "No," Yun Qi shook his head before saying with a sigh, "You don't understand her. She is too cold, and she is used to being lonely and cheerless. She has never wished to have any form of contact with any strangers. Since she is pregnant and had self-abolished her profound art, she will surely avoid inhabited places even more at all costs to protect the child. Otherwise, given her unparalleled looks and temperament that can evoke disturbance wherever she goes, how come there would be no news about someone discovering her after leaving frozen cloud Asgard for so long? Even senior sister Zuruo didn't know about her expulsion from the frozen cloud Asgard. So she would have definitely gone to some miserable and desolate place similar to frozen cloud Asgard, where she could remain cut off from the rest of the world. A place where no one would disturb her or harm our child. As such, there would be no way for her to know that I am still alive, and I also don't know where I should go look for her." "Someone's coming," Jasmine said all of a sudden. Yun Qi immediately raised his eyebrows. From the direction of the frozen cloud Asgard, a white figure was rushing toward him at an extreme rate, and very soon appeared in his line of sight. The figure was actually a huge snow-white bird-type profound beast. It was over 10 meters tall, and its whole body was as white as snow. The features of its body appeared similar to a falcon's, but it was even more robust, mighty, and towering. Its head was similar to that of a hawk, but it was much more noble and lofty. Its claws were like hooks, and its eyes gave the impression of cold blades. It had a great majestic aura, and its speed was even greater, like a lightning. A girl in white dress was riding on its back, and pitch-black hair, like night, hung down to her waist. She seemed like a plum flower in the midst of innumerable mountains and countless snow, presenting purity and holiness along with a glamorous beauty. "Chu Yu Lai?" Yun Qi's brows slightly wrinkled. He stopped walking and silently watched Chu Yueli approach. With its extreme speed, the snow-white profound beast quickly arrived before Yun Qi in no time. Chu Yueli twisted her slender waist, shook off the snow, and amidst the faintly cold, fragrant wind, she swiftly landed ahead of Yun Qi like a snow maiden descending to the world, confronting the icy pair of eyes coldly looking at her. Yun Qi's eyebrows unconsciously raised up, but they immediately relaxed a bit when let alone killing intent. He didn't even feel any hostility from Chu Yueli. "You can be at ease, as I have not come to cause trouble for you." Right now, I am not your match. Chu Yueli started talking before Yun-Chi did. Her voice was like a cold water crystal, ice-cold and clear. In the beginning, I hated you to the bone because of what happened with my sister, but now, all of a sudden, I don't hate you anymore. Although you did disservice to the frozen cloud Asgard, trampling my Asgard, destroying my palace gate, and injuring my Asgard mistress. However, doing all that has finally made you worthy of elder sister. You chased me all the way just to say these things to me? Yun-Chi asked. Chu Yueli lifted up her jade arm and made a simple gesture. Immediately afterwards, the large, fully snow-white bird moved in a circular motion and quickly flew down from the sky. Then it folded its wings and landed obediently beside Chu Yueli. From its body, Yun-Chi clearly felt the aura of the Sky Profound realm. Could this be a Sky Profound beast? This is a snow phoenix beast, a powerful Sky Profound beast that only exists in this snow region of extreme ice. Even in the entire snow region of extreme ice, there are only 3 of them. Although it is a Sky-Profound beast, its nature is extremely gentle and is even easier to tame and make it one's contracted profound beast than most of the Earth-Profound beasts. Chu Yueli lightly said, even if your current strength is extremely astonishing, due to the limitation of profound power, you aren't capable of flight. There isn't any profound mark of a contracted beast on your hand either, so I'm giving you this snow phoenix beast to make it your contracted profound beast. Halfway through Chu Yueli's talk, Yun-Chi faintly guessed what she wanted to do. The value of a Sky Profound Realm contracted profound beast was no less than a Sky Profound weapon. Even if it was the 4 major sects, they won't have more than 2 or 3 contracted profound beasts of this level. So for Chu Yueli to be willing to give him something so precious was no different from a gargantuan gift to him. But Yun-Chi didn't give it much thought and directly shook his head. No need for that. I'm not used to traveling on profound beasts, and going on foot is also a kind of training for me. However, his reaction wasn't at all unexpected to Chu Yueli, as she coldly said, "It's called Little Chan, and the one who caught it live and tamed it was elder sister. Its one and sole owner until now was also elder sister." Yun-Chi suddenly raised his eyebrows. A glint of light flashed past his eyes, showing the wavering of his decision as he looked at the obedient snow phoenix beast. Elder sister severed her contract with it before leaving the frozen cloud Asgard and let it stay at frozen cloud Asgard. It seems she didn't want to be found out due to this snow phoenix beast. If you want to go look for elder sister, then bring it along with you. It was born in the snow region of extreme ice, but it can equally adapt to torrid heat and dry weather. In addition, it possesses the 2 attributes of wind and water. Not only can it travel the distance of 1,500 kilometers within a day, it also possesses a powerful offense. Moreover, since Elder Sister was its first master, it surely has not forgotten her aura even after she had broken off the contract, so it can perhaps help you to find Elder Sister even faster. After she finished speaking, Chu Yueli further added a sentence. Me giving it to you is not to help you or anything, but simply for the sake of my elder sister. Yun-Chi's eyes fluctuated for a bit, then he suddenly jumped up and extended his hand. A drop of blood flowed out of his fingertip, and he dropped it between the brows of the snow phoenix beast. The snow phoenix beast spread opened its wings, and its mouth released a light cry. Rays of light faintly flickered between its brows. And then, a white-colored, contracted, profound seal appeared on the back of Yun-Chi's hand, before slowly concealing within his hand. With the help of the contract imprint that Chu Yuechen had left behind, Yun-Chi quickly succeeded in contracting with the snow phoenix beast. The snow phoenix beast let out a long cry and flew up at low altitude. Then it landed at Yun-Chi's side. "Thanks." Yun-Chi expressed his gratitude with extreme indifference. Chu Yueli lightly nodded, and without saying anything else, she floated up in the sky with the intent to leave. "What about King Yu? Why didn't I see her there?" Yun-Chi suddenly questioned her. Chu Yueli's body stopped in the air, and she said after a little hesitation, "1 year ago, King Yu passed through the 33rd floor of Ice Purgatory Trial and became the first person in my Asgard to break through the 30th floor since the past 900 years. Nowadays, she is busy comprehending the divine art under the frozen prison, which the ancestor had left behind 1,000 years ago, that hasn't been successfully comprehended by anyone before. Frozen and divine art. So even I do not know when she will be coming out of the Ice Purgatory. As you are nominally her husband, and also her great benefactor, if you want to leave a message for her, I can pass it on to her the day she comes out of the Ice Purgatory." After remaining silent for a while, Xianxia slightly shook his head. That won't be necessary. Chu Yueli didn't speak any longer. She traveled through the snow and soon disappeared from Xia's line of sight. Channer! Xianxia went over to the snow phoenix beast. He reached out his hand and gently stroked its icy smooth snow-white wings for a while before he softly said, "This is fine too. Let's go together to look for your mistress." However, from where was he supposed to begin the search? And how should he look around for her? Looking at the white and boundless field before his eyes, Xianxia felt at a loss. He faced toward the north, turned toward the west, then faced toward the south, finally, his gaze fixed at the east. East, floating cloud city, grandfather, little aunt. The light in Xia's eyes fiercely trembled. Soon it would be a full 3 whole years since he left Xiao clan. 3 years, when he was trapped under the sword management terrace. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise to return in 3 years. But he lived through the predicament and came out well and safe. His strength was also already enough to never let his grandfather and little aunt be bullied and humiliated by anyone in floating cloud city again. The figures of his grandfather and little aunt became increasingly clearer in his mind, and they gradually occupied all of his thoughts. "Channer, let's go." The snow phoenix beast let out a long cry. It flapped its wings as it flew up in the air, causing the sky to be filled with ice and snow. Xianxia jumped up and landed on the snow phoenix beast's back. Then, together with the snow phoenix beast, he transformed into a long white figure and disappeared at the end of the sky within the blink of an eye. As a sky-profound beast, the speed and endurance of the snow phoenix beast was incomparably amazing. When Chu Yueli said that it could travel 1,500 kilometers within a day, she wasn't exaggerating in the least. After leaving Heavenly Sword Villa, Xianxia had traveled day and night, hurrying to the Blue Wind Imperial City and disrupted Fen Jucheng's bride escort. He had originally thought of rushing back to Floating Cloud City after staying in the Imperial City for a day. But when he suddenly found out about Chu Yuechen's matter, he had to change his mind and rush to the snow region of extreme ice while burning with anxiety. Now, although Chu Yuechen's matter had left a deep impression on his mind, the land was boundless and he had no clue about the starting point of his search. So the time of when he could meet her again only depended on the wishes of the heavens. With his heart set on speeding home, he traveled day and night like lightning, heading toward the east. According to the distance he remembered, he was getting closer and closer to the incomparably familiar floating cloud city. This day, he arrived over the skies of the New Moon City. Even though he had stayed in New Moon City for a very short time, he encountered all kinds of accidents. It was also the New Moon City where he met Kang Yue and was brought to the Blue Wind Imperial City. Then, right after that, he experienced a series of trials and hardships. It could be said that running into Kang Yue in New Moon City was a huge turning point of his fate. He still remembered that after arriving in New Moon City, he first looked for Sikong Han in accordance with Xiao Lai's wish, to have a place arranged for him to stay. Afterwards, he directly entered the New Moon Profound Palace, but in the end, he only stopped over for only less than 2 days in the New Moon Profound Palace. After thinking about the past events, Xianxia put away the snow phoenix beast within his contracted profound seal and straightaway landed inside the New Moon Profound Palace. Have you heard? Xianxia didn't even die that time. He was alive and went back to Blue Wind Imperial City. There he snatched back the Blue Moon Princess during the Burning Heaven Young Master's bride escort and heavily injured Fen Jucheng. I heard there were a total of 8 Sky Profound experts escorting him, 8 of them, you know. But surprisingly, Xianxia had single-handedly beat the hell out of them. The might he showed was practically like that of a completely unrestrained, powerful tyrant. Nonsense. Is there even anyone around who doesn't know about it? However, that 8 Sky Profound experts part of your information seems to be wrong. According to what I heard, there were 20 Sky Profound experts accompanying Fen Jucheng, and all of them were one by one pounded down by senior brother Xianxia. Then that usually overbearing Burning Heaven Young Master was directly beaten into an abused dog. And in the end, while showing great mercy, Xianxia spared his sorry life. After that, he just dejectedly ran away back to the Burning Heaven clan. Senior brother Xianxia is simply the greatest genius of the Blue Wind Empire. When the young man mentioned the 4 words, Senior brother Xianxia, his eyes released a light of infatuation. Thinking about the fact that he could truly call himself Xianxia's younger brother. As Xianxia had once stayed in the New Moon Profound Palace, he felt himself so fortunate that he almost passed out. Right after landing on the ground, Xianxia made his way to a place where he could hide himself from others, and the first thing he heard were rumors related to him. He still didn't know that because he had once become New Moon Profound Palace's disciple for a brief period of time. The popularity of the New Moon Profound Palace had soared explosively. Its fame had transcended all the other branch Profound Palaces, and was only second to the core Blue Wind Profound Palace. "You two are still not heading off to train at this time? What are you chit-chatting here for?" A man of just over 20 with dignified features walked over. But facing his chiding, the two Profound Palace disciples who were discussing about Xianxia wasn't scared at all. They simultaneously let out a heh-heh and said, "Instructor Sikong, we were wrong. Please don't get mad, Your Honor. We'll go back to the training room right now." As this person appeared, Xianxia slightly froze because he was actually someone he himself knew, Sikong Han's son, Sikong Du, who had given him great help in the Blue Wind Profound Palace back then. Instructor Sikong. He had said before that he wouldn't remain in the Imperial City after graduating from the Blue Wind Profound Palace, and would go back home to New Moon City in order to avoid the Imperial family's chaos. So he really did that, and even became an instructor in New Moon Profound Palace, even though he was very young and not much older than the Profound Palace's disciples. The current him had already officially stepped into the Spirit Profound realm and was entirely qualified to be the instructor of these disciples. "All right, Instructor Sikong. I heard that when you were at Blue Wind Profound Palace back then, you had met with Xianxia before. Is that true?" Sikong Du's gaze moved and slightly nodded. "His grandfather and my father had an old friendship, so when he first entered the Blue Wind Profound Palace, I voluntarily looked for him and also tried to give him some help. But thinking about it later, trying to self-righteously help such a peerless genius with my insignificant abilities really was somewhat naive and laughable. All right, go train already. This place is not for you to chit-chat in." "Yes, Instructor Sikong." The two Profound Palace disciples quickly ran away. Sikong Du, as if thought of something, made a very melancholic sigh. Just as he was about to take a step, a voice suddenly came from his right side. "Senior brother Sikong, long time no see." Sikong Du turned his eyes to the right, then turned his entire body around and stared wide-eyed at Xianxia, who was walking toward him, as he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. "Xianxia, why are you here?" "SHH?" Xianxia hastily made a shushing gesture, afraid that Sikong Du's voice would attract others here. He walked closer and said, "I didn't think that senior brother Sikong would actually become an instructor at New Moon Profound Palace. It's really surprising, I'm guessing, that you ought to be the youngest instructor in New Moon Profound Palace's history. I'm only an intern instructor right now. A part of it is also borrowing my father's convenience." Sikong Du appraised Xianxia from head to toe. The astonishment in his eyes remained for a long time. He laughed self-mockingly. "But these little accomplishments of mine simply can't even be mentioned when compared to yours. What senior brother Sikong is saying isn't true," Xianxia said sincerely. "When I first came to Blue Wind Profound Palace, Brother Sikong had helped and guided me greatly. Without Brother Sikong's help, it would be simply impossible for me to settle within the Profound Palace so quickly. These I have always tightly remembered in my heart." "Ha ha ha ha." Sikong Du laughed candidly and said with praise, "No pretentiousness, no pretense, and no haughtiness. Compared to those geniuses of those great sects nurtured using background and resources, it's unknown just how many times better you are." His gaze swept through the surroundings, and he said, "Let's get to the main point now. For you to especially come back here, there ought to be something important you need to do right. As of now, I can be considered as settled here in the New Moon Profound Palace. If it's something regarding New Moon Profound Palace, perhaps I can be of help." Xianxia slightly nodded and said, "I did indeed come here for a matter and need Elder Sikong's assistance. May I inquire where is he currently?" "My father?" Sikong Du stopped for a bit, then said, "Father just happened to have gone to the south 2 days ago and only can return after 3 days at the very least. If it's not something too important, you can tell me and I may be of help." "It's not too great of a matter." Xianxia did not hesitate and said, "I am currently about to head back to Floating Cloud City and pick my grandfather and little aunt with me. Xiao clan is cowardly and heartless and owes my grandpa and little aunt too much. After my reunion with them, it's not possible for me to let them remain in the Xiao clan anymore. The Imperial City is currently full of foul air, and adding to all the different forces over there, the situation is complicated. I won't be at ease to settle them down there either, so..." Regarding the matter of Yunqi and Zio clan, Sikong-du had heard from Sikong-han before. He instantly understood and said while smiling, "I had thought it would be something difficult, so it was actually such a simple matter. This matter does not need to go through my father. I can promise here right now, if Uncle Zio is willing to come here, any of positions up to Vice Palace Chief or Instructor, down to security or just nothing but relaxation, Uncle Zio can freely choose. In here, absolutely no one would treat him badly." Sikong-du laughed and said, "Besides, with your reputation, to settle your grandfather down at our New Moon Profound Palace, Palace Chief Joe, and even the New Moon City's mayor would wish to personally shoulder a carriage to greet him. And perhaps even Blue Wind Profound Palace would come from afar to grab them. This is not you asking us for help, but is gifting New Moon Profound Palace with a colossal present." Yun-Chi knowingly smiled and said, "All right, then I'll bother senior brother Sikong for this. I will be heading back to Floating Cloud City right now. Be careful on the way. I heard that after you crashed Fen Jiucheng and Princess Kangyu's wedding and gravely wounded Fen Jiucheng, Burning Heaven Clan's people are searching for you everywhere. A 1,000-year sect like Burning Heaven Clan had never received such humiliation before. Even though you are already extremely famous, and there are a lot of supporters and admirers of you, Burning Heaven Clan would certainly not just let it go. It's best if you can hide your tracks at all times," Sikong-du reminded. Yun-Chi made a casual smile. "I got it." Everyone all knew that Yun-Chi had crashed Burning Heaven Clan's young clan master's bridal escort, but they did not know that Yun-Chi had counterkilled the 8 Sky Profound Realm experts Burning Heaven Clan had sent to hunt him down, and that even included the Great Elder. Otherwise, Blue Wind Empire would have been even more intensely stirred because of him. "All right, there's something that happened I don't know would be of help to you or not." Sikong-du recalled something and suddenly spoke. "When I returned from sending my father outside New Moon City away a few days ago, I faintly saw a very familiar, annoying face. You also know this person and seem to have conflicted with you before." "Who?" Yun-Chi questioned. "Fen Jiuchen." "Him?" Yun-Chi froze for a bit. Fen Jiuchen, Fen Duanhun's third son. Because he was at odds with Fen Jiubai, he left the Burning Heaven clan and entered Blue Wind Profound Palace and held #1 on the Inner Palace's Heavenly Profound rankings. Yet on the day of departure to Heavenly Sword Villa, in order to participate in the ranking tournament, he was beaten down by Yun-Chi for angering him. And because of that, he wasn't able to attend the ranking tournament. There were no news of him at all after that. When I left the Blue Wind Profound Palace, from the rumors, it seems that he had returned to Burning Heaven Clan because of Fen Jiubai's death, and I didn't pay him attention any longer. That day I took a hurried glance, and it seemed to be him. But he has no reason to appear here, and there aren't any off-movements from Burning Heaven's branch clan either, or perhaps I was just seeing things." Sikong-du said hesitatingly. Yun-Chi pondered for a while, then said as he nodded, "I understand. Senior brother Sikong, thank you for telling me these. We should be meeting again very soon." After exchanging sound transmission imprints with Sikong-du, Yun-Chi left New Moon Profound Palace and rushed straight toward Floating Cloud City riding the Snow Phoenix Beast. As the smallest city of Blue Wind Empire, Floating Cloud City seemed to never have any fate with lively and bustling. When the small city that appeared slightly quiet and old appeared in full view, Yun-Chi's heart uncontrollably jumped with thump, thump sounds. Having lived here for 16 years, how could Yun-Chi not have any emotions toward the small city that carried all his childhood memories? The Floating Cloud City within his vision became increasingly nearer and bigger. Slowly, he faintly saw Zio Clan's location, and that dark green-colored rear mountain behind Zio Clan. A nostalgic emotion rippled within his heart as the silhouettes of 2 people emerged in his mind with incomparable clarity. The desire to immediately see them was as intense as a flood being held back by a dam. Looking forward, his eyes became faintly misty, and uncontrollable mutters to himself came from his mouth. "Grandpa, little aunt, I'm back, I'm back. I will never let anyone oppress and harm you ever again." As his emotions flooded, he had already arrived above Floating Cloud City's city gates. If he were to continue, the Snow Phoenix Beast would no doubt instigate a huge uproar within the entire city. Yun-Chi put away the Snow Phoenix Beast, landed outside of the city gates, and walked into the familiar yet slightly foreign Floating Cloud City on foot. Unwittingly, 3 years had already passed. These 3 years of experience, thinking from it now, were really like a dream. At first, when he left Floating Cloud City with swallowed hatred, He swore to come back with strength enough to crush Xiao clan within 3 years, and make the entire Xiao clan beg his grandfather and little aunt to leave the Reflection Gorge on their knees. And that time, even though he swore it, he clearly knew how difficult it was to achieve it. Thus, he desperately trained and cultivated with all his might, and desperately provoked enemies to enhance himself to the greatest extent. At that time, he wouldn't have thought that after 3 years, his strength would become far more than just being able to crush Xiao clan. The Xiao clan at this moment, before the level of his current strength, wasn't even qualified for him to spare a straight glance. Walking on floating Cloud City's ground, Xianxia's steps were actually somewhat unsteady. Even though his heart was incomparably eager, his steps were actually not that fast. He was thinking that after meeting Grandpa and Little Aunt, just how should he hug them and what should he say to them? Should he laugh or should he cry? There weren't too few nor too many pedestrians in floating Cloud City's streets. Everyone walked hurriedly, and there wasn't anyone to notice him. Even if they brushed past his shoulders, there wasn't anyone who would directly discern him as that wastrel and joke who was chased out of floating Cloud City 3 years ago. Xianxia walked through one street after another as he increasingly neared Xiao clan. At this time, he stopped his steps, raised his head, and looked at the dignified gate before him. 2 huge golden words were engraved on the sign above the gate: Xia Manor. This was Xia Qingyu and Xia Yuanba's home. As a merchant family, Xia Manor would ordinarily always emit a kind of bustling air that carried the smell of commerce. But standing before Xia Manor's gate right now, what Xianxia felt was a sort of silence never recorded in his memories. He stood there for a long while and did not continue forward. Instead, he hid his presence, vaulted high up over the wall, and silently landed within Xia Manor's great courtyard.